Yutu's voice was not loud but a little low, not revealing any excitement. It was, however, full of expectation for Yi Futian. Now for them, they were still mired in crisis. Yutu knew how strong she was, but despite her strength, she had not been able to fulfill her wish. Until today, in the dawn of the age of the gods, something unusual had been stirred up inside the human divine palace. The great Buddhas in the world of Buddhism had detected something also, and everything pointed that he may be soon returning. This was a fight for the heavens, and the price of failure was death. "Godfather, please get up," Yi Futian said as Yutu got up. Yi Futian looked at Yutu and then at Dong Wang Diyuan and many other faces. The cultivators from Yi Imperial Palace had heard the truth of everything, and they could find no words at the moment. Everything that had just been revealed to them had a meaningful impact on them, and Emperor Xia was filled with emotion. Fate had pushed him forward, and he had arrived at this point only to discover that everything was not as he thought. 200 years of understanding was overturned in an instant. The severity of the impact on Yi Futian could only be imagined. Naturally, he found everything challenging to bear at the moment. Yi Futian turned around and directed his attention at Donghuang the Great again. He looked at his wound and said, "If I had known the truth then, I might have jabbed it a little harder. You can jab one more time if you want." Donghuang the Great didn't seem to care as he responded. He owed this debt, and he was indebted to too many people. "You are so eager to give up your throne because you don't want to sit on it," Yi Futian said. "Sitting on the divine throne will only make you feel guilty, so you want to give it to me directly." Donghuang the Great was silent. Indeed, he too had endured much over the years. "If that's the case, why should I spare you?" Yi Futian said, "You are not that old, and you are still one of the strongest emperors out of the 6 in the world. Why do you want to surrender? This position does not belong only to you but also to Emperor Yi Qing. Yes, this throne is yours to suffer." Yi Futian did not want to sit on the throne of the divine prefecture. More importantly, even if the throne is to be passed on in the future, it should be passed on to her. Yi Futian looked at Donghuang Diyuan. Donghuang Diyuan was stunned, looking at Yi Futian with surprise. She knew that Donghuang the Great had been waiting for the day when Yi Futian would step into the imperial palace of the divine prefecture. While he wished that Yi Futian could come here as soon as possible, he also hoped that he would not come here too quickly so that his realm could continue to be elevated. The throne of the divine prefecture had always been reserved for him. Donghuang the Great felt he had a lot to make up to him. Donghuang the Great was also a little surprised. As he looked at Yi Futian, Futian continued, "The name that has been used for 200 years can't be changed by a few of your words. Don't you agree?" When he heard this, Donghuang the Great understood Yi Futian's meaning. He took a deep breath and a feeling of warmth flowed through him. "No, you will still use the name Yi." Donghuang the Great said, "The throne of the divine prefecture will be passed on to Diyuan." "Donghuang Diyuan. Then it's settled." Yi Futian nodded and then said, "Should I go see her?" "Go. She has been waiting for you for a long time," Donghuang the Great said with a smile. Yi Futian replied. Then he disappeared directly from where he was and left just like that, leaving everyone behind. Under the stairs, everyone from Donghuang Imperial Palace was about to come and meet the new emperor, but the new emperor had left. Even Yutu looked stunned as he froze in place. That's right. They must remember Yi Futian was no longer the boy of yesterday. When Yutu thought of this, he let out a sigh. At this moment, he seemed to age a lot all of a sudden. "Please go back," Donghuang the Great said to those who had come for an audience. Divine glory was shining over him, and before anyone figured out what was going on, they retreated. However, they saw the smile in the eyes of Donghuang the Great. The cultivator in Donghuang Imperial Palace had never seen such a smile on the great emperor. Ever. This smile seemed to be a kind, calm honesty mixed with relief. It was as if he had finally been released of a burden. Heaven Realm, the 99th heaven above the heavenly palace. Ji Wudao opened his eyes as he stood up slowly, looking up into the sky. In his eyes, there was a touch of extremely complicated emotions. Previously, he had gone to the human divine palace, intending to take advantage of the battle of the 6 emperors and hunt down the cultivators from the human divine palace. Later, when several great emperors emerged from human divine palace, he retreated after being defeated and returned here to cultivate. However, not too long ago, he got a message from the divine prefecture. Dong Huang the Great wanted to pass on the throne to Yi Futian. He suddenly understood many things at that moment, such as why the original realm had produced such a proud son of heaven, and why he had always felt that something was lacking in Dong Huang Diyuan. At this moment all his doubts were answered. Dong Huang Diyuan was not her descendant after all. Yi Futian was creating his own micro-heavenly path. Ji Wudao exclaimed in a low voice. Above the heavenly palace, quite a few people stared at Ji Wudao from behind. They could feel that something was different about Ji Wudao at this time, but exactly what was different about him they couldn't say. Did something happen? In the years past, I have traveled to many places, trying to find out what happened back then and finally gotten to know some of it. In my opinion, Dong Huang is just a coward. Not only did he abandon you, but also he severed his relationship with the heaven realm to protect himself, which caused the war with Emperor Yi. Ji Wudao looked at the firmament as if talking to himself. I also found out that the human ancestor was the most likely suspect behind what happened back then. Therefore, I have always regarded the human realm as the enemy and aimed to destroy the human realm. One day, when I prove the way and achieve great success, I will destroy the human divine palace, execute the human ancestor, and find the person responsible for all that happened in the past. Originally, I wanted to marry Diyuan, to make your daughter the queen and a maternal model for the world. Of course, what I want to do the most is to make up for the loss. For the past 200 years, I have always known that you were there, though you have never really said a word to me. Therefore, I think that if one day I can prove the way, I will resurrect you and call you master. Ji Wudao spoke slowly. His voice was unbelievably gentle and full of reverence. This was the fearless and lawless Ji Wudao speaking. He devoured cultivators from all sides to strengthen himself. Even great emperors were no exception. He ignored everything and everyone, calling Dong Huang the Great a coward. When the 6 emperors gathered, he had disguised himself to stir the pot among them. However, at this moment he appeared so gentle. The people in Heavenly Palace had never seen this side of Ji Wudao, and everyone in the 99th heaven was stunned when they heard him. They had no idea what had just happened. Who was Ji Wudao talking to? Was it the heavenly path above the 99th heaven? Was this piece of the heavenly path the heavenly emperor? But is all of this just wishful thinking? Ji Wudao asked the firmament. I hope not. Having said that, he quietly looked at the sky without saying another word as he continued staring into the sky. He was waiting for an answer. The atmosphere in the 99th heaven was a little out of the ordinary. Many did not realize something was happening and continued cultivating in their own little world. Some had become aware of the changes and looked at Ji Wudao, who was above the heavenly palace. A breeze blew past him, causing ripples to spread across Ji Wudao's robe. Nowadays, he possessed the noble temperament that was only possible to find on the heavenly emperor. He was one of the existences that stood at the peak of the world. In the future, he might even be the one and only. This was what the world thought and Ji Wudao thought. He was from the main lineage of the heavenly realm, the heir of the heavenly emperor, and reigned as the current heavenly emperor. Once upon a time, he thought that after he married Dong Huang Diyuan, who was a descendant of the heavenly emperor, everything would be perfect and complete. They would be the most enviable couple in the world, a destined pair. However, Dong Huang Diyuan was not a descendant of the heavenly emperor. The real descendant of the heavenly emperor may already be on his way here. Below, clouds and mist tossed and turned as a figure passing through the 99th heaven and came above it. When the cultivators in the 99th heaven saw the appearance of this figure, they were stunned. They were a little surprised how this man could make it here. The man who arrived was clad in white, so meticulous that he appeared to be untouched by any trace of impurity. His long silvery hair moved with the wind as he stood quietly in the void. He raised his head and looked above the firmament as if he had detected something there. Ha! Many people showed an expression of surprise. Yi Futian's presence had alarmed the cultivators on the 99th heaven, and they were all looking at him. How come he's here? Everyone secretly marveled. They knew that Yi Futian and Ji Wudao were 2 exceptional individuals in today's world. Ji Wudao kept a low profile, and he was slow to reveal his full prowess. Once unleashed, however, his ascension was all but unavoidable, and he became the reigning heavenly emperor. On the other hand, Yi Futian rose to fame in the original realm, becoming the original realm's #1 genius talent, working hard every step of the way. The two men were considered two of the most dazzling young men in the world today. No one, not even Donghuang Diwen, Di Hao, or any others, could compare to them. Now, why would Yi Futian come here? However, what was even more uncanny was that Yi Futian in the void and Ji Wudao standing above the heavenly palace had the same movements as both men looked up into the sky. This bizarre sight piqued everyone's curiosity. Could it have something to do with this piece of the heavenly path in the 99th heaven? The release of these two men's perceptions allowed them to connect with the heavenly path in the 99th heaven at the same time. Suddenly, a vision appeared above the firmament. The divine light of law fell from the heavenly path and descended on both of them. At this time, Yi Futian couldn't care less about Ji Wudao. His entire consciousness was completely immersed in that piece of heavenly path as he opened up his heart and mind to resonate with it. Instantly, in that heavenly path, a virtual world seemed to have manifested. His own elusive shadow was there, floating above that slice of heavenly path. It seemed as if he was looking for something. At this time, above the heavenly path, a curious force was gathering and a face appeared. Yi Futian looked at the face that was slowly coming into view. He clenched his fists. It was a flawless face, gentle as water, tranquil and noble. Just a glance was enough to make him feel comforted. Looking at this perfect visage, Yi Futian felt only a tinge of sadness. Was this his mother, the most excellent woman in the world, the daughter of the heavenly emperor, who wanted to remake the heavenly path? However, this was the first time he saw his mother. Surrounded by the divine power of this heavenly path, Yi Futian felt a very comforting warmth. He understood that all of this was true, that he was indeed the son of the sovereign princess and Dong Wang the Great. Mother! Yi Futian called out in a low voice. He reached out with his hand as if to grab that vague shadow. However, even he was not a real figure in this world. He saw the shadow gradually dissipate, but he could still feel the warmth that flowed through his entire body. At this time, Yi Futian's own body was bathed in divine glory, and infinite divine brilliance poured down from above that slice of heavenly path. It resonated with his body, and the glow of light was illuminated the distance visible to the human eye. What's going on? The cultivators on the 99th heaven were shocked when they beheld this wondrous sight. Why was Yi Futian bathed in the divine glory of the heavenly path? They looked at Ji Wudao above the heavenly palace and saw that Ji Wudao was also bathed in the divine light of the law, but it was not nearly as brilliant as Yi Futian. Ji Wudao, whose attention was still focused upon the sky, had a look of sudden understanding in his eyes as he said, "So, I'm just a vessel. Is that it?" Gradually, his eyes were no longer as calm as before but with a bit of cold indifference. He interrogated, "Why choose me if there is him? Why am I here? If I am here, what was the purpose of having him?" Divine glory continued to pour down, surrounding all around Ji Wudao. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Ji Wudao. At this moment, his aura seemed to have changed. A wild divine power erupted fiercely from him as the devouring power pervaded, swallowing up the divine glory that was sprinkled upon him moments ago. "Even if you didn't appreciate me, I will still fulfill your will and replace this heaven," Ji Wudao proclaimed as an even more frightening aura burst from him. In the next moment, he had disappeared directly from the heavenly palace. Bang! A loud noise was heard, and before the people in the 99th heaven had a chance to react, they saw the divine light surrounding Yi Futian. The world particles circled him, turning into a light screen. Within this light curtain there was a gigantic handprint. This gigantic handprint was from none other than Ji Wudao. A terrifying aura emerged from Ji Wudao, as his hand seemed to have turned into a terrifying black hole. Suddenly, the light screen around Yi Futian began to disintegrate and collapse. Those world particles were being swallowed up as they surged into the black hole of a vortex. This terrifying, devouring power enveloped the boundless space, instantly burying where Yi Futian was. It looked as if Ji Wudao wanted to devour all of it. Chaotic, heavenly swallowing method. The heart of every cultivator was beating wildly. They saw that the space Yi Futian occupied was crumbling and shattering like mad. Everything was about to be engulfed. Even the defense gathered by the world divine power could not sustain that devouring power. This was a kind of terrifying divine technique from ancient times, the chaotic heavenly swallowing method. It was still a mystery where Ji Wudao actually cultivated this unusual method. The Heavenly Emperor did not cultivate this ability, so he couldn't have inherited it from the Heaven Realm. This divine method had been taboo, and it was far too terrifying. It could devour the power of the others for his own use. Ji Wudao's sudden attack towards Yi Futian, and those words he had spoken before seemed to suggest that Yi Futian may have something to do with this slice of heavenly path. They even heard Ji Wudao call himself a disciple, and that this slice of the heavenly path was not the remnant of the ancient heavenly path. This slice of the heavenly path seemed to have chosen Yi Futian between the two. So Ji Wudao went berserk in disappointment, intending to devour Yi Futian directly. In the 99th heaven, all eyes were on the battlefield. Ji Wudao, the reigning heavenly emperor, was known as the most enchanting existence in his generation of the 7 realms. He was the one and only. His best record was made not too long ago. He had infiltrated the divine palace, slaughtered and devoured several emperors. He managed to retreat successfully and returned to the 99th heaven safely. Even though he had leveraged the power of the heavenly path, it was still a shocking feat. Yi Futian was the former king of the original realm. However, after the great changes in the world, the original realm was no longer what it was before. Even though cultivators from the 7 realms have all arrived, Yi Futian was still the #1 genius talent in the original realm, the founder of Yi Imperial Palace. His best war record was the obliteration of 7 great emperors in one strike. The two were said to be the 2 most powerful genius talents in the world, and at this moment they were both here for war. Was this battle a duel between the 7 realms' 2 most powerful genius talents? Whoever won would be the #1 genius talent in all of the world. Everyone understood that although they had not yet proved their way as the great emperor, they were enough to be considered emperors. Ordinary great emperors were not enough to contend with the likes of them at all. Above them, there were only the 6 emperors who reigned higher than they did. On the battlefield, the terrifying power of the chaotic heavenly swallowing method erupted, and Yi Futian's divine prefecture defense kept collapsing and shattering. He was about to be swallowed up by Ji Wudao, whose handprint was like a bottomless black hole. Boom! The horrific divine power rushed towards the black hole frantically. Yi Futian's divine power exploded as his body tossed and roared. The divine power teared out from his body fiercely, dived into that engulfing black hole. That divine power contained the heaven-slaying divine power within, and its power of attack was unparalleled. It turned into a storm of destruction and pierced into the black hole. But he only heard the sounds of thunder coming from the black hole. It was a ponderous thud that rendered Yi Futian's heaven-slaying divine power like a rock that sank into the ocean, falling without a trace. The terrifying black hole storm of vortex kept rolling towards Yi Futian, trying to engulf him. Accompanied by the eruption of this terrifying force, the vast and boundless space gathered into currents which were then swept into the black hole. Even this corner of the sky seemed to be on the verge of being swallowed up. Further away, some cultivators who were watching the battle on the 99th heaven were unexpectedly swept by the current of the vortex and were instantly drawn into it, heading deeper inside. What kind of terrifying power is this? The cultivator in another direction looked at the imagery in front of him in total shock. Even the sky above them was about to be swallowed up. When the chaotic heavenly swallowing method was at full power, a handprint turned into a black hole, and that terrifying dark vortex was capable of swallowing up the heavens. Heavenly Emperor, have mercy on us. Some cultivators caught up in the storm roared, but it was of no use. At this moment, Ji Wudao's heart was cold as ice, and there was only murderous intent. He only wanted to devour Yi Futian, swallowing his existence. Some cultivators were directly sucked inside the storm before they could even let out a scream. It was a terribly scary sight. Boom! Yi Futian made those particles suddenly grow, each turning into a starry world of its own, letting out violent roars. They smashed directly at Ji Wudao. This starry world was boundless and massive, and all the cultivators had made themselves scarce. There was no expression on Ji Wudao's face, and his palm seemed to have turned into an infinite black hole. It was as if there was another world inside of it. It was like the great path divine realm, which instantly sucked the massive starry world into it. The starry world collapsed and pulverized at an unimaginable speed and was swallowed up. The outcome still had not changed. A terrifying devouring power swallowed Yifutian into the black hole, causing Yifutian's long hair to fly wildly in the wind. His clothes fluttered as they were making a whistling sound. Buzz! A boundless and gigantic long spear condensed into being. This long spear was conceived by the terrifying divine power. With a thought, his body was sucked inside the storm along with the long spear in his hand. Together, they slammed into the storm. But the spear was rapidly expanding, slamming directly into the storm, and pierced into it. In an instant, a terrifying explosion was heard as the storm was collapsing and shattering, and the black hole formed by the handprint was destroyed. But even so, it made everyone tremble with fear. They couldn't believe just a handprint could contain such terrifying power. Ji Wudao was just getting started, and his strength had not fully exploded. Divine power derived from the chaotic heavenly swallowing method? Yifutian looked at Ji Wudao and asked, "What kind of divine power is this?" "Black hole." Ji Wudao stared at Yifutian and replied, "You are her descendant. If you are willing to surrender to me, I don't have to kill you. I will finish your work and you will assist me." "You have gone on a crooked path," Yifutian responded. "Come out and fight." As soon as Yifutian's voice faded, he stepped out and left here directly. Fighting here would be disastrous for those who cultivated in the 99th heaven. Ji Wudao was in possession of the chaotic heavenly swallowing method, which helped him advance rapidly. He was one of the most powerful beings in the world, and his potential was terrifying. However, it was also because of this chaotic heavenly swallowing method that Ji Wudao's path was destined to go astray. He could devour the others for his own cultivation. When they were on the God's Ruins continent, Ji Wudao had a lot of blood on his hands. He killed many cultivators who had plundered and taken the lives of the others, swallowing the inheritances these cultivators had acquired inside the relics. More importantly, Yifutian could feel that Ji Wudao had a stubborn personality and had an unusually high opinion of himself. To achieve his goals, he would do anything. In addition to the chaotic heavenly swallowing method that he cultivated, he might be a disaster waiting to happen in the cultivation world. The two of them were destined not able to coexist. When Ji Wudao saw that Yifutian left voluntarily and gave up his advantage here, he looked up at the sky and said, "Since he wants a fair fight, I will allow it and spare his life." When he finished, his figure also disappeared as he was chasing after Yifutian. After Yifutian left the 99th heaven in the heavenly realm, he went through the passageway in the heaven realm to get to the original realm and then came to the space of the void amid the boundless starry sky. The infinite space of the void was silent. There were no traces of any cultivators here. Some starry continents could be seen in the distance, but they were continents where no one was cultivating. Yifutian then turned around, facing the area below, waiting for Ji Wudao to get there. Soon, a figure appeared below, turning into a flash of lightning as it climbed upward. It was Ji Wudao. Buzz! The moment Yifutian's mind moved, an extremely bright golden light screen appeared above the sky. It covered the sky and the sun, as well as the boundless space. It was as if it had transformed into a terrifying divine matrix of swordsmanship. An extremely frightening sharp aura descended from above and countless rays of light were falling. Every ray of light contained the power to slay heaven, directly attacking Ji Wudao, who was coming in for the kill. Divine light circulated around Ji Wudao and the 9 dragons' true chi was released. He was bathing in the divine power of destruction, yet he was unmoved. A lot of these abilities were given to you by your mother. Today, I will use these abilities to defeat you. Ji Wudao looked up at Yifutian and roared unparalleled confidence within himself. Yifutian didn't respond. A boundless and massive divine matrix above him sheltered an infinite area, and countless divine swords fell from the divine matrix. This was the heaven-slaying matrix, and every divine sword contained the heaven-slaying divine power. The divine swords sailed across the void, slaying down with domineering aggression. It annihilated the infinite space and zoomed in on Ji Wudao for the kill. With 9 dragons' true chi protecting his body, an imperial shadow 10,000 feet high appeared, surrounded by the divine light of the law. Terrifying heaven-slaying sword blasted down, all of which were blocked by the protective divine light that surrounded him. Even though it had stabbed into the target, it could not penetrate the defense to get a hit on Ji Wudao. Yifutian raised his hand and stretched it towards the void. Suddenly, gigantic divine swords appeared in the heaven-slaying divine matrix in the firmament. The divine light came straight down, turning into a light beam, penetrated the boundless heaven and earth. Heaven slaying, Yifutian spat. As soon as his voice faded, heaven and earth were torn apart, and a terrifying spatial crack appeared. The light beam from the divine sword shuttled down in the horrific dark crack. A deafening booming sound was heard between heaven and earth. The divine swords came down in an instant, tearing apart the terrifying crack. With a loud bang, the protective light screen formed by the 9 dragons' true chi was shattered. However, that terrifying divine swords continued to move downward, slashing at that gigantic imperial shadow. Ji Wudao raised his hand and unleashed a blast that turned into the seal of the heavenly emperor, colliding with the divine swords. The storm of destruction swept across this corner of the sky. Even Ji Wudao was slammed down, while that towering imperial shadow was also repelled. He glanced at Yifutian and thought that for him to be able to rock him with the divine power of the micro-heavenly path, it seemed that the level of divine power created by Yifutian was extremely advanced. He stretched out his hands, and suddenly, infinite divine swords appeared from all around him. They were the Tianxing divine swords. His majestic body turned into heaven-punishing god of war. When he saw the divine swords raining down from the firmament, Xianxia divine swords also exploded simultaneously, going upward against the momentum. At this moment, an extremely splendid sight appeared in the void. Divine swords and divine swords clashed and collided as the sword light illuminated the boundless void. The storm of destruction raged in this space, and even some continents in the distance were penetrated and shattered by the sword will. One could imagine just how horrific this sword chi had been. But at this moment, the sound of Buddha was heard lingering, as the light of Buddha dazzled, shrouding this space. The brilliant and sacred light of Buddha appeared in the firmament, illuminating endlessly. Boundless and massive ancient Buddhas appeared between heaven and earth, and each one seemed to be a Buddha that had achieved enlightenment. They each occupied a place like all the Buddhas in the heavens had appeared together. Yifutian stood in the center, raising his hand and slamming it down hard, turning it into a gigantic symbol of Wan. The symbol of Wan continued to expand, covering the entire sky and even the sun. An incomparably golden light of Buddha dazzled above the Buddha's mudra, and it was formed from countless symbols of Wan, flowing endlessly within the lines of the symbols. Those symbols of Wan seemed to be alive and moving. This handprint was hard and unyielding, invincible and indestructible. It suppressed the world and shattered the ages. Wherever it passed, everything was wiped out. This was no longer the Buddhist offense that Yifutian comprehended while he cultivated in the world of Buddhism, but something else that he had transformed while he cultivated in his micro-heavenly path. Each rune contained the power of the world of Buddhism. When this handprint came down, it was like the world of infinity slamming down. Even all the symbols of Wan were spinning. But none of this could be seen from below because everything was shrouded. Ji Wudao looked at that incredibly horrific Buddhist handprint, which covered the sky and the sun. No matter where he went, he was under the coverage of this handprint, which had submerged even the heavens. No wonder Yifutian came here to fight. Only in the endless void could they fight so recklessly, and at will. If they were in the 99th heaven, this Buddhist handprint would shroud all of the 99 heavens. The blast of one handprint would be enough to shatter all 99 heavens. Indeed, he deserves to be the true descendant of the master. Ji Wudao secretly marveled in his heart as he beheld the sight. This kind of attack was indeed an attack worth responding to. Most of the great emperors he met before this could not be acknowledged as great emperors in his mind. They were far too weak and could easily be obliterated, especially some of those returning ancient emperors. They could hardly be taken seriously by the likes of him. He didn't expect that the person who could fight him would be the descendant of the only master he ever revered in his life. Perhaps this was what they called fate. The gigantic figure of the heavenly emperor raised his hand, and immediately the 9 dragons' true chi circulated in the palm of his hand. The surrounding world changed drastically. The space seemed to be twisted into forming a great storm. He raised his arm and his hand blasted towards the Wan Buddha's mudra above the firmament. It was also a boundless and massive divine seal. It was the seal of the universe. Bang! A dull thud came out, and the seal of the universe was meant to overturn the universe. When the attack landed, the light of Buddha above the symbol of Wan seemed to stop moving. However, along with the violent roaring that came out, the terrifying divine seal continued to descend until it crushed the seal of the universe and slammed into Ji Wudao below. Ji Wudao's mind moved, and countless divine swords shot upward against the momentum, slamming into different parts on the Wan Buddha's Madra. These countless huge holy swords held up the giant Buddha's Madra of the heavens. Then Ji Wudao, with hands forward, unleashed Haotian pagodas to smash down, blasting on the Wan Buddha's Madra. Finally, cracks appeared on the Wan Buddha's Madra, which continued to expand. Ji Wudao, as the incarnation of the Heavenly Emperor, stepped into the void with the sword of the Heavenly Emperor in hand, slashing at the Wan Buddha's Madra, giving it the final blow. Boom! A shockingly loud sound was heard, as if the sky and earth were falling apart. That boundless and massive Wan Buddha's Madra finally disintegrated and shattered, turning into countless golden lights of Buddha that illuminated heaven and earth. But at this moment, a divine light came from outside the sky, and the symbol of Wan shattered. Yifutian held the long spear as a light sailed across, piercing through heaven and earth. One strike had broken through the heavens. It was unimaginably fast. Ji Wudao let out a great shout as the 9 dragons' true chi protected his person, but the spear penetrated it. He raised his hands and blasted out a terrifying vortex of engulfing storm, which appeared in the handprint. He wanted to take that slaughtering spear and Yifutian both into the storm. Buzz! The long spear flew out of Yifutian's hand, slamming down with fatal force. With a loud bang, Ji Wudao's body was blasted back. He took a look at his hand and saw that a bloody mark had appeared. Nonetheless, it was healing rapidly, and the bloody mark disappeared in a blink of an eye. Ji Wudao raised his head to glance at Yifutian. There was a bit of seriousness now in those eyes. It seemed that he had underestimated Yifutian. His body floated in one direction and came not too far away to a starry continent. His palm stretched out towards the other side, and suddenly a terrifying vortex storm appeared in his palm like a black hole. Terrifying sounds of rumbling came out, and that starry continent pulverized directly. Its remnant rushed into his palm. Then, in the vortex in front of his palm, a massive spear came into being. He had directly devoured a continent to gather it into a spear which seemed to compete toe-to-toe with Yifutian's spear. It was a massive black long spear, pitch black and profound, filled with a highly frightening aura. A black hole loomed at the tip of the spear, converging into a vortex, madly devouring everything around it. The long spear in Ji Wudao's hand was unleashed towards Yifutian, and his eyes turned demonic. Those pitch-black pupils seemed to have turned into dark vortices, terrifying to the extreme. Chaotic heavenly swallowing, spat Ji Wudao. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to collapse. It was completely destroyed in the madness. The space in the original realm was inherently unstable and could not withstand the attack of cultivators in the Imperial realm. At this moment, Ji Wudao's burst of divine power was the most terrifying out of all the opponents Yifutian had ever faced. The space collapsed and shattered with insanity and was swallowed up by Ji Wudao. A terrifying black hole of vortex appeared in front of the spear, and it wanted to engulf the entire world into the spear. The boundless world turned into a divine realm. Within the Great Path divine realm, all material matter ceased to exist. Yifutian stood there and came under a tremendously terrifying oppression. However, the divine power circled him. His body was like a world of his own as he stood there, firm and unshaken. But behind him, somewhere in the infinite distant place, the starry continents were collapsing and shattering. Debris rolled over in Ji Wudao's direction. In the place where Ji Wudao was, the terrifying black hole formed by the giant long spear was getting more and more horrific. The dark and profound spear of the black hole contained a power that was truly terrifying. In the area below, somewhere very far away, people rushed over to witness the battle in the void, and the people who came had extremely strong cultivation levels. All of them were at least at the level of emperors-to-be, otherwise they would not be able to reach this area. But even the emperors-to-be were just at the level of the imperial realm. When they saw what was happening above the firmament and felt heaven-swallowing power, they quickly retreated. They did not have to get any closer before they knew that even from a great distance away they would not be safe from the ripples of the battle. They retreated somewhere very far away, their eyes fixed on the firmament above. They saw the collapse and destruction of those stars. It was as if they were being swallowed up one by one. The dark black hole formed there. Even if they were separated by infinite space, their hearts still trembled. It was simply too terrifying. Was this Ji Wudao's most powerful state? Could Yi Futian withstand Ji Wudao's attack in this form? If Ji Wudao continues like this, he may surpass the 6 emperors and become the strongest existence in the world, some people thought. The chaotic heavenly swallowing method was a monstrous technique that could defy any and all type of resistance, could engulf the heavens. Moreover, whatever he swallowed could be used for whatever he wanted. Conceivably, Ji Wudao could only become stronger. He would continue to devour others to strengthen himself, eventually devouring the world as a whole. As long as he wanted, he would be a disaster for the rest of the world. But it was impossible to know how much Ji Wudao himself would grow. There was simply no way to tell. More importantly, this state was when this technique had not yet reached its peak. What would happen when it was perfected? It was something unimaginable. Nothing can escape that devouring power. In the divine realm, everything can be used for its nourishment. All the cultivators were shocked. Would Yi Futian be engulfed? If Yi Futian were to die here today, he would be swallowed up. If so, Ji Wudao would become truly invincible. Ji Wudao was already a monstrous genius talent. If he devoured another similar being, how horrific would he be? Inconceivable. But even at this moment, Yi Futian did not move. To remain unmovable even under such terrifying devouring power, Yi Futian's divine power could only be imagined. They were thinking, just how heavy was Yi Futian in order for him to withstand such terrifying devouring power? At this time, Yi Futian stood there. The divine power surged wildly inside his body, erupting violently. At this moment, Yi Futian, who was standing in the void, was not occupying just one corner of a world but was in thousands of worlds at once. A micro-heavenly path was inside of him, and every single particle from it could be transformed into a world. At this time, the divine power burst out fiercely, spreading towards the surrounding space. How heavy was Yi Futian? His attention was fixed on Ji Wudao. The black hole divine power and the ultimate derivation of the chaotic heavenly swallowing method created a peak-level divine power, which could devour all material matter in the space. In reality, he sensed that this ability was somewhat similar to the ultimate spear strike that he had created. The spear technique that was unleashed, the entombed, used the way of time and space as its foundation and was capable of distorting time and space. The space collapsed and everything else was about to be swallowed up and buried. However, this was not a derivation of the devouring divine power but a divine method evolved from the time and space divine power. Therefore, Yi Futian was curious to see which one of their spear techniques was the most superior. Boom! Yi Futian's body was growing. Like Ji Wudao, his body was being transformed into its imperial form. He stood tall between heaven and earth. The ferocious explosion of divine power gathered into a long spear. The aura that came from the tip of the spear was frightening. Time and space seemed to be significantly distorted by it. Since Ji Wudao wanted to determine who the winner was by a duel of spears, then Yi Futian would oblige Ji Wudao's wish. Ji Wudao felt that power and his expression was grave as well. He reincarnated into the real heavenly emperor holding a giant pitch-black spear. He pointed it in Yi Futian's direction. The terrifying devouring storm was still wrapped around Yi Futian. He knew that even though Yi Futian had stabilized himself, he must be under tremendous pressure. The two men looked at each other across the space, each holding a long spear in his hand. One was a white-haired man with a silver spear, and the other was a black-haired man with a pitch-black spear. Two incomparably terrifying forces erupted from them. As if they had achieved some tacit understanding, both men moved at the same time. At this moment, above the firmament, the two deities moved towards each other as they unleashed the spears in their hands. Many people looked up at the two giant deities in the firmament in the distant area below them, and their hearts were beating wildly. When the two long spears collided, they saw that the space above the firmament was crumbling and collapsing like mad. It seemed as if the apocalypse was upon them. The infinite space was shattered and destroyed. The two had entered the space of the void, but their attacks continued. As for those below, Even the cultivators who were great emperors could not describe the shock they felt at this moment. The two men who were clashing were in a terrifying situation themselves. When the spears collided, Yi Futian saw a massive black hole engulfing everything, devouring his spear and his deity-like body. His godlike body was shaking. However, his spear will erupted as well, distorting time and space. Everything was on the verge of destruction. Everything sunk under the collapse, including that giant black hole. This brief moment seemed like a long time. It was accompanied by the roaring, booming sounds of destruction, which resounded through the boundless world. Finally, the two men separated. The divine power upon Yi Futian's body seemed to have been weakened considerably. His body shook as his gigantic eyes stared at the figure standing opposite him. The pitch-black spear in Ji Wudao's hand disappeared, and his eyes were also fixed on Yi Futian. He remained motionless. "Power of time and space," Ji Wudao commented. "It must have been a kind of ultimate divine power. Even the black hole divine power was suppressed." Yi Futian stared at Ji Wudao. Without this powerful strike, he would not have been able to suppress Ji Wudao's black hole divine power. "We will meet again." Ji Wudao's voice faded. His body seemed to melt into the space of the void. Then he disappeared without a trace. In the sky high above, everything returned to its previous state of tranquility. Ji Wudao disappeared. It seemed he had been defeated. Yi Futian won. Everyone below looked up at that white-haired figure. In this duel between the two strongest men of the current generation, Yi Futian had actually suppressed Ji Wudao. The number one enchanting genius in the original realm had defeated the most powerful proud son in the Seven Realm, the reigning heavenly emperor Ji Wudao. No wonder he's the existence who defeated 7 emperors with one strike. Many people marveled secretly in their hearts. After this battle, Yi Futian was not just the number one genius talent in the original realm. He was the most powerful genius talent in the world today. There was no one who could even come close to him. The spear disappeared. Yi Futian turned into a phantom and vanished as well. Although Ji Wudao was defeated, he remained a major threat. His potential was incredibly frightening. Ji Wudao, who had cultivated the chaotic heavenly swallowing method, would inevitably grow without limits or boundaries. There would surely be yet another fierce battle in the future. Coupled with the current turmoil in the 7 realms, he needed to elevate his strength as soon as possible to reach the level of the 6 emperors. The news of this battle quickly swept across the 7 realms and the God's Ruins continent in the original realm, rocking the world. At the same time, another piece of news was making the rounds. Not long ago, Donghuang the Great had wanted to pass the throne on to Yi Futian, naming him Futian the Great. However, Yi Futian rejected his offer, who did not take over the throne in the divine prefecture. This news instantly caused a shocking storm. Countless voices said that Donghuang the Great wanted to make amends towards Emperor Yi Qing out of guilt, thus returning the throne to Emperor Yi Qing's descendant. However, gradually many began to learn that Yi Futian was the master of the divine prefecture and the son of Donghuang the Great. At the same time, Yi Futian was also the descendant of the heavenly emperor, which was why he went to the heaven realm to fight Ji Wudao. He was the true heir of the heaven realm. The heavenly path in the 99th heaven was not the residual consciousness left over from the ancient heavenly path, nor was it the heavenly emperor. Instead, it was an alternative form of the sovereign princess. Most people were unfamiliar with the daughter of the former heavenly emperor, especially among the cultivators in the lower worlds. Very few people even knew of her existence. Only people in the upper level knew something of him and the kind of shocking existence she was, or that she wanted to remake the existence of the heavenly path. Because of this reason, the battle in which she fell seemed non-existent to the world, and little was known about it. Only now, with so much information coming to light that some secrets had begun to emerge in all of the realms, made known to more and more people. When Yi Futian returned to the 99th heaven in the heaven realm, most of the cultivators were still there. The cultivators from Heavenly Imperial Palace were in attendance as well. When they saw Yi Futian return, they knew the outcome of the battle. For the people of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, it was a complicated emotion, especially those from the older generation. They thought that Ji Wudao was the successor chosen by the sovereign princess, But that turned out not to be the truth. It was Yi Futian who had been hiding behind the scenes all along. He was the true successor of the lineage of the Heaven Realm. It was in his veins that the blood of the Heavenly Emperor flowed. Great Skylords Black and White Almighty, the 4 Heavenly Kings, the 9 Star Lords, and all the other cultivators in the Heavenly Imperial Palace were there. In front of them were 2 more figures. They were the 2 great empresses that Yi Futian had seen in the Donghuang Imperial Palace before, and they were here now. At this moment, Yi Futian understood that they used to belong to the Heavenly Imperial Palace and must be followers of his mother. Therefore, they came here in person to take back the Heaven Realm. Ji Wudao betrayed the Heaven Realm, and from this day forward, he will be expelled from the Heavenly Imperial Palace. He is no longer a part of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Still, a traitor of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, announced a great empress to the cultivators of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Although this was the conclusion that everyone had already known, their feelings were inevitable and expected. They had watched Ji Wudao grow up until this day and had always regarded Ji Wudao as the future Heavenly Emperor, waiting for him to come into his own. But just when Ji Wudao embarked on the path of the emperors, and just as he was about to be named the Heavenly Emperor, the true heir apparent appeared. And this meant that Ji Wudao was to assist him instead. How many people could bear such a reversal of fortune and accept it willingly? Furthermore, he was Ji Wudao, who was incredibly arrogant and conceited. Ji Wudao, who thought so highly of himself, had dedicated himself to reviving the Heaven Realm and to avenging the Master. He had even taken the unification of the 7 realms and took charge of the universe. How could someone with such wild ambition be willing to serve under another? With everything taken into consideration, Ji Wudao's betrayal was inevitable. His only sin was that he was too excellent. If he had not been so excellent and without such lofty ambitions, he might not have committed treason and would have served Yi Futian willingly. What had Ji Wudao done wrong? He had devoured many cultivators. And because chaotic heavenly swallowing method was deemed an evil method, he was also viewed as an evil character by the outsiders. But for the Heaven Realm, Ji Wudao had indeed done something wrong. He had always taken the revival of the Heaven Realm as his mission and fought for its cause. He suffered in silence for years, developing himself quietly. The problem was that he thought too highly of himself and had too much ambition. He thought of himself as the one chosen by fate and ought to be the one shouldering entirety of this mission. In actuality, this was not what the sovereign princess wanted him to do. His existence was just that of a trusted disciple. When the truth was revealed, it turned out that he was here to assist Yi Futian. I have a question. At this moment, the Pagoda King, one of the 4 heavenly kings, came forward. He looked at Yi Futian and asked, Donghuang separated himself from the Heaven Realm once. Why should his descendant now be in charge of it again? What is the will of the princess? In addition, if the princess doesn't want Ji Wudao to inherit the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, why did she teach him the 9 dragons' true qi? Ji Wudao has dedicated himself to reviving the Heavenly Imperial Palace all these years, and now he has been labeled a traitor. This is a bit too much. The Pagoda King had fought against Yi Futian before, but this had been in the land of the original realm many years ago before discovering the God's Ruins continent. Who else thinks that? Or is there anybody else with another opinion? The great empress looked around at the crowd. I, too, was wondering about the same thing. The Melody King responded. No one else came forward or said anything. The great empress nodded slightly before she spoke. The will of the princess need not be explained to the likes of you. As for the 9 dragons' true qi, the princess did not mind that Ji Wudao would inherit the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. The throne of the Heavenly Emperor does not need to be in conflict with assisting the young master. But Ji Wudao made his own choice after knowing the truth. Disrespecting the young master, equivalent to betrayal. How could there be any questions about this? As for Ji Wudao's way of doing things, it has always run counter to the beliefs held by the princess. All of you are guilty of letting him do whatever he wished before. But for our sake, I will not look into it. However, if anyone is willing to follow Ji Wudao, then go. Leave now, the great empress said while surveying everyone. Everyone was speechless when they heard the words of the great empress. Ji Wudao did nothing wrong. But then again, who else had done something wrong? Everything that Ji Wudao had was also bestowed upon him by the grace of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. The only thing was that he couldn't bear the truth of him not being the chosen one. Yi Futian looked at everyone and he felt a complicated emotion inside. The divine prefecture was now left for Donghuang Diuan to inherit. Then what of the heaven realm? Who would inherit that? He had no use for power or authority. But fate had placed all of this on his shoulders, pushing him forward. In some matters, when did he ever have a say in any of this? Greetings to the young master. At this moment, a voice was heard, and it was the great Skylords Black and White Almighty bowing and saluting Yi Futian. When the other cultivators saw this, they knew that it was a foregone conclusion. So, they too bowed and acknowledged Yi Futian. Young master, they cheered. In the heavenly imperial palace, the salutations came one after one another. As far the older generation of the heavenly imperial palace was concerned, all of them were actually quite willing to obey the princess. However, things were happening too fast for them to react this time. Yi Futian, who was considered an enemy once, was now revealed to be the young master they should serve. Naturally, this was a little uncomfortable for many of them. But considering the matter more and more, some realized that Yi Futian was, in fact, the most outstanding person in the world. He was the progeny of Donghuang the Great and the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor. This was the most prestigious lineage in the world. He was not only the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor but also the son of Donghuang the Great. Who else could compare with this combination? Moreover, Yi Futian did not take advantage of this slice of the heavenly path, but had chosen to go outside to fight with Ji Wudao instead. Additionally, he had defeated him. He no longer needed to prove anything to anyone. In the 99th heaven, countless cultivators felt that what was happening above them in the heavenly palace was a little too surreal. Yi Futian became the master of the heavenly imperial palace and the master of the heaven realm. When they saw this, the two great empresses walked towards Yi Futian and bowed slightly. If the young master chooses not to inherit the divine prefecture, there will be no other successor to take charge of the heavenly imperial palace. It is our wish that the young master will ascend to the throne as the heavenly emperor and rebuild the heavenly palace, eventually ruling over the entire heaven realm. Everyone in the heavenly imperial palace had their eyes on Yi Futian. In today's world, apart from the 6 emperors, Yi Futian almost had no other opponents who were his equals. Additionally, he was still growing. Indeed, he was the ideal candidate to become the heavenly emperor. More importantly, it was his birthright because he was the true heir of the heaven realm. Young master, please step onto the throne of the heavenly emperor and rebuild the heavenly palace. The great Skylords Black and White Almighty also implored. Young master, please step onto the throne of the heavenly emperor and rebuild the heavenly palace. Other cultivators responded kindly and implored him to take on his role. For a moment, the sounds of their pleading resounded throughout the 99th heaven. They had asked Yi Futian to ascend to the throne of the heavenly emperor. Yi Futian looked at everyone, then glanced at the sky above him. Rays of divine light fell on him, and he seemed to feel some warmth from them. Do you also wish for me to inherit the throne of the emperor? Yi Futian conveyed without using his voice. After the fall of the heavenly emperor, the sovereign princess, his mother, did not take over the throne as the heavenly emperor. Even though her strength was already incredible, she did not claim the throne of the emperor herself. This was also why the cultivators today still referred to her as princess. Now, they hoped that he would inherit the throne of the heavenly emperor even though it had skipped a generation. The decaying heavenly imperial palace and the broken heaven realm might need the leadership of a new heavenly emperor. Yi Futian seemed to sense the answer. A smile appeared on his face. He looked in the direction of the heavenly palace and nodded. Donghuang the Great of the divine prefecture was still around. He was one of the reigning 6 emperors in the world. He was extremely powerful and was one of the most powerful beings in the world. In the future, Donghuang Diuan would be able to inherit the throne of Donghuang the Great. Once upon a time, Emperor Yi Qing had sacrificed himself for this plan. Therefore, it was not so unreasonable to return the divine prefecture to Donghuang Diuan. But the heaven realm was different. The heaven realm had been in decline for many years, and it wasn't until today that there was a glimmer of hope in reviving it. Previously, Ji Wudao was deemed the reigning heavenly emperor who would lead the heaven realm to reclaim its glory. But now this mission landed on Yi Futian. Now then, He was the only candidate to shoulder this heavy burden. "Young master, please." The two great empresses, one on each side of him, seemed to be guarding him, guiding Yi Futian to the very top of the heavenly imperial palace. Yi Futian looked over there before walking towards the heavenly palace, passing by many celestial temples. He came to the temple at the very top. There were pillars that reached beyond the sky, holding up a towering palace. There was a divine throne at the very top. At this time, Yi Futian walked to the ancient divine throne. He turned around and sat in it. The two great empresses knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Long live the heavenly emperor." Following their example, the cultivators in the heavenly imperial palace also got down on one knee and saluted. They also proclaimed loudly, "Long live the heavenly emperor." Although the heavenly imperial palace was defeated, there were many cultivators inside it. At this moment, they all got down on their knees and worshipped the new emperor. The heavenly emperor many years ago was the most revered great emperor in the world. In the era after the collapse of the heavenly path, the heavenly emperor possessed a status that was almost supreme. However, after the fall of the heavenly emperor, the heaven realm went into rapid decline. After many years, the new emperor was finally on the throne. Above the 99th heaven, many stood and watched. They were those who entered the heavenly imperial palace implicitly for the sake of the slice of the heavenly path. They had no sense of loyalty to the heavenly imperial palace, and they had already been told by Ji Wudao previously that those who dared to go back on their promises would be killed without a second thought. However, now that Ji Wudao was out of the picture, some found it difficult to kneel and worship Yu Futian as the heavenly emperor even when he had already ascended the throne. After all, many of them were existences of ancient emperors, and some were emperors to be with very elevated realms. "Get up," Yi Futian said as he looked at the cultivators above the heavenly palace. The two great empresses got up, then turned to look at the rest of the cultivators in the 9 heavens and accused loudly, "All of you have agreed to join heavenly imperial palace. Now that the heavenly emperor is on the throne, why do you not salute him?" Everyone looked up at the heavenly palace above. But at this very moment, Yi Futian spoke and said, "It's quite all right. The revival of the heaven realm would require superior cultivators, which he would need to train himself. Everyone has been cultivating for many years. If you have no intention to become part of the heavenly imperial palace, you may leave now," Yi Futian declared loudly. His mother was generous and open-minded. She had gifted divine items to the dark world and the human realm to help them comprehend and cultivate. Yi Futian didn't think himself to be as generous. After he took over the heavenly imperial palace, only cultivators of heavenly imperial palace would be allowed to stay under this heavenly path. In the future, when he reached the very top, he would share that benefit with the rest of the world. After all, the situation in the world was uncertain, and it was not clear who was a friend and who was a foe. There may even be other imperial-level forces working undercover, and Yi Futian did not think it wise to aid the enemies. Many people looked at Yi Futian before they turned to walk away. They thought that it was enough. They had returned to the path of the emperors, and some had even entered the imperial realm, so there was no need to stay any longer. There were also those who were hesitating and struggling. Subsequently, many cultivators left, but there were also many who stayed. Yi Futian looked at the area below and continued, "Now that I have ascended the throne of the heavenly emperor, I will restructure the heavenly imperial palace. If you are staying just for self-cultivation and self-improvement but have not made any preparations mentally, then I advise you to leave. If you choose to stay and become part of the heavenly imperial palace, know that we may be facing a great war in the future. At that time, there will be no time for hesitation, so you should consider the matter carefully." Sure enough, after Yi Futian finished speaking, more cultivators left. There were less and less people who chose to stay. This was a huge gamble, betting on the future of the heavenly imperial palace. Now that the world was in chaos, war might erupt at any given moment, and the heavenly imperial palace may perish, or it might rise. But even if it rose from the ashes, it would be after a tragic battle. When they thought of that, it was difficult for anyone to decide to stay because the odds of winning were just too low. With the departure of these cultivators, fewer and fewer people were left in the 99 heavens. Most of those who remained were top-level cultivators who wanted to make an attempt at the path to the emperors. On the outside world, there was absolutely no way to get to the path of the emperors. Here, there was at least a micro-heavenly path that could help them realize the way and break through to the ultimate realm. Therefore, they made a decision to stay even if the risk was great. However, the path of the emperor was a difficult and dangerous one. In order to achieve the imperial realm, these cultivators did not have any hesitation to pay the price, no matter how high. Yifutian sat on the divine throne as he surveyed the cultivators who remained in the 99 heavens. He said, "Finally, I wish to remind you. Now that I have inherited the throne of the heavenly emperor, it is my wish to restructure the heavenly imperial palace. You can still choose your own path by leaving. However, once you decide to stay, you will have agreed to be under the command of the heavenly imperial palace from now on." No one was leaving. Those who stayed had made a decision, one that they could not change. After he waited for a while, seeing that no one was stirred, Yifutian continued, "Since you have made your decision, from this moment forward you are cultivators of the heavenly imperial palace. You will share its losses as well as its glory." He stood up and looked at the two great empresses below and said to them, "Next, I have to trouble you two elders to help me clean up the heavenly imperial palace." "We are delighted to serve your majesty, the heavenly emperor." The two great empresses bowed and saluted him. There were once 4 of them, all sisters, chosen by the heavenly emperor himself as companions to the princess. The 4 sisters grew up with the princess and were like the princess' own sisters. The princess never treated them as servants. She freely shared cultivation methods with them and helped them in their cultivation. They knew very well that despite how she treated them, they were to guard the princess with their lives. However, Her Royal Highness never treated them with the slightest bit of arrogance. In fact, she had shared the treasures bestowed upon her by the heavenly emperor. In their eyes, the princess was perfection itself. She had no flaws. Moreover, the princess had a great love for the masses and was a total idealist. Perhaps it was precisely because of Her Royal Highness's noble background that she was able to hold on to her romantic ideals. The 4 of them may not have fully agreed with the ideals of the princess, but for someone like Her Royal Highness, they were willing to sacrifice everything for her. Back then, after their plan was formulated, everyone made sacrifices. The other 2 sisters completed an important part of it and sacrificed themselves in the process. In the end, only the 2 of them were left to wait for the return of the young master. Since then, their mission had been to protect the new emperor and help him continue the unfinished businesses. Young master ought to continue the comprehension and cultivation of the heavenly path. The princess had been waiting for the young master for too long, and many things should be inherited by the young master now. One of the great empresses said, "As for the restructuring of the heavenly imperial palace, leave it to us." "You 2 elders cultivated with my mother?" Yifutian asked. The 2 nodded and replied, "We were summoned by the heavenly emperor into the heavenly palace to cultivate with the princess. Additionally, we were her companions when she was growing up." Yifutian immediately understood that the relationship between these 2 women and his mother was somewhat similar to that between him and Yushang, except that he and Yushang were brothers. In comparison, these 2 women were servants by name. "How should I address you 2 elders?" Yifutian asked. "The names that we received back then were given by the heavenly emperor. Young master may call me Qin, and she is Shu," Qin said while pointing to the other great empress. "Lady Qin, Lady Shu," Yifutian acknowledged, sighing in his heart. He continued, "There were 2 others, weren't there? With names like Qin and Shu, naturally there would be Qi and Hua. The other 2 followed the princess back then. The 2 of them had waited for hundreds of years, and their hearts and minds were already hard as steel. However, when they heard Yifutian's words, they still felt an unexpected sense of sadness. The young master's talent was unparalleled, yet he was so gentle and humble. He was a true gentleman, which reminded them of the princess. Out of the 5 of them, only 2 of them were left now. "Young master, you should cultivate while we go ahead with the arrangements," Lady Qin said. Yifutian nodded. The 2 of them turned around and left while Yifutian looked up at the sky. He walked down from the divine throne and came to a place below it. He then sat cross-legged as his perception was directed towards the heavenly path in the firmament. At this moment, Yi Futian felt the warmth again. At the same time, there was a divine light in the color of the rainbows that fell from the sky and was sprinkled all over Yi Futian. Bathed under the divine light, Yi Futian floated up and came high into the sky. His body seemed to have entered the heavenly path. A mysterious aura enveloped him and kept flowing into his body. Yi Futian let go of the world created by his own micro-heavenly path, as the two forces of the heavenly path resonated with one another. The divine power of law in this heavenly path then integrated into Yi Futian's micro-heavenly path. The ancient tree of the world was created by his mother and then was given to him for him to use as he grew up. Later, it made the micro-heavenly path, but it was from the same source as this heavenly path. Yi Futian knew that his mother was waiting for him to come to inherit the power of this heavenly path. At this moment, Yi Futian seemed to have become extremely greedy, madly absorbing the power of this heavenly path. At the same time, many images were also rushing into Yi Futian's consciousness. In his mind, an astounding figure appeared. This figure stood between heaven and earth. They appeared like the supreme master in this world, in charge of the universe. It was the ruler of heaven and earth. Heavenly Emperor. An idea took hold of Yi Futian's mind. Instantly, he knew this figure must be his maternal grandfather, the founder of the heavenly path in the later era after the collapse of the original heavenly path. He was the master of the heaven realm. He was the heavenly emperor himself. Later on, Yi Futian saw some radiant images. It was as if he could feel them himself and that he could even perceive the sensations within. The heavenly emperor was passing on the methods to him. This was the real inheritance. He was the true heir of the heaven realm. Now, the heavenly emperor passed on the divine methods that he had cultivated himself to Yi Futian. Yi Futian defeated Ji Wudao, took over the heavenly imperial palace, and was named the heavenly emperor. One after another, the shocking news was conveyed to the seven realms and even the gods' ruins continent, astounding the world. The one who finally ascended the throne was not Ji Wudao as everyone thought, but Yi Futian, who was the true heir of the heaven emperor. He was the main successor, meant to inherit the heaven realm. Not long ago, it was said that Yi Futian had refused the inheritance of the divine prefecture. Otherwise, he would have been the ruler of both the divine prefecture and heaven realm by now. Everyone in the world realized that another peak-level figure had emerged aside from the six emperors. That person was Yi Futian, who had been cultivating in the original realm all along and had been suppressed by many forces in the divine prefecture. Who would have thought that things in the world could be so surreal? At the same time, the great emperors, who returned to their respective imperial palaces after the unsuccessful battle of the six emperors, also received the news. Even as part of the six emperors and the strongest existences in the world, they were still extremely shocked when they learned of this news. Dong Huang the Great plotted for 200 years, and it was all for the return of his descendant. Furthermore, since Dong Huang the Great set everything in motion, it meant that he believed Yi Futian was capable of changing fate despite the odds. Why was he so confident in Yi Futian? Was it just because Yi Futian was his descendant and the daughter of the heavenly emperor? What would happen now that Yi Futian had ascended the throne as the heavenly emperor and entered the 99th heaven to cultivate in that heavenly path? The changes between heaven and earth began with the original realm. This was a prophecy from a long time ago, and now it seemed to be coming true. The land of the original realm ushered in the great changes in the world, and the gods' ruins continent revealed itself. In the land of the original realm, an extraordinary character had risen and become the current heavenly emperor. Now, this prophecy was spreading throughout the land of the seven realms once again, and there was even some more indication as to what might be the ultimate end of this prophecy. According to the news and the rumors, Yi Futian of the original realm ascended the throne of the heavenly emperor. He would soon elevate his cultivation to the utmost level. He would change the sky above them and become a supreme existence in this world. This was the prophecy in its entirety. The changes of heaven and earth begin in the original realm. This prophecy circulated widely, and its influence was stronger than any other prophecies in the past. The world was seeing this prophecy being fulfilled little by little. Everyone was paying close attention to the reactions of those major imperial palaces. However, these major imperial palaces were surprisingly quiet and did not do anything. It was as if they were caught in a dilemma. Not long ago, in the Battle of the Six Emperors, many thought that it would end the way the world was and reshape the future pattern of the world by putting an end to a previous era. However, what they didn't expect was that the era did not end but had merely moved in a different direction. This change was quite unexpected. Today, the Divine Prefecture and the Buddhist sect had joined forces. In addition, Yi Futian, who had inherited the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, was unprecedentedly powerful. He was stronger than Emperor Yi Qing during his reign. And this time, there was discord between the human realm and other forces. On the other hand, the devil world, the dark world, and the empty divine realm had seen that the human realm had concealed its depth and was no longer trustworthy. They would not be acting rashly, for they knew that the human ancestor was not any less of a threat than Donghuang the Great. Therefore, no one dared to act recklessly. Hence, a very odd situation emerged. All sides remained surprisingly quiet. At the same time, the 99th heaven at the Heavenly Imperial Palace began to rebuild its order. Donghuang the Great arrived with the cultivators of the Imperial Palace in the Divine Prefecture, opening up the passageway between Donghuang Imperial Palace and Heavenly Imperial Palace. He had also ordered the rebuilding of the 99 heavens, quietly working for Yi Futian behind the scenes so that Yi Futian could concentrate on cultivation with nothing to worry about. It was the first time that the Donghuang Imperial Palace cultivators had seen Donghuang the Great personally handling these matters, and they couldn't help but feel amazed. Clearly, the great emperor must have had a lot of guilt towards Yi Futian, so this was the way for him to make amends. After all, Yi Futian had been abandoned at birth and experienced many hardships until he got to this point. He suffered Yi Futian's strike in Donghuang Imperial Palace because he obviously felt extremely guilty about the whole thing. At the same time, Donghuang the Great forged a revelation divine matrix in the 99th heaven. As a result, the 99th heaven now possessed a certain level of defense. In addition, he had sent the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace here, having them cultivate in the 99 heavens. Everyone from Yi Imperial Palace were cultivators who had followed Yi Futian for a very long time. Now that Yi Futian reigned as the Heavenly Emperor in the Heaven Realm, it was only natural for them to follow him here. In addition, he intended to open up the passageway between the Heaven Realm and Ziwei Segmentum, so that the cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum may also enter the Heaven Realm to cultivate and continue to follow in Yi Futian's footsteps. Time passed day by day, and it didn't take long for the 99 heavens to take on a new look. Celestial palaces and pavilions were everywhere, as well as various cultivation courts that were scattered in different places within the 99 heavens. In the heyday of the Heaven Realm, when the Heavenly Emperor was in charge of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, the palace was filled with numerous cultivators who were everywhere in the 99 heavens. It was as if they were in a world of their own. But after the fall of the Heaven Realm, the number of people in the Heavenly Imperial Palace shrank sharply, and the 99 heavens seemed quite empty. It was not until this piece of the heavenly path appeared that countless cultivators were attracted to the 99 heavens. However, these were just people who came here to cultivate, not cultivators who belonged to the Heavenly Imperial Palace, so they did not really count. Now, everything had to start over again. Above the 99 heavens, the Heavenly Imperial Palace had been rebuilt, and it was extremely grand and magnificent. Donghuang the Great himself watched over everything. At the same time, the core members of Yi Imperial Palace were all here, comprehending the heavenly path and cultivating. Donghuang the Great raised his head and saw that Yi Futian was still cultivating high above the sky, so he did not disturb him. He came here to do those things so that Yi Futian could cultivate in peace. For Yi Futian, cultivation was more important than anything else right now. Your Majesty. At this moment, a voice was heard behind Donghuang the Great. Qin. Donghuang the Great called out. What will the young master do with the heavenly path that was transformed by the princess? Qin asked. I don't know. Donghuang the Great shook his head. When she heard his answer, Qin frowned slightly and said, Your Majesty, the young master is already exposed. Although nothing seems to be happening now, things may be brewing behind the scenes, which is very dangerous for him. The Devil Emperor, the Dark Sovereign, and the Evil Emperor didn't know some of the things that happened back then. Can what happened be made public now? Back then, they had their concerns and were reluctant to speak up, worried that the others would destroy the divine prefecture no matter the cost. However, now that friends and foes couldn't be more clear, there was no turning back. In the end, only one side could exist in the world. At a time like this, it was best to win over as many allies as possible. As part of the 6 emperors in charge of the order of the world, they can't be that ignorant, but they all had their own concerns. They knew very well who they could provoke and who could not be touched. Donghuang the Great responded. Your Majesty meant that they have always been aware of it? Qin said. Even if they were not fully aware, they were not completely ignorant either, Donghuang the Great replied. What's more, they have been working diligently to improve their own strength during the peacefulness these past few hundred years. However, this time, the human ancestor was a little too impatient. Your Majesty is referring to when the human ancestor made his move against the Dark Sovereign? Qin asked. Donghuang the Great nodded. The 6 emperors in the world created a balance, and all of them are willing to maintain this balance. But if there is anything that will threaten everyone's existence, they will not hesitate to obliterate it. The reason behind the action this time is not so innocuous. Each of them has their own interests to consider. However, the human ancestor's attack on the Dark Sovereign exposed the human ancestor's intention to slay the Dark Sovereign. Thus, the human ancestor made himself the real enemy. She nodded slightly. Obviously, each of the 6 emperors had their own plan, and none of them were the benevolent sort. However, I should make a visit to the outside, said Donghuang the Great. He then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Many phantoms separated from him, turning into 3 phantasmic Donghuang the Greats. They left the 99 heavens at the same time. He meant to visit the Devil World, the Dark World, and the Evil Emperor Realm to meet the 3 great emperors on their own turf. Donghuang the Great knew very well that the human ancestor was the biggest threat of them all. He was the real mortal enemy. At the same time, outside of this world, in the human realm, in the human divine palace, a figure sat cross-legged in the boundless space, and there was only one man there. It was none other than the human ancestor himself. At this time, above the firmament, the sky seemed to be moving as strands of terrifying aura fell from it. Above that slice of heaven, a pair of eyes seemed to appear, as breathtaking as they were frightening. When these eyes opened, beams of light shot out from above the sky, which turned out to be shadows of people, falling from the firmament, standing between this heaven and earth. Their unparalleled auras confirmed that all of them were extraordinary great emperors. After they came to this world, they looked around at this vast world. They had returned. The Dark Sovereign, who was cultivating, suddenly became alert in the dark court. He opened his eyes, looked into the distance, and called out, Donghuang! A phantom appeared in the distance, and it was none other than Donghuang the Great. At this moment, all the cultivators above the dark court were waiting cautiously, looking at Donghuang the Great. What was he doing here? Are you unhappy to see me? Donghuang the Great queried. Come on in, the Dark Sovereign replied lightly. Immediately, Donghuang the Great moved forward as he entered inside the dark court and stepped onto the highest point of the dark divine palace. Out front, the Dark Sovereign was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. A terrifying dark storm loomed in the sky above and enveloped the entire court. Are you here to ask for peace? The Dark Sovereign asked. Before I came here, I saw a bright continent within the bounds of the dark court. Who is the woman on the continent? Donghuang the Great asked. It has nothing to do with you, the Dark Sovereign responded nonchalantly. Coexistence of light and darkness. It's interesting for you to allow such a place to exist in the center of the dark world. Donghuang the Great continued, you must know something about what happened back then and that the human ancestor is not as he seems on the outside. He has been inciting several of you to destroy the divine prefecture, killing Ji Wudao and invading the heaven realm, all because the existence of the divine prefecture and the heaven realm impeded on his plans. In reality, what the human ancestor always wanted was to rule over the world. This was also why, after he thought he had killed me, he proceeded to attack you. I'm sure you are aware of it already. Say whatever you are here to say. The Dark Sovereign did not seem to have much patience. Many things were well known to them without beating around the bush too much. If the human ancestor succeeded in his ambition and ruled the world, what he would do to you will need no further description from me. Dong Huang the Great ignored the other's response and continued. Perhaps it will be as you wish, that the world will turn into total darkness. However, your idea for the order of the world to be remade will probably be shattered. The human ancestor will control everything in the world, and the cultivation world will fall into eternal darkness until the eruption of the next battle of heavenly path. Perhaps no matter who rules the world, the result will be the same. Only through destruction can we be reborn again, the Dark Sovereign said coldly, wisps of destructive aura pervading from him. It was so terrifying that he appeared like a god of the apocalypse. The goal of the Dark Sovereign was to bring darkness and destruction to the world. Only when everything was destroyed would rebirth be possible, and a different world could appear. If so, destruction is just another cycle of reincarnation. The next world will still follow the same old path. What will be the difference? Dong Huang the Great remained steady in his aura. This world does not need destruction, but a different world with different people in charge of its order. The Dark Sovereign stared at him, only to hear Dong Huang the Great's reply, "Whatever you choose, choose carefully." Having said that, Dong Huang the Great turned around to leave without wasting another minute. They were both intelligent individuals, and at this level he didn't need to say too much. Sometimes it was enough to have the key points clarified. The Dark Sovereign had never concealed his own will, which was to destroy the world, thus reshaping it. This was something that Dong Huang the Great already knew. Therefore, he asked the other to consider carefully the kind of outcome that would be in line with his will. If it was an impossibility, what would be the choice of the Dark Sovereign? In the Devil World realm, at the Devil Imperial Palace, Dong Huang the Great also arrived to see the Devil Emperor. In front of the Demon God Palace, the Devil Emperor looked at Dong Huang the Great and said, "Dong Huang, your plan has been realized. What are you doing here? Where's Yusheng?" Dong Huang the Great asked, but it was about Yusheng. The Devil Emperor frowned and replied, "He's cultivating." Futian and Yusheng grew up together since childhood. Their fathers were good friends and their mothers were sisters. Therefore, no matter where they stand in the future, they will be the best of brothers. Yusheng's affairs will naturally be Futian's affairs. Dong Huang the Great looked at the Devil Emperor and continued, "I hope one day I can see the two of them fight side by side." When he finished speaking, Dong Huang the Great bowed slightly and left. He was here only to deliver a brief message before he was gone. He didn't mention the Divine Prefecture and the Devil World, nor whatever that had transpired between them. It was just about Yi Futian and Yusheng. But there were already enough hints in what he said. If the Devil Emperor intended to have Yusheng inherit the Devil World, then in the future Yi Futian would not do anything detrimental to the Devil World. Before, the Devil Emperor also heard something that if a supreme figure were to appear in the world, the Devil World would not continue to suffer from the Devil Abyss. Similarly, Dong Huang the Great also went to the empty divine realm to see the evil emperor. 3 phantoms found 3 of the 6 emperors simultaneously, bringing different messages. At present, the divine prefecture and heaven realm were facing the threat of the human ancestor. Naturally, they did not want a repeat like the last time, being surrounded and besieged by the other 4 realms. More importantly, he knew that the human realm had always hidden its true strengths. Before, the human ancestor thought that the battle of the 6 emperors would be the end of it all, so some forces were not mobilized. But inside the human divine palace, Ji Wudao had witnessed it. In the heaven realm, many cultivators were now pouring into the heavenly imperial city, wanting to enter the 99 heavens to cultivate. In heavenly imperial city, top figures from all over the heaven realm also gathered. Some hesitated whether to join the heavenly imperial palace and become part of the 99 heavens. Among them, there were many near-deity existences. At this moment, an astonishing aura suddenly appeared in the sky above heavenly imperial city. Many people sensed a coercion, their brows slightly knitted. They looked up at the firmament, and that sense of coercion was getting stronger, as if signifying the arrival of some terrifying figure. Emperor's might. At this time, inside the heavenly imperial city, the hearts of some high-level elders were beating wildly. They felt the emperor's might, and it was more than just one that they felt. Several great emperors had arrived and descended on heavenly imperial city. Everyone's hearts were palpitating. Was there about to be another war? Who were they that was coming to the heavenly imperial city? Above the firmament, an unparalleled figure appeared. He was clad in a dark green robe as his black hair flew wildly in the wind. He was a middle-aged great emperor. Standing there, he was like a god who ruled this heaven and earth. At the same time, in other different directions, there were also other great emperors there, standing above the firmament. At this moment, the entire heavenly imperial city was suffocated. Even the existences of the near-deity level felt a sense of powerlessness. Even individuals who were great emperors to be trembled in their hearts. Who are they? Everyone's heart was trembling. At the same time, Donghuang the Great, sitting cross-legged above the heavenly palace in the 99 heavens, opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to penetrate directly through the 99 heavens. He looked outside and saw those descending great emperors. It came sooner than he had expected. Had the human ancestor finally begun using his hidden power? Your Majesty! Several figures flickered and appeared in front of Donghuang the Great. You guys stay here, I'll go out and take a look, said Donghuang the Great. As soon as he took a step forward, he disappeared from the heavenly palace. Then he came outside of the 99 heavens. 9 great emperors had appeared in the sky above heavenly imperial city, and they were scattered in various positions. When Donghuang the Great appeared, his eyes fell directly on the great emperor, who was at the very top in the sky. This great emperor was brilliant all over, and the silver cloak on his body was like heavenly armor. He had a sharp sensation all about him, and his eyes had an icy metal feel to them. He was the head of these 9 great emperors. More importantly, a primordial aura pervaded from them as if they were from ancient times. Ancient emperors. Donghuang the Great realized who they were with an accessing look at the 9 figures. You are the great emperors from before the collapse of the heavenly path. No one responded. Above the firmament, an extremely sharp divine light came from the great emperor clad in the silver cloak. The sharpness in those rays of divine light was enough to tear apart the void and obliterate those around them. Revelation divine power surged around Donghuang the Great. When the sharp divine light descended, it was blocked by the revelation divine power. I had heard that in the times before the collapse of the heavenly path, in the fight against the heavens, many extraordinary great emperors were involved. Among them was Xianxia, the great emperor who was physically invincible. Yet there was rumored to be one other besides him, extraordinary and unparalleled in the world, known as the divine emperor Pejuan. In ancient times, he had used his body of flesh and blood to rip apart the gods of the house Karura. His attack prowess was undeniable. Donghuang the Great said as he looked at that great emperor. Once upon a time, there were some ancient volumes kept in the heavenly palace, which recorded stories and characters in the times before the collapse of the heavenly path. Among them, there were tales about divine Emperor Pejuan. Any great emperor had to be extraordinarily talented to use the title of divine emperor. He had to be someone with a remarkable ward record, having killed many other existences who were also great emperors. I didn't expect that after such a long time that there would be people who still remember me, Divine Emperor Pejuan said with a sigh, but his eyes were still sharp. He looked at Donghuang the Great and said, "However, I'm still going to kill you today." When the heavenly path collapsed, it was known as the end of the gods. The heavenly path brought down apocalyptic catastrophes so that cultivators in the imperial realm could not continue to survive in this world. Nonetheless, there were still many great emperors who managed to exist in another form and did not disappear entirely. Donghuang the Great said in a low voice. The people in the heavenly imperial city knew some of what he said, which had also been confirmed over the years. Indeed, there were many extraordinary great emperors who remained in the world, existing in other ways without completely disappearing. The human ancestor is the oldest great emperor who survived in the era after the collapse of the heavenly path. I heard that in the past countless years after the collapse of the heavenly path, he has been searching for traces of the existence of the gods. As the only great emperor who had survived the catastrophe back then, the human ancestor has found many ancient emperors. Donghuang the Great continued, "You are all elders from the ancient times. You must be those who the human ancestor found in the past countless years. And he has found a way to bring you back. The words of Dong Huang the Great shocked everyone, and the hearts of everyone in Heavenly Imperial City were palpitating. They had a feeling that Dong Huang the Great was correct in what he said simply because it all made sense. The human ancestor was the most ancient of the great emperors. He was an existence that had survived in the era after the collapse of the heavenly path, hence his title as the human ancestor. How could he not have looked for those ancient emperors and any traces of them all these years? After the collapse of the heavenly path, when the gods of that era fell, how many treasures of heaven and earth were left behind? And how many otherworldly figures existed in other forms? It was impossible for the human ancestor to let them all go. No matter how one looked at it, the human ancestor might be the strongest existence in the world right now, but his strength was actually on a par with the other 6 great emperors, which was indeed a bit strange. Dong Huang the Great did not want to say this just for the world to hear, but more importantly, it was meant for the other great emperors among the 6 great emperors. He had reminded them that the human ancestor was not a simple character but someone with hidden depth. Whatever everyone saw before was all an illusion. It was whatever the human ancestor wanted the world to see. The human ancestor had great ambition, which meant to plot against the heavenly path. Now, at the dawn of the age of the gods, many great emperors had returned, and the human ancestor seemed to have completed a very crucial step. He was actively resuscitating those ancient emperors and making their returns possible. Hence, the great emperor who appeared at Yi Imperial Palace, the great emperor who fought against Ji Wudao, and the great emperors who appeared here at this moment. However, judging the situation at hand, Divine Emperor Pujuan had to be the most powerful emperor among those who had returned. There was no way of knowing if the human ancestor had other extraordinary great emperors who might return one day. Of course, the human ancestor from before was also not the same human ancestor they were seeing now. As for what was really going on behind the scenes, Dong Huang the Great couldn't completely figure it out, so he could only speculate. This news was definitely an earth-shaking secret to the cultivators in the world, that the human ancestor had been collecting the legacy of the gods since the collapse of the heavenly path. Also, he had now discovered ways for them to return and fight for him. If so, who else in this world could stop the human ancestor? The unification of the world was all but a foregone conclusion. Who else could stop it? If what Dong Huang the Great said was true, then the key would be how many great emperors did the human ancestor have under his control and whether he could make all of them return eventually. Divine Emperor Pujuan did not make a response to Dong Huang the Great. Nonetheless, Dong Huang the Great's estimation was very accurate. In today's world, what is the strength of the great emperors who stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world? Divine Emperor Pujuan asked. When his voice fell, the sky behind him burst into an unparalleled divine glory that seemed to have turned into a divine matrix, inside of which were infinite divine arms. At the same time, the other 8 great emperors also released their utmost divine power. Above the firmament, they were enveloped by an unparalleled divine power. The hearts of the cultivators in the heavenly imperial palace were beating wildly, and those whose cultivation was weaker dared not approach. They were staying as far away from the battlefield as possible. The divine power of revelation exploded from Dong Huang the Great, covering the boundless space. He looked up into the heavens, and astounding fighting will surged from his eyes. His robe fluttered and accentuated his undeniable magnificence. What if he was facing the ancient divine emperor? Dong Huang the Great himself was the pinnacle existence of the world, ruling all of the divine prefecture. Just as Yu Futian said before, this era did not belong to those from the past. Today, I am looking forward to experience the power of the ancient divine emperor firsthand. We may fight. Dong Huang the Great declared loudly, his voice resounding throughout the heavens. At the same time, when his voice faded, the revelation divine realm was also released to its limit. For a time, except for Divine Emperor Pujuan, the other 8 great emperors felt as if they had been suppressed to the extreme by that divine power. It was difficult for them to move. What kind of divine power is this? He asked Dong Huang the Great. Clearly, Divine Emperor Pujuan also sensed the extraordinary force behind the divine power of revelation. Divine power revelation, replied Dong Huang the Great. When he created the divine power of revelation, it was comprehended together. The divine power of revelation could reach the height of cultivation, and it was a supreme kind of divine power. Dong Huang the Great and his wife had cultivated together, exploring the order between heaven and earth, as well as various other kinds of divine powers. Divine powers were distinguished by strengths, and there were strong ones as well as weaker ones. By comprehending different divine powers, the gaps between them could also be significant. For example, the divine power of the 5 elements was hard-pressed to compete with the divine power of the spatial rules. Each great emperors comprehended and perceived their own divine powers. If their divine power was strong, so was their combat effectiveness. The human ancestor could summon the chaotic divine thunder, and its power was second to none. What Donghuang the Great and his wife had been looking for back then was a divine power that could lead to the height of cultivation. The divine power of revelation held such potential. At the end of revelation, there was absolutely nothing. Everything in the world would be turned into nothingness. How terrible would that be? There would be no time, no space, as time and space would be annihilated and things into a dead silence. This was a path that Donghuang the Great carved out based on some extraordinary Buddhist methods, a path that would lead to the epitome of cultivation. Naturally, the divine power of time and space was an extremely powerful divine power, and Ji Wudao's black hole divine power. These were top-level divine powers. When the revelation divine domain erupted, the 9 great emperors, except divine emperor Pujuan, were summarily suppressed at the same time. The divine power of the revelation seemed to have invaded their bodies and completely imprisoned their divine powers. This caused a change of expression on the faces of the 8 great emperors, and their hearts were shaking. They had perished under the apocalyptic catastrophes that destroyed the world ever since the collapse of the heavenly path, but managed to continue their existences in another form. It was only countless years later that they had this opportunity to return. However, this era had changed, and it was no longer the same as before. In this era, great emperors were scarce. The 6 emperors were the strongest in the world. The mission they were tasked with was to kill Donghuang the Great, one of the 6 emperors, and his descendants. However, they could never have imagined that today, countless years later, the era had long changed. Even though the age of the gods had long since passed, and this was now an era when great emperors were rare, there were still extraordinary characters to contend with. This Donghuang the Great, in the era before the collapse of the heavenly path, would be another top-level great emperor existence with dominant and aggressive strength. 9 divine swords appeared in front of Donghuang the Great, and each divine sword contained unparalleled divine glory. They pointed toward the 9 great emperors. He stepped into the void, surrounded by the divine radiance that could only belong to a great emperor. As one of the most powerful great emperors in the world, Donghuang the Great was an extraordinary figure. At the moment when the revelation divine domain exploded, he had incarnated as the ruler of this world. Since you have already died once, why bother coming back now? Donghuang the Great declared loud and clear. His voice shook heaven and earth. As soon as his voice fell, the 9 swords traversed through the void, zooming in at all 9 great emperors for the kill. 1 sword for each man. Every sword was like a punishment from above, flashing with terrifying divine glory that shuttled through the space. In an instant, the bodies of 4 great emperors were penetrated. This was not because they were weaklings, but because of the divine power of revelation was far too strong. Under the suppression of the divine power of revelation, their strengths dropped dramatically, and they were obliterated by the divine sword in an instant. The 4 other great emperors exerted their utmost powers, but they could still stop the swords unleashed by Donghuang the Great. Accompanied by the strong light beams that shot out, the divine swords broke through everything and penetrated the other 4 great emperors one after another. They, too, were immolated in a blink of an eye. In a brief moment, all 8 great emperors were wiped out. They had turned to dust, obliterated by Donghuang the Great. Since they had already died once, why bother to return now? They were sent back whence they came. This unparalleled shocking blow caused 8 brilliant rays of light to erupt from the sky simultaneously, which made the hearts of the cultivators in the heavenly imperial city beat wildly. Their eyes were filled with shock. Previously, Yi Fuqian had immolated 7 emperors with 1 spear strike, and now Donghuang the Great killed 8 emperors with 1 sword strike. Both father and son demonstrated unparalleled terrifying combat effectiveness. Countless people in heavenly imperial city looked up at the sky. They had not witnessed the battle of the 6 emperors previously, as they had only heard about it. Today, their hearts trembled as they witnessed the terrifying power of Dong Huang the Great with their own eyes. This was Dong Huang, the lord of the Divine Prefecture, one of the 6 emperors. He was the most powerful out of the 6 strongest beings in the world. Of course, the 9th divine sword from Dong Huang the Great was blocked by the divine Emperor Pujuan, who then destroyed it. Obviously, divine Emperor Pujuan was not on the same level as the other 8 great emperors. Even so, he still showed a strange look. His attention was fixed on Dong Huang. It seemed that he had underestimated the ruler of the current world. The strength of Dong Huang the Great was indeed powerful. The 8 great emperors who were immolated were pretty powerful and definitely were not weaklings. However, they were killed by Dong Huang the Great in one blow. On the same battlefield, the divine Emperor Pujuan could certainly feel this force. He knew that the Revelation Divine Realm had suppressed all 8 great emperors. Under the suppression of the divine power of the Revelation, the 8 great emperors were weakened to the extreme, and none of them could unleash their divine powers freely. The result was demonstrated now. They had no chance to fully extend their powers before they were obliterated by Dong Huang. Kill! As soon as the voice of the divine Emperor Pujuan fell, the infinite divine arms behind him shot out in the direction of Dong Huang the Great. In an instant, the void collapsed and shattered, and those countless divine arms moved to pulverize the sky. The sharp eyes of Dong Huang the Great glanced at the sky above as he was surrounded by the light screen forged with the divine power of the Revelation. Those incoming divine arms were condensed by divine power and were greatly hindered when they traversed the Revelation divine domain. Later, they were blocked by the light screen. Gradually, they had lost their powers. Bang! Dong Huang the Great moved his thoughts, and those divine arms disintegrated and pulverized, shattered at almost the same time. At the same time, Dong Huang the Great floated higher into the sky. As one of the strongest figures in the world, what could the ancient emperor do to him even if they had returned? It was inconceivable for him to be at a disadvantage. In this world, no one could look down on Dong Huang the Great. The age of gods has come again, and the world will have a place to accommodate the likes of ancient emperors from the past. Although I don't know what relationship you have with the ancestors or what kind of agreements exist between you two, I hope you do not get involved, said Dong Huang the Great as he looked at divine Emperor Pujuan. The silver robe fluttered on the divine Emperor Pujuan, his eyes fixed on Dong Huang the Great with extreme sharpness. In the next moment, his body moved, aiming straight towards Dong Huang the Great. The speed of someone at this level of cultivation was beyond frightening. Even the Revelation Divine Domain could not stop his physical body. It was utterly unable to suppress the divine power of the divine Emperor Pujuan. Dong Huang the Great raised his hand and stretched it out, and the divine power of revelation directly covered the body of divine Emperor Pujuan. Still, his opponent's body had already transformed. It was no longer a body of flesh and blood but a body of Wei, incomparably sharp. To be mentioned in the same breath as Xianxia the Great Emperor, one could only imagine how terrifying divine Emperor Pujuan's body was. An extremely glorious divine light penetrated through the divine power of the revelation, piercing into the defensive light screen that surrounded Dong Huang the Great. An extremely terrifying divine light illuminated everything as he raised his hand and pointed at Dong Huang the Great. This finger was like the sharpest weapon, shattering all existence. Just as this finger was about to penetrate the brow chakra of Dong Huang the Great, an unparalleled divine light appeared all around Dong Huang the Great. When the finger came near him, its divine power seemed to be disarmed and turned into absolutely nothing. Even though the divine power crumbled within the void, the same did not happen to the attack from divine Emperor Pujuan. His whole person glowed, and he was shrouded in silver divine light. He no longer had a material body but a body of the great path. His body grew large as did his palm. His fingers turned into an imperial arm that pierced the domain of void, annihilating and recreating things. There was nothing it could not destroy, and it was attempting to prove it now. Although Dong Huang the Great was powerful to the point that he was even capable of forming the domain of void around himself, he did not believe that Dong Huang the Great could maintain his revelation divine power at its supreme state forever. If his revelation divine power had turned into the void, Dongwang the Great would have ruled over the world long ago already. Dongwang the Great blasted the air with his left hand and the hit landed directly onto Divine Emperor Pijuan's body. With a loud sound, the supreme state of the divine power vanished, and both their bodies were thrown back at the same time. They withdrew, widening the distance between themselves. Donghuang the Great's terrifying fist attack did not result in any lasting damage toward Divine Emperor Pijuan. It was as if he had put on the armor of Xianxia, making his physical body unsurpassable and unbreakable. Bang! A loud sound broke out, and Divine Emperor Pijuan stepped forward. All at once, numerous rays of divine light enveloped the boundless area. It was as if the entirety of the vast heavenly imperial city was bound within the perimeters of the divine domain. The cultivators of the heavenly imperial city felt as if the world around had turned silver. It was a cold and hard world, and they realized that they were no longer able to move their bodies. They were all under the control of the divine power enveloping the area and were absolutely trapped. Their bodies were wrapped in silver divine light. It seemed like they had also been transformed into the same silver body as Divine Emperor Pijuan. The difference was that this body was a part of Divine Emperor Pijuan's divine power, so he had full control over it, but when it came to them, they were captives. It seemed as if the whole world had come to a standstill and that the heavenly imperial city had become a world of ice formed from numerous statues. Donghuang the Great frowned and increased the intensity of his revelation divine power to its maximum level. It enveloped the entire heavenly imperial city, reducing the strength of Divine Emperor Pijuan's divine power. He looked toward Divine Emperor Pijuan and stated, "You do realize you are an ancient divine emperor, don't you? This fight is between us. There is no reason to implicate innocent people." As he finished speaking, he rose toward the boundless upper regions of the sky. Divine Emperor Pijuan turned into a beam of silver light and followed him. The two were beams of light, and they moved vertically upward, providing respite to the cultivators in the heavenly imperial city. They looked at the boundless upper sky and were vaguely able to make out the two legendary figures standing facing each other. Their divine domains of the Great Path were restraining each other and were terrifying divine powers capable of holding the other captive. Subsequently, they saw the sky light up with a dazzling divine glow. It looked as if it was a light full of murderous intent. Both emperors rushed at each other, resulting in an earth-shattering effect that left even the heavenly imperial city shaking, though it was separated by the boundless space. In the 99 heavens, Yi Futian, who had been cultivating behind closed doors, felt as if he had been shocked wide awake. He raised his eyebrows like he had sensed something. Shortly after, the scene of a horrendous battle appeared in his mind's eye. It was that between Divine Emperor Pijuan and Donghuang the Great. His eyes sprung wide open. A cold divine light filled his blackjet pupils. It was unbelievable that a strange contender had come to take them on again, and this one was powerful enough to go head-to-head with Father. Just who was he? Yi Futian flitted down to the lower sky region. Immediately, many cultivators gathered around to see him. This was the first time Yi Futian had woken up ever since he started meditating on the Great Path. How much progress had he made? Just going by his appearance, they could not tell, but they somehow knew in their hearts that Yi Futian had surely gotten stronger. Yi Futian looked around at the people surrounding him. His micro-heavenly world was currently able to effect a greater change on the flow of time and was getting better and better, progressing toward becoming a macro-heavenly path. If he let the people around him cultivate inside his micro-heavenly path world, there would be more time to be made use of. Young Master, Lady Qin came up next to him. Even when Yi Futian had inherited the throne, she was still used to addressing him as Young Master. In her eyes, not only was Yi Futian their hope, but he was even more so the offspring of Her Highness. He was someone special to her. He was the continuation of Her Highness's life, so she naturally regarded him as a close junior of hers. "What is it, Lady Qin? Is something the matter?" Yi Futian asked. The human ancestor was a great emperor during the ancient times. After he fortuitously survived, he has been on the hunt for the other great emperors after the Great Tribulation in a desire to bring them back. Now, it seems like he has found a way to do so. Previously, the 9 great emperors arrived. The one battling with His Highness now is also a divine emperor from ancient times, Lady Qin explained. Divine emperor? Yifutian furrowed his brows, feeling a little anxious. Even though he had uttered some rather unkind words before toward Donghuang the Great, he nevertheless still greatly respected this father of his. Donghuang the Great had given a lot, and from his perspective he had already done the best he could have. Yes, he was an extraordinary great emperor and had such outstanding achievements to his name that he could receive the title of Divine Emperor. Divine Emperor Pujuan was one of them. But you don't have to worry. Even though His Highness is from this age and is the youngest out of the 6 great emperors, Buddha has said that he has the strongest enlightenment affinity out of them all. Even a divine emperor from the ancient times is no threat to His Highness. Lady Qin seemed to be highly confident in Donghuang the Great's ability. The only one who could really constitute a threat to His Highness would probably be the human ancestor, and only him, Lady Qin continued. He was able to easily send a divine emperor and 8 great emperors out to battle. What a lineup! Just how many ancient characters has the human ancestor been able to get under his control all these years? Yifutian nodded. During the battle of the 6 great emperors in a 4 versus 2 situation, his father could still get through without a scratch. He was highly skilled. Actually, if not for the lack of time, no matter your mother or His Highness, they were capable of proving the path and reigning supreme. But the human ancestor did not allow them the opportunity, and so you were needed to carve out a different path. I understand. Yifutian nodded. Let's go out and take a look. In a flash, they disappeared from where they were standing. The next moment, Yifutian's figure appeared in the upper sky region of the heavenly imperial city. The cultivators there were extremely overwhelmed upon seeing Yifutian appear, as this was the first time he had made an appearance in the outer parts of society since becoming the heavenly emperor. This silver-haired young man was the true heir of the heaven realm and the present heavenly emperor as the descendant of Donghuang the Great and the sovereign princess. He was also the king of the original realm previously and the successor of great emperor Ziwei and Xianxia the great emperor. After Yifutian inherited the throne, many started digging into his background. His experiences of making it to the top step by step from the bottom had made him a legend. Who knew when was the time when he would reach the summit and stand at the top of the world, creating his own legendary story? Would the cultivators of the heaven realm have the chance to witness that? Yifutian raised his head to look at the battle above the skies. In the high regions of the boundless sky, 2 superbly powerful characters were having a whirlwind of a battle. Currently on the battlefield, the divine domains released by both of them were intersecting with each other. The dazzling silver world overlapped with the revelation world, its many silver pillars of light keeping the area in captivity. The whole world was flooded in an icy-cold silver color. Divine Emperor Pujuan's physical body transformed into a beam of silver light and traversed within the silver-colored world. He repeatedly attacked Donghuang the Great from a close range, causing Donghuang the Great to be forced out again and again. As someone who could be compared with Xianxia the Great Emperor, his physical prowess was next to none. Donghuang the Great's attacking power was not weak, but he could not hurt Xianxia the Great Emperor's body of the path. A beam of silver light struck across the sky and Divine Emperor Pujuan's body transformed into an enormous silver spear using the powers of the path. It directly pierced the heavens and the earth, leaving a ray of silver light trailing in its wake in the skies as it charged at Donghuang the Great. Donghuang the Great lifted and stretched out his hand. The surrounding defense made of the revelation divine power once again got penetrated. This time it was by the silver divine spear. The revelation divine sword clashed with it but was smashed to pieces. The silver divine spear was like a supreme treasure, and its assault was continuous. Donghuang the Great released the revelation divine power within him to its maximum capacity. It enveloped the spear so that it was blocked again when it attacked. However, the silver spear started to vibrate violently, and its divine glow grew brighter and brighter. The remarkable silver divine light held Donghuang the Great's body captive, causing it also to turn silver and become like a statue. Break! A command was cried out, and Divine Emperor Pujuan's silver spear pierced straight into Donghuang the Great's body. The silver light was brightest at that moment, and Dong Huang the Great's body was a cold and stiff silver ice statue. Yi Futian, who was at the lower sky region, felt his heart skip a beat when he witnessed this scene. He immediately hovered up, wanting to enter the battlefield, but was stopped by Lady Qin. He looked at Lady Qin, puzzled. Lady Qin nodded at him and said, "The opponent's divine power can break practically anything and, of course, supremely powerful. But in this ultimate matchup of divine powers, Revelation divine power will be the victor. This has been destined from the start." Yi Futian was surprised by Lady Qin's extraordinary confidence in his father. However, she must have a reason for saying that. He continued watching the skies above with his gaze piercing through the boundless space to the scene of battle. Presently, Dong Huang the Great was just a statue and did not seem to have any advantage. The greatest great emperor of the present age is nothing much after all. Divine Emperor Pejuan's figure appeared and he was carrying the spear in his hands. His voice betrayed the emotions of someone who had seen much throughout the years. The current world somehow left him feeling disappointed. Yet, just as he finished speaking, he frowned and blasted out his divine power, but it did not manage to smash the statue that was Dong Huang the Great into pieces. On the contrary, he could sense the divine power within Dong Huang the Great's body exploding fiercely. It was as if Dong Huang the Great's body was hollow, and in there, his divine power could not survive. Divine Emperor Pejuan heard a sigh just then as if someone was sighing for him. Surprisingly, the sigh came in the direction of the statue that Dong Huang the Great had turned into. Divine Emperor Pejuan felt the color drain from his face and was about to retreat when he realized that he had been surrounded by divine power already. The moment he thrust the spear into Dong Huang the Great's body, all had been predestined. Bang! Divine Emperor Pejuan's body was suddenly blown to pieces. A piece of his physical body in the middle turned into nothingness and was destroyed. He lowered his head to take a look and saw that his body had broken apart. A horrifying divine power seeped frantically into his body, and Divine Emperor Pejuan started to tremble. At the same time, the statue turned back into the form of Dong Huang the Great, as if he had not suffered any harm at all. Fear appeared in Divine Emperor Pejuan's eyes. Were the current 6 great emperors that strong? Divine Emperor Pejuan, your attacking prowess is next to none, but your enlightenment needs work. You've lost, Dong Huang the Great remarked to him. Divine light encircled him and he looked remarkably noble. Although he was a junior to Divine Emperor Pejuan, his magnanimity made it seem like he was the one who should command respect instead. Divine Emperor Pejuan looked at Dong Huang the Great. Dong Huang the Great naturally understood what the look in his eyes meant. Being a Divine Emperor Pejuan had every reason to be proud, and even at such a time, he would not open his mouth to beg for mercy. His prideful nature just would not allow it. But Dong Huang the Great merely sighed and said, "Although you are my senior, I am unable to let you go. Please forgive me." At that, divine power immediately devoured Divine Emperor Pejuan's body, causing him to slowly turn into nothingness bit by bit and disappear from the world, as if he had never existed before. Dong Huang the Great looked at Divine Emperor Pejuan's vanishing form and was filled with emotions. From the beginning, he had made the preparations to finish off Divine Emperor Pejuan. Thus, he had lured him into this trap such that he would have no chance of escape. He and Yi Futian would have to face the human ancestor and his supporters in a fierce battle one day. A divine emperor would have dealt a lot of damage, so he definitely could not have let him go alive. He chose the most suitable solution to keep him here forever. He hovered down and the cultivators in Heavenly Imperial City were shocked to see Dong Huang the Great return. That day, 9 great emperors had arrived to set up a fight, including a divine emperor from the ancient times, and Dong Huang the Great had finished all of them off with not even one remaining. 9 great emperors all gone. Seeing the return of Dong Huang the Great surprised Yi Futian also. "Futian," Dong Huang the Great shouted, "why are you awake?" "I sensed father's battle taking place and came here to watch," Yi Futian replied. Dong Huang the Great was momentarily stunned by hearing how Yi Futian addressed him, but a gratified smile soon grew on his face. The divine power that father used to kill Divine Emperor Pejuan seems to have overtaken the Revelation divine power. Was that the evolution of the Revelation divine power? Yi Futian was curious to know. "I'll explain it when we get back." Donghuang the Great stalled on his reply, and the few of them returned to the 99 heavens. In the past, when I was cultivating and meditating with your mother, we were looking for a way to get to the end of the cultivation journey. The Revelation Divine Power is a divine power that has the capability of helping us to reach that end. So your mother did some tests on me in the hope that I could better draw out the mysteries regarding the evolution of the Revelation Divine Power. And we did, in fact, succeed. The end of Revelation Divine Power is nothingness. But up until now, I have not really mastered nothingness. If not, things won't be the way they are now. Yi Futian slightly nodded upon hearing Donghuang the Great's explanation. It seemed that it was very much thanks to his mother that his father could be on the same level as Devil Emperor and the others. Although the Revelation Divine Power can point the way to the end of cultivation, it is not the right way. Therefore, you need not go down this way. Just fully incorporate all that your mother has left for you, and you will reach the end of the cultivation journey earlier than I. Donghuang the Great continued with his explanation. This was what they all hoped for. On the God's Ruins continent, where Huatian the Great had been before, great emperors continually land in the original realm after coming through the space teleportation grand matrix. All great emperors had sent a representative before them to keep an eye on the area. The 7 great emperors that Yi Futian had killed with one spear had also all come from there. And even now, the area would still be visited occasionally by various great emperors. At present, in the lower sky regions of the area there was a mountain peak. At the top of the mountain peak was a figure quietly sitting cross-legged. He was tall and had a remarkable disposition. Just by sitting there, he did not seem like he belonged in the world. That figure was Ji Wudao. Ever since the battle he had lost to Yi Futian, Ji Wudao seemed to have gone into anonymity and never made another appearance. He knew that after he had been defeated, Yi Futian would receive his inheritance and fully take over. When that happened, he would have no hope of fighting with Yi Futian anymore. Unless he received more than Yi Futian. Ji Wudao quietly sat there, as if he had been cut off from the world and no longer cared about the things in it. Even if war were to break out in the heaven realm, he would be the last to know and had no interest in finding out either. Time passed day by day. In the present day, a strange phenomenon was seen in the heavens. After that, a terrifying aura descended and the teleportation matrix was torn apart as a figure appeared in the high sky region. He stood there, overbearing as could be. The figure looked all around him while the Emperor's might swept across him and divine consciousness covered the boundless area. Following that, he fixed his gaze on the peak of the mountain where Ji Wudao was. In a flash, he headed toward Ji Wudao, and across the boundless space, a divine power descended upon Ji Wudao. Ji Wudao opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. He saw the figure that had just appeared, but his expression remained calm and unperturbed. In the past, an extraordinary cultivator had emerged from here. He was Huatian the Great from ancient times, and his abilities were unparalleled. He had previously fought within the 99 heavens and lost when the other party borrowed the power of the heavenly path to defeat him. As if he had sensed something, the great emperor that had appeared suddenly stopped in his tracks and did not continue making his way toward Ji Wudao. Subsequently, he turned around and left as if he knew that Ji Wudao was not one to mess with. However, his wanting to leave did not mean he could leave now at this juncture. A terrifying divine power enveloped the area he was in, and Ji Wudao reached forward with his palm to grab across the distance. The great emperor's expression changed, and his divine power flared up. Then a horrifying black hole appeared and devoured the divine power. The divine power flowed furiously into the black hole and his body was also no longer under his control. His robe was fluttering frantically in the wind. The black hole grew bigger and devoured the area he was in. Next, he too was finished and no more to be seen. Almost immediately, the terrifying aura vanished, and everything went back to normal. Ji Wudao shut his eyes and stood there quietly as if nothing had taken place. He calmly continued cultivating. Not long had passed before he opened his eyes again and took a look at the heavens. Then, he transported himself toward the higher sky region. Reaching out his palm, he ripped a hole in the teleportation matrix and disappeared into the hole. After his departure, the hole revealed itself and everything was back to normal as if nothing unusual had happened. From afar, a cultivator who had witnessed all of this felt his heart beating faster. That was Ji Wudao, who had once been thought to be the next heavenly emperor. Where did he go? In the heavenly palace in the 99 heavens, Donghuang the Great had also received the news about what had happened in the God's Ruins continent. He had been chatting with Yi Futian and his godfather Yu Tu and Yi Baichuan. They were all fatherly figures in one way or another to Yi Futian. The news was brought by Donghuang the Great's direct disciple, Du. Donghuang the Great frowned slightly after hearing the news. Yi Futian, too, was surprised, and he asked, "Father, are those cultivators also ancient emperors? Where did they come from?" He had previously killed 7 great emperors with his spear. The 7 of them seemed to have been gods of judgment, but up till now, Yi Futian still had no idea where they were from. Donghuang the Great's expression turned graven after hearing Yi Futian's question. He answered, "Back then, your mother already had some inkling that these things would happen. We had also discussed this issue and felt that it could be related to the battle of the old heavenly path. The heavenly path is a conscious being, and when one reaches the ultimate cultivation level, they would be able to become the heavenly path, also the god of the heavenly laws and the god of origins. Of course, you know about this," Donghuang the Great added. In other words, the universe we are in is vast and without end. It contains numerous worlds and unlimited space. However, it can be created by cultivators who have reached the ultimate cultivation level. We must ask ourselves, how long has civilization existed? Probably hundreds of millions of years. In this long period, how much has happened that we don't know of? During the period before the disintegration of the heavenly path, we called it ancient times. But is there an even earlier period then? Donghuang the Great asked. Yi Futian looked thoughtful after hearing what Donghuang the Great said. He thought he understood what Donghuang the Great had in mind. The Buddha said that there is a world in every flower and knowledge in every leaf. In Buddhism, there are thousands of big worlds and thousands of little worlds. Who wrote these Buddhist classics? Donghuang the Great's expression also became serious. Is the heavenly path the only one? Is the universe we are in the only one? Donghuang the Great's contemplations caused the cultivators to fall into silence. The area grew acutely quiet. Were there any other heavenly paths? Were there any other universes? Yi Futian had created a micro-heavenly path within himself. If the micro-heavenly path was completed in the future, many cultivators could go in there to train. Would they, in the myriads of worlds in there, know that there was another world outside? This was also part of the reason your mother wanted to recreate the heavenly path back then. If other universes and worlds existed, the recreated heavenly path should be the guardian. Thus, she aimed to reach the ultimate cultivation level and also hoped the people of the world would desire to reach a higher plane, Donghuang the Great drawled on slowly. And now, there are some things that are worth exploring further. But for now, you do not need to bother about these things. I'll find the answer, and when I find it, I'll let you know. For you, your present goal is still cultivation. No matter what we face in the future, we are still reliant on great power. Yi Futian nodded. Donghuang the Great's remarks were thought-provoking. If the 7 great emperors he had killed were not from ancient times, were they cultivators from other worlds? Was it because they could find the path to this universe after the disintegration of the heavenly path? No one knew. Where to did Ji Wudao go after tearing a hole in the teleportation matrix? More and more cultivators arrived at the 99 heavens. From Yi Imperial Palace in the God's Ruins continent, from Ziwei Imperial Palace in Ziwei Segmentum and Heavenly Mandate Academy. Many who trusted in Yi Futian were willing to follow him to the heaven realm to cultivate and become part of the great army of cultivators in the 99 heavens. At present, the entire 99 heavens were enveloped by a peculiar aura. The power of the heavenly path was already imbued within the 99 heavens, and the place was isolated from the rest of the outside world, becoming a micro-world on its own. In fact, all the cultivators in the 99 heavens were able to sense the dense aura of the great path. They were able to feel the existence of the path from this micro-world, making it easier for them to meditate and improve at an extremely fast pace. In the 81 heavens, a group of people was gathered in front of the Fei Palace to discuss the way of cultivation. 10 years metamorphosis and senior is reaching the demigod level. Congrats, someone said, and the person beside him laughed while shaking his head. I can't claim the credit for this. It's all thanks to this piece of land. I vaguely feel that the environment of the 99 heavens micro-world that we are part of now is unlike ancient times. It might exceed it. Perhaps it's because our palace lord had altered the cultivation environment of the heavenly path. Do you guys feel the same way? Yes, we do. This micro-world originated from the power of the heavenly path, which is the mother of our palace lord. Now that our palace lord has integrated them and altered the cultivation environment here, this micro-world might possibly be the best cultivation ground in the world. Those who left the 99 heavens are probably regretting it now. The person beside nodded. You guys are still calling him Palace Lord? Someone else asked laughingly. And the two who had been speaking realized that they had made a mistake. They replied with good humor. We've gotten too used to it already. But now that the Palace Lord has become the Heavenly Emperor, we should change how we address him. I, on the other hand, don't feel like it really matters. Considering the magnanimity of our Palace Lord, I doubt he cares what we call him. But some felt that calling him Palace Lord was also a form of respect. Brothers, someone shouted and came over at that moment. The group of people turned around to see a middle-aged man with a purple robe and an exceptional demeanor. He could not help but smile. Younger brother Zhua, you are finally here. When I was cultivating at the God's Ruins continent, I encountered a relic and was not able to make it in time. Afterward, I found out about all that happened and rushed over here. Luckily, it didn't take too long. The middle-aged man explained. Didn't take too long? Someone laughed. 10 years is not long? In that period, has older brother Wang reached demigod level already? 10 years. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Is this a joke? Don't tell me you have gone crazy after training outside. Younger brother Zhua? The group stared at the middle-aged man. That's right. It's been 10 years since we started cultivating here. Another person piped up. Impossible. The person called Zhua adamantly stated. Merely a few months have passed since our palace lord became the heavenly emperor. I immediately rushed here after hearing the news, and I took only 10 or so days. How could it be that 10 years have passed already? The people sensed something amiss upon hearing this. They looked at one another in confusion and, after a round of discussion, realized that he was not lying. Currently, the world is in chaos. How could it be that 10 years would pass so peacefully in the heaven realm without any trouble? You will understand once you think about it, the person whose surname was Zhua continued. It was a great shock to everyone there. How could cultivators like them calculate time incorrectly? And it could not have been a mass hallucination or misunderstanding either. If both sides are true, there can be only two explanations, somebody ventured. Which are? The first is that we are in an illusionary fantasy world, that person answered. At once, they all released the essence of the great path, and divine light started flowing around them. It did not seem like an illusion. The second explanation is that the nature of time in this micro-world has changed. As he said this, his heart skipped a beat, as did the hearts of the others. When we were first cultivating in Yi Imperial Palace, a time magical item had appeared before. So, the second explanation should be right. They had already established quickly that the first was just not possible. Every person took a deep breath and looked up at the sky as they reeled from the shock. The 99 heavens had been transformed into a micro-world of its own, and the nature of time in this micro-world has been changed too. Who knows, perhaps the laws have been changed as well, making it so that there is no longer a need to rely on the magical item. Our palace lord can directly make alterations to the natural laws of this micro-world. They fell silent. Was their palace lord already able to perform at such a high level in the integration of the heavenly path? From their conversation just now, it could be seen that the flow of time within this micro-world was at least tens of times faster than the world outside. I previously heard of the phrase, a day in heaven equals a year on earth. I never thought that one day I would be able to experience such a remarkable phenomenon for myself. Even though it might not be that extraordinary, it still boggles my mind. This means that, in the future, our cultivation duration will be tens of times longer than that of the outside world. 1 year of cultivation would be equivalent to tens of years of cultivation for us in the 99 heavens. If 10 years had passed in the outside world, that meant that hundreds of years would have passed here. How terrifying was that? 10 years was not a long time, but hundreds of years would mean a stark advancement in the prowess of the heaven realm. Meanwhile, in the devil abyss of the devil world, Yushang was cultivating. The devil emperor was also there. Yushang looked at the figure in front of him. He was tall and burly. He seemed to be one with the devil abyss, using his physical flesh to support the whole abyss. Gazing at the scene in front of him, Yusheng's eyes turned red and his body underwent multiple tribulations from the devil abyss. This is the fate of us all from the devil world. A voice came traveling from the devil emperor's mouth, reverberating within the devil abyss. Every devil emperor has to go through the pain of the devil abyss. If not, the power of the devil abyss will terrorize the devil world and destroy everything. The cultivators in the devil world are mostly unable to withstand the tribulation of the devil abyss. Why not let it be? Yusheng asked while looking at the devil emperor. That tall and burly figure was currently shirtless and his whole body was blood red. After the disintegration of the heavenly path, the devil lord was suppressed, and no one else was able to fully control the power in the devil abyss after that. The devil abyss was formed simultaneously, at the same time as the heavenly path. And legend has it that if the tribulation of the devil abyss were allowed to spill out completely, a catastrophe would befall the entire world. The devil lord had once used the power of the devil abyss in battle with the heavenly path in an attempt to destroy it. Now it is the responsibility of the devil emperor to suppress the devil abyss. If we let this happen, the devil world would be the first to be destroyed and the other great emperors would soon think of ways to seal the devil abyss inside the devil world. Our homeland would forever be wiped out, the devil emperor explained. There is no one else other than the devil lord who can control the devil abyss's power. Back then, I wanted to work hard with the devil lord, but he ended up betraying the devil world. Later, you came back to the devil world and inherited the will of the devil lord. And now you are the only promising remnant left in the devil world. At present, the world is undergoing great changes and I have a hunch that there will be a huge calamity. I might not be able to make it through the calamity. At that time, you will become the devil emperor and I hope that you will not let me down. While the devil emperor was talking to Yusheng in the pitch-black darkness of the devil imperial palace, an old man was sitting cross-legged. He looked somewhat fatigued. Just then, a commotion was heard outside the devil imperial palace. The old man opened his eyes, and his gaze seemed a little unfocused, but it lasted for only a short while. When he turned his gaze, his eyes were unexpectedly authoritative. Whoosh! An extremely domineering strong wind gushed out and the doors to the devil imperial palace were blown open. A figure appeared outside. The figure stood outside with his hands behind his back. On seeing the figure, the old man stood up and his expression darkened. He transformed into the unsurpassable devil emperor and stepped out of the devil imperial palace, stopping in front of the figure. He gave the figure a hard stare. You actually have the audacity to return? The devil emperor glared at the figure, who shared certain similarities in appearance to him. It was his younger brother, Yu Tuesday. I came back for the sake of the devil world, Yu Tu replied. For the devil world? The devil emperor's eyes were cold. A monstrous pressure swept through the area, making the vast devil imperial palace cultivators tremble in fear. They all looked up in one accord at the deep places in the clouds and wondered who had angered the devil emperor. For the devil world, you betrayed us and left. You went to the divine prefecture and followed the orders of Donghuang and Emperor Yi Qing. Don't forget that you are the younger brother of the devil emperor. The devil emperor's tone was cold and biting. It seemed like he had hidden his anger for hundreds of years. Even if you don't believe me, I did it for the inhabitants of the devil world. My conscience is clear. Yu Tu's voice was sincere and calm. There was no trace of emotional turbulence. The devil emperor sneered. His voice dripped with sarcasm as he said, the slaughterer of the devil world who was so bloodthirsty he carried out a massacre during the war of the devil world. When did he become capable of taking pity on the masses? People inevitably change, Yu Tu answered back. I'll believe it if it was another person who said this. But you? I don't believe a single word. The devil emperor was condescending in his reply. In this world, there is no one who knows you better than me. You are prideful and hate to be like everybody else. But you are also self-deprecating. We were born imprisoned, and us brothers were determined to break out of the jail cage and climb to the top of the devil world. Back then, you gave up the chance of becoming emperor to me. Although you did it completely willingly, it still somewhat bothered you. You left to carve a path for yourself, desiring to gain enlightenment elsewhere. Yet, it's strange that you would be content just being a servant with your personality. I'm really curious as to what exactly happened back then. At the Devil Emperor's words, many memories flashed through Yu-Tu's mind. Those memories were his most cherished. He looked at the Devil Emperor. He recalled, of course, people will change. The reason they don't is that they haven't met someone who can change them. So, it was the sovereign princess who made you want to turn over a new leaf and be willing to be a servant? The Devil Emperor remained indignant. So what if she was the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor? He was the Devil Emperor who ruled over the entire Devil world. How could his brother be a servant to another? Memories came flooding back before Yu-Tu's eyes. Some people were like a ray of light, utterly dazzling and mesmerizing. They made you feel humbled and small, even becoming aware of the darkness within yourself. In this world, there will always be some people who are different from others, different from everyone else, Yu-Tu said softly. How different can they be? The Devil Emperor asked sarcastically. Is there anyone on this earth who is not hungry for power? Who does not wish to reign over life? She isn't an exception. For her to be able to bend Donghuang Emperor Yi Qing and your will to her, it's obvious she used her charm. As for wanting to rebuild the heavenly path and reform the world, that's just her way of covering her true intentions of ruling the world and having control over its laws. All people in this world are the same. Yu-Tu stared at him. A light of calamity glowed within him, and a vague sense of terror accompanied it. You want to fight? Similarly, a terrifying power flared out from the Devil Emperor's body, and a frightening devil's might enveloped the Devil Imperial Palace. However, Yu-Tu's anger quickly subsided, and he regained his calm composure. He looked at the Devil Emperor and stated, "You won't understand." The Devil Emperor grunted. "You came here just to say this? The Heavenly Emperor requested me to bring a gift for Yushang and you," Yu-Tu revealed. The Heavenly Emperor? The Devil Emperor's tone was ironic. I don't need something from someone who would crown himself emperor. Yu-Tu waved his hand and suddenly a floating pagoda appeared within the Devil Imperial Palace. Divine power flowed about above the pagoda. The Devil Emperor took a look and frowned. He could sense the power of time and space within it. This is the Time and Space Pagoda. It can alter the speed of time so that it passes faster than the outside world, resulting in a longer cultivation duration in comparison. Yu-Tu explained, and the Devil Emperor's eyes grew wide. Yu-Tu then took out an orb. It glowed with divine light and was evidently an item wrapped in divine power. The Buddha of Destiny looked into the future and saw a fate concerning all beings. A huge calamity will befall the world. The most powerful cultivators will also be implicated, including you. The Medicine Buddha entreated the Buddhist for the fruit of Bodhi. With this most valuable elixir-making divine item of Buddhism, he worked with the Heavenly Emperor to cultivate the reincarnation elixir. Taking it in your last moments will prevent you from dying and give you a second chance at life. Yu-Tu held up the elixir to the Devil Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor only made a few pills and he will not be able to make any more in the future as there are no more elixir-making ingredients. This pill is for you. I myself have none. Saying, Yu-Tu stretched his arm forward to hand the pill over to the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor stared at the elixir in Yu-Tu's palm. The world would meet with a huge calamity, and he would go as well. This he too had foreseen. For this reason, Yi Futian had cultivated reincarnation elixirs and was gifting one to him. He then looked at the Time and Space Pagoda. His expression grew perplexed. Only just now, he had said he did not need it. Should he accept it or not? Donghuang agreed to this? The Devil Emperor inquired. He was the one who proposed this, Yu-Tu remarked. The Devil Emperor's expression became even more perplexed. The world would change soon. The human ancestor and Donghuang the Great harbored deep hostility between themselves and would meet in battle. Should he accept these gifts from Donghuang the Great and Yi Futian? What are the terms and conditions? The Devil Emperor probed further. There's none, Yu-Tu answered again. Do you want it or not? The Devil Emperor looked closely at Yu-Tu's day. He had purposely held it in his hand all this while. Obviously, he had intentions for this. With a grunt, he swiped the sleeve of his robe, and the elixir disappeared. He had taken it. If there's a chance in the future, I will repay him this favor, the Devil Emperor remarked emotionlessly. Yu-Tu glanced at him and turned around to leave. He answered, "Your obsessions have blinded you. They have never seen the devil world as their enemy. All these are merely your assumptions. Even if the devil world army had left, the devil abyss is still here. Nothing has changed. For things to change, the devil world also needs a person even greater than the one at the top." These words reverberated in the devil emperor's mind. Even after you two had left, he stretched his hand and looked at the elixir in his palm. His feelings were complicated. Was it really all just his obsessions? Not long ago, during the battle of the 6 great emperors, he had attacked the divine prefecture and teamed up with the human ancestor in a bid to kill Donghuang. They were supposed to be enemies. The current messy situation made it possible to think of ways of achieving what they wanted. Even so, they did not need to gift divine items to their potential enemy. What was in the minds of Donghuang the Great and his son Yifutian? Were there really people who were different from everyone else in this world? At the peak of the dark court, it was as though the end of the world had arrived. In the heavens above, destructive storms raged unceasingly. They were filled with the will of death and destruction. However, beneath such storms, a silhouette wearing a cold-looking mask sat quietly. The figure was cultivating with her eyes closed. This figure was the Dark Sovereign. As the ruler of the Dark Court and the Dark World, the Dark Sovereign was of the same mind as the Devil Emperor. They both sensed that the world would soon face a huge calamity. This catastrophe would engulf the entire world. The event would be even more terrifying than the one 5 centuries ago. It was most likely difficult for anyone to try to survive on their own. It would be the same for her. Right now, the Dark Sovereign was completely immersed in cultivation and comprehended her way. "Disciple!" A voice sounded in the Dark Sovereign's mind right then. Immediately, the Dark Sovereign felt herself enter an illusory realm. In this illusory realm, there were destructive storms. The entire world was facing a calamity. She was garbed in a dark robe and wore a cold mask as she stood before the destroyed land. In front of her was the figure of an elder. This figure had the aura of a deity. He appeared gentle and had an indescribable casual air to him. His face was always smiling and radiated benevolence, causing other people to feel very comfortable around him. At a glance, he appeared to be a kind old man. Rumble. A terrifying storm enveloped the heavens and the earth and swept towards the elder. In the heavens above, the light of destruction surged towards him. However, the figure of the elder seemed to be ethereal. He still stood smiling beneath the storm. He looked towards the Dark Sovereign and said, "Disciple, aren't you going to greet your master?" Rumble. The light of destruction rained down continuously. The storm in the sky brewed, and a menacing tribulation descended from it. The tribulation intended to consume the world. The elder was destroyed by it the moment he showed up. He appeared again and again, destroyed by the tribulation every single time. Every time he revealed himself, he looked at the Dark Sovereign with a smile. He said, "My dear disciple, you have proven your way since we last met. You have not let me down. We have not met for a long time. I wish to see you. Die." The Dark Sovereign narrowed her eyes. Her gaze was filled with endless hatred. Soon the elder disappeared. However, his face lingered in her mind. It was as though his face had been engraved in her consciousness. Countless memories surfaced in her mind. There was an image of a maiden running barefoot under the sun. She looked carefree. Her eyes were clean and sparkling. Not a speck of negativity could be found in her gaze. Her heart was pure, and she lived a quiet life with her parents. Then the elder came into the picture. He appeared so kind and well-intentioned. He taught her how to read and cultivate. Both she and her parents showed great respect for the elder. That was until one day, everything changed. She was tormented by her cruelest memories once again. Blood and gore filled the image in her mind. She had committed the most appalling sins in the world. She couldn't forgive herself. Neither would she forgive the elder. The memories which flashed past in her mind caused her heart to ache. The Dark Sovereign, who had been cultivating at the peak of the Dark Court, opened her eyes. Tears were flowing from her eyes beneath her mask. However, she was emotionless. Cold, murderous intent burst forth from her, resolute as iron. It was as though no one could shake her resolve. Even the destructive storm in the heavens trembled. She lifted her head slightly and looked up at the storm. Why had he appeared in her dream? "Are you coming back?" said the Dark Sovereign in a tone as cold as ice. With her level of cultivation, dreams would not come to her. There was definitely something affecting her from the shadows. She could sense that he, who had disappeared for a long time, might be returning. The Dark Sovereign placed her hand under her mask and took it off. Underneath the mask was an extremely beautiful face. However, the face bore a look as cold as ice. It was also laced with endless hatred. She hated this world. She did not know why he wanted to teach her to cultivate and pass down the power of Azura to her. She also did not understand why he had made her face the darkest side of humanity and thrown her down a living hell. She didn't even know who he was. However, regardless of who he was, she would do whatever it took to make him experience a living hell too. As she stood up, the Dark Sovereign's figure disappeared without a trace. When she reappeared, she was in a destructive storm. A menacing dark lotus was floating in midair. Xianxia was the only person here. Xianxia seemed to have sensed her arrival. She opened her eyes and looked at Dark Sovereign, greeting, "Master." When she saw the Dark Sovereign's original face, she was not surprised. She was probably the only person among the members of the Dark Court who had seen her master's face. She also knew about the agony that her master had experienced. She had seen the ugliest side of humanity, just like Xianxia had. She understood why her master had chosen her as a successor and why the latter thought highly of her. It was because they were the same. "Xianxia," said the Dark Sovereign as she looked towards her. "You were born into darkness and are a true dark maiden. Yet, you have been unable to completely succumb to it because there is still light in your heart. However, that light is but an illusion. Everything is false." Xianxia lowered her head slightly. She naturally knew why she had light in her heart. Her origins were different from the Dark Sovereign. The Dark Sovereign had met a person who brought her from the light into darkness. As for herself, she had met a person who brought her light in the darkness. Their experiences were completely opposite. This world of false kindness has long lost its light. There is only darkness. Everything he does is not for your sake. It is merely your talent that has caught his eye. There are so many unfortunate souls in the world. Why did he not save them? He only saved you because you are different. The Dark Sovereign told Xianxia. "It is the same for me. I have taught you to cultivate to bring you into darkness. I am not trying to save you. He came to the dark world, and you have also made him feel that agony." However, he was not affected by it, Xianxia said somewhat stubbornly. She was naturally referring to Yi Futian. He had previously been to the dark world. The Dark Sovereign continued, "What he experienced here is not his real life, so he naturally is unaffected by it. How could a person with no ambition reach where he is today? He has become the faith of the original realm and the god of the heaven realm." Xianxia did not answer. Right then, the Dark Sovereign frowned. She put on her mask. Her terrifying aura immediately surged, opening a passageway. She looked towards the passageway and asked, "What is the matter?" "The members of the heaven realm have come to see Xianxia," the person on the other side replied. The Dark Sovereign revealed a surprised look. Xianxia also walked over. "Let's go." The two of them immediately passed through the passageway and appeared on the other side. They saw the person who had come. "It was you Tuesday. What business do you have with us?" asked the Dark Sovereign as she stared at you Tuesday. You two glanced at her, and then at Xianxia beside her. He then said, "The Heavenly Emperor has asked me to deliver a gift to you." As he said this, he retrieved a box and passed it to Xianxia. "Farewell," said you Tuesday. He left immediately after he handed the item to Xianxia. The item was a treasure of time and space. The 99 heavens of the heaven realm had become a small independent world. At the peak of the heavenly palace, Yu Futian sat cross-legged as he cultivated with his eyes closed. His figure was bathed in divine halos and he shone together with the sun and the moon. It was no longer an ordinary body of flesh. His body was Wei. Yi Futian's world of the micro-heavenly path had evolved and reached perfection. It was an independent cosmos that was functioning orderly. It had countless planets and stars with continents of their own. It was a different space. Everything inside was no different from the real world. The only difference was that there were very few people in this universe. Many continents had only one person on them. Each person controlled an entire continent. They were the gods of said continents. For instance, Feng Xiuan was on a continent right now. His planet was filled with the divine force of space. It was as though the entire continent was formed from it. Feng Xiuan cultivated here alone and comprehended the law of space. Feng Xiuan was now cultivating very diligently. He knew his place. The heavens and earth were about to change. In the not-too-distant future, he would be fighting for his master. Now that his master was the current heavenly emperor, as his disciple, he could not bring dishonor to his master's image. The 4 disciples of Yi Futian each controlled a world of their own. Each world had a different divine power. Who among them would cultivate the fastest and become the strongest in the future? Feng Xiuan was clear about one thing: his master had established the heavenly path and was the ruler of this universe. That meant that in the future they would be gods who ruled over the various laws. The continent he was on was the continent of a god. No matter what, he had to cultivate diligently and become a powerful Xianxia of this future universe. That way, he would not tarnish the reputation of being a direct disciple of the Creator God. It was not just Feng Xiuan. Gu Donglu, Yi Wuchen, Hua Jieyu, Blind Tai, Lord Chen, Chen Yi, Emperor Shi, Hua Qingqing, Yaya, and the others all had their own worlds of divine power. Yi Futian directly filled them with the divine power of law, creating the best cultivation conditions for each of them. Right then, Xia Qingyuan was also cultivating on a continent on her own. Here, there was a tribulation of life and death and the divine power of swordsmanship. Xia Qingyuan was bathed in this power and cultivated quietly. Their cultivation environments made those who came later, including the many cultivators of the heaven realm, envious. Very few people had the chance to personally receive Yi Futian's divine power of law to aid them in their cultivation. The cultivators of the heavenly imperial palace of the heaven realm knew that the heavenly emperor had established a universe. If they emerged victorious in this final battle and Yi Futian ruled the entire world in the future, his descendants would be gods, just like the 8 legions were beneath the previous heavenly path. An ethereal figure was fading in and out of existence deep within the universe. The space itself seemed ethereal. Yi Futian's figure appeared here. He could sense all the changes in this universe and the cultivation status of everyone. These past few years, he had done many things and improved the abilities of everyone around him. He had given Yu Shang and Qingyao treasures of time and space. This was also to prepare them for the upcoming battle. This way, they could scramble for even more time. Otherwise, they wouldn't make it in time. Now, the world of the micro-heavenly path was reaching stability. The law of time was also stable. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 81 days here. Hence, they needed to make the most of this time. A year in the outside world was 81 years here. They had 81 years to cultivate and catch up. With his targeted training, this world of the micro-heavenly path would produce another group of great emperors. Right then, Yi Futian, who was cultivating in the heavenly palace, opened his eyes. He looked in front of him. "Father," Yi Futian greeted. Dong Huang the Great approached him, seemingly looking to discuss some matters. Dong Huang the Great's expression was serious as he said to Yi Futian, "The result of the investigation is out. They are not cultivators from this universe. There are quite a number of great emperors in their lineup. All of them are from other universes." "Other universes really do exist," Yi Futian exclaimed. Even though he had vaguely speculated this from his previous conversation with Dong Huang the Great, he was still taken aback by this discovery. They were not the only ones in this cosmos. Dong Huang the Great nodded his head and explained, "According to my intel, the location of our universe was exposed. Previously, when the heavenly path collapsed, most cultivators had perished. A number of them still exist among us in other forms. However, there were also a group of cultivators who left this universe. An example is Huatian the Great. He might have escaped to other universes and now he found his way back to this universe. Some other ancient emperors might gradually make their return here too." Yi Futian mumbled. "If those ancient emperors went to other universes instead of perishing, they are most likely even stronger now." Dong Huang the Great continued. "Currently, We have no means to figure out how powerful the cultivators from other universes are. We don't even know how they cultivate. However, the end goal of our cultivation should all be the same. We can only wait and see now. Yifutian nodded his head in agreement. The most important thing was to improve their abilities. Instead of panicking, they would cross the bridge when they came to it. What exactly is the end goal of cultivation? Yifutian mumbled. Is it to rule over the heavenly path? You might need to go seek answers. Currently, you are the person who is closest to the heavenly path, Dong Huang the Great said to Yifutian. Yifutian established the micro-heavenly path after merging the heavenly path world she left behind. Therefore, in a sense, Yifutian was the person closest to it. Yifutian nodded. He then asked, Father, how is the situation in the outside world now? Are there any abnormal movements in the human realm? Nope. Dong Huang the Great shook his head and said, all is quiet. Perhaps this is the calm before the storm. Last time, the human ancestor assigned 9 great emperors to attack us. One of them was even a divine great emperor. The human ancestor didn't even bat an eyelid when sacrificing a cultivator at that level. We can imagine the kind of manpower he possesses based on this. After his failure last time, his next attack will most likely be even more astonishing. Dong Huang the Great added, of course, it might be that the human ancestor himself is also waiting for something. There might be things that he has yet to accomplish. Otherwise, he would have already attacked. Yifutian nodded his head. He also agreed with his father's perspective. The human ancestor had extreme power at his fingertips. However, he could not utilize it yet. He was similarly waiting for the right moment. He might have unfinished business. Father, I wish to venture outside, said Yifutian. Where are you planning to go? Dong Huang the Great asked. I do not know, replied Yifutian as he shook his head. I wish to wander around and maybe visit Spirit Mountain. The Buddhist scriptures are broad and profound. Back in the day, I couldn't understand many manuscripts. I might be able to have a different understanding of them if I try again now. Go then, said Dong Huang the Great as he nodded his head. I will look over this place on your behalf. With Yifutian's current cultivation plane, he did not need to worry about anything. There was probably no one in the world who could kill Yifutian single-handedly aside from the person who had killed her back then. Yifutian left the 99 heavens. He had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. He wanted to figure out what the end goal of cultivation was. After Yifutian left the heaven realm, he went to the original realm. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, he came to the lowest level, the 9 states. He came to an academy and heard the sound of students reciting. He saw youths cultivating. They were studying their cultivation techniques diligently. All of this was truly important. Now that Yifutian had reached his current cultivation plane, he finally understood that everything was the way all cultivation techniques eventually led to the same end goal. Since there existed other universes, were the cultivation techniques between these universes the same? In this world, the people here began their cultivation with their life spirits. Possessing a life spirit was the true symbol of talent. It meant that one had the potential to advance their cultivation further. Otherwise, they would only be able to cultivate simple spells and techniques. Did the other universes have different forms of cultivation? For instance, if this world had life spirits, did other universes cultivate fighting spirits and use the world around them as their martial arts spirits? Or might it be that they used the stars and planets as the foundation of their cultivation and forged star spirits? Everything was possible. All paths were connected. The starting point of cultivation was not so important. They might all be heading towards the same end goal. However, what was the end goal? Yifutian traveled across the continent. As he passed by, he saw smoke coming from a village in the distance. He walked up to a cliff and saw the waves of the sea roaring in the wake of the setting sun. The tides ebbed and flowed. The sun and moon rose and set. This was the natural order of things. As for cultivation, once one mastered a natural law of order, they would acquire a way. Now that he had reached this point, he had to go even further and reach even higher peaks. What would the view look like from there? Would he control life, death, and reincarnation? Or would he master the flow of time? Or would he end up like his father, who cultivated revelation divine power? Would the end goal of cultivation be the void? Yifutian stood there for a long time. Then his body disappeared, and he left the continent instantly. For him, traveling across a vast distance was as simple as shifting his will. After Yi Futian left the original realm, he went to the Western heaven. The concepts of benevolence and life and death similarly existed in the world of Buddhism. Various Buddhas passed down the teachings of Buddhist doctrines on Spirit Mountain, yet they were still incapable of enlightening everyone in the world. While Yi Futian was traversing across the space, he noticed an old friend. He shifted his will and appeared over there. He looked ahead and saw a youth being beaten up by a group of people. Hatred filled the eyes of the youth. His gaze was aggressive and contained murderous intent. A monk approached him. He glared at the monk while emanating a savage aura. However, the monk remained indifferent. He put his palms together, and his expression was solemn. He passed a copy of scripture to the youth. "Are you a Buddha?" asked the youth. The monk shook his head. "Do you want me to lay down my hatred and resolve my grudges towards my enemies?" asked the youth again. He was unperturbed by the appearance of any Buddha. His heart was set on revenge. The monk shook his head again. "What do you wish to achieve?" the youth inquired. The monk replied, "This is a Buddhist scripture. You are free to comprehend anything you want from it. If you desire power, you can get it through this scripture. If you bear grudges towards what happened to you, you can take revenge on your enemies after acquiring power." The youth was stunned. He became less wary of the monk. He looked at the latter with an incredulous look. He commented, "What you said is not the way of the Buddhists." "What is the way of the Buddhists?" the monk probed. The youth replied, "Shouldn't it be lay down the butcher's knife, and we shall ascend to becoming Buddhas? If people with great sins are absolved of their crimes once they choose to repent, wouldn't it be unfair to the kind people?" the monk retorted. The youth scratched his head in confusion and replied, "What you said sounds right." The monk smiled and explained, "Actually, the line you heard has been misinterpreted. Laying down the butcher's knife refers to letting go of your insistence, desires, worries, and pain. Becoming Buddhas refers to abiding by the Buddhist laws." "I see." The youth seemed to have calmed down. He actually listened to the monk's explanation attentively. "Then why did you ask me to seek revenge?" the youth asked. The monk answered, "Buddhists believe in the concept of cause and effect. The cause here is them beating you up. If you succeed in cultivation and seek revenge, that is the effect. However, what you do to them will become another cause for something in the future. You will then reap the effect of that cause." The youth only had a hazy notion of what the monk had said. However, the monk had turned around to leave. He approached Yi Futian, bowed, and greeted, "Greetings, benefactor Yi." "Greetings, master," Yi Futian replied while bowing. This monk was Bitter Zen, the caretaker of the Buddha. In the past, Yi Futian came to Spirit Mountain in the Western Heaven and battled with various Buddhas using Buddhist doctrine. He defeated various Buddhas, but in the end, he was defeated by Bitter Zen. After that, while Yi Futian was cultivating in the Western Heaven, he had many conversations with Bitter Zen. At that time, even though Bitter Zen only had 1,000 years of cultivation, he had the most vital foundation in Buddhist doctrine. From Yi Futian's point of view, Bitter Zen was the kind of cultivator that would reach the peak of cultivation once he achieved enlightenment. Benefactor Yi is now the heavenly emperor. "What brings you here?" Bitter Zen asked. "You once commented that I am someone who is favored by the Buddha. Hence, I have come to seek Buddhist doctrine," Yi Futian said with a smile. Bitter Zen nodded and said, "I will follow you back to Spirit Mountain." "Sorry for troubling you," Yi Futian said while putting his palms together. Then, they left this place and headed towards Spirit Mountain. Spirit Mountain was the holy land in the world of Buddhism. Everything was peaceful and quiet on the mountain. Regardless of the battles occurring in the outer realms, this place remained a holy spot and was not tainted in any way. After Yi Futian arrived at the mountain, he first visited the various Buddhas. Then, he read the Buddhist scriptures in the library. With his current cultivation, he could remember everything he read with a single glance. He scanned each scripture with his divine consciousness, and the knowledge was stored in his brain. He did not need to flip through every single page like he used to do. When he left the library, Bitter Zen was sweeping outside. Seeing that he had emerged, he smiled and asked, "Benefactor Yi, have you managed to comprehend anything? Buddhist doctrine is broad and profound. I was merely glancing through. If I want to comprehend anything, I probably need to spend a lot of time immersed in it," replied Yi Futian. "Master Bitter Zen, what is your view on time?" "Time is the past, the present, and the future," answered Bitter Zen. "One cannot be attached to them. All three are unattainable. All dharmas are empty after all." Yi Futian knew that this saying was from Buddhist scripture. It meant that everything was null. What was past was past. The present moment would become the past the instant one tried to grasp it. It was the same for the future. One night's dream can last for centuries. What is time? Bitter Zen continued saying. The saying meant that the dreams of men could last 100 years or even an entire lifetime. However, in reality, such a dream might only occur over a very short period. "Thoughts," said Yi Futian. "Indeed," replied Bitter Zen as he nodded his head. "Without thoughts, time also ceases to exist. In Buddhism, there is the colorless realm, which functions on the same principle. Back in the day, Donghuang the Great also comprehended Buddhist doctrine. Merging his divine power, he discovered the revelation divine power. The extreme limits of revelation are the void. The void is the absence of thoughts." Yi Futian nodded. He bowed towards Bitter Zen and said, "Thank you, Master, for your advice. It is easier said than done. Both of us have read Buddhist doctrine, but it is not easy to comprehend them," said Bitter Zen. Yi Futian nodded his head knowingly. If one could comprehend something simply by knowing it, then everyone in the world would reach the end goal of cultivation. After Yi Futian and Bitter Zen had their exchange, the former comprehended and cultivated on Spirit Mountain for a while longer. He also met with other Buddha lords to discuss Buddhist doctrine. Buddhism sought emptiness. Everything was empty. They believed that frustration and suffering did not exist. Time and space also did not exist. Everything was born from thoughts. The goal of cultivating Buddhist doctrine was to sever these thoughts and reach enlightenment. Buddhist doctrine trained the heart. The end goal of its cultivation was to be freed from life, death, and reincarnation, to no longer suffer in the 6 paths of reincarnation and achieve detachment. This was where Buddhist doctrine differed from the cultivations of other worlds. Other cultivators sought the heavenly path and cultivated to be one with the heavens. Their end goal was to one with the heavenly path. However, since the great paths were all connected, then what was beyond the higher planes of cultivation? Yi Futian left Spirit Mountain after cultivating there for several days. He continued to travel the world and went to many places. He returned to the Divine Prefecture and came to the Four-Corner Continent in the Xianxia domain. The current Four-Corner Continent was no longer what it used to be. It was prosperous, especially Four-Corner City, which had multitudes of cultivators. All of this stemmed from Four-Corner Village, which had a master who was a great emperor. Aside from master, Yi Futian also emerged from Four-Corner Village. In a way, Yi Futian was the village's spokesperson in the outside world. Such a place naturally drew countless cultivators over. In the Xianxia domain, the status of Four-Corner Village had long surpassed that of the domain chief's manor. It was designated as a holy land. Right then, Yi Futian appeared outside of Four-Corner Village. He had not been back for a long time. Now that he had returned, Yi Futian vaguely felt that the village was different. There were no changes to the village. He was the one who had changed. His cultivation plane was far superior to that back in the day. He naturally could sense more things now. He faintly felt that there was a mysterious power in the village. It seemed to be the power of time. "What's going on?" thought Yi Futian as he revealed an incredulous look. This was something he could not detect before. Now he could sense it, but he still could not figure out its secrets. Before he started his journey, when he said that he wanted to travel around, his father Donghuang the Great told him to visit Master in Four-Corner Village when he had the time. Yi Futian himself had also wanted to pay Master a visit. Given that his father had brought it up, he did just that. Yi Futian had always been aware that Master was not an ordinary person. The latter did not concern himself with the affairs of the world and stayed in seclusion in the village. He did not participate in worldly struggles. No one in the outside world knew that Master was a great emperor before Yi Futian did. Master had also never revealed his abilities. Even the villagers did not know his identity. Otherwise, the Muyun family would not have betrayed Four Corner Village, and Muyun Long would not have dreamed of seizing power from Master. In hindsight, their attempts were laughable. Master would not have paid heed to any of this. However, Yi Futian was somewhat curious. Back when Master taught his father Dong Wang the Great, what sort of person was the former? Until now, he had yet to figure this out. Yi Futian was overwhelmed with thoughts as his mind was filled with doubt. He stepped into the village once again. Upon entering Four Corner Village, Yi Futian sensed that something was different. He could feel the faint presence of the power of space in the village even more clearly. This was something that he was unable to detect in the past. The cultivators in the village had all left together with Yi Futian. Currently, the members left behind in the village were all ordinary folk. However, they still recognized Yi Futian. Many people smiled and greeted him. Yi Futian returned their greetings. Of course, there were many other incredible people in the village. This was especially so in the private school where Master was. Master still taught the children of the village. However, he did not teach them cultivation. The children of the village revealed curious looks when they saw Yi Futian outside the private school. Yi Futian smiled as he watched them. It was as though he was looking at Fang Xiuan, Little Ling, and the others when they were younger. Back then, they were also just children. Master greeted Yi Futian from outside as he bowed slightly. "Come on in," said Master. Yi Futian entered the private school and saw him sitting there. When Yi Futian's gaze landed on Master, he found it hard to stay calm. Many things that he could not see clearly back in the day were visible now. Master waved his hand, and the surrounding space turned exceptionally quiet. Master had an otherworldly temperament as he looked at Yi Futian with a smile. His expression was peaceful. "What's the matter? Are you surprised?" Master asked calmly. "Somewhat," Yi Futian answered while nodding his head. He would never have guessed that Master was not a living being. Master also existed in this world with another form. No wonder Master was restricted in terms of his power and movements. Now Yi Futian finally understood the reason behind it. "Is there any difference?" Master asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian was stunned. He was at a loss for words. Master was right. What difference did it make? Since both living beings and non-living beings existed in this world, did it matter for them to be either one? What was the difference between someone with flesh and someone who did not have any? Their bodies were but insignificant shells for cultivators who reached high levels like Yi Futian. Master said, "You are already the heavenly emperor. It would help if you were not so polite. Have a seat." Yi Futian sat cross-legged in front of Master. He said, "I will always be a disciple and a junior in front of you. It's the thought that counts," Master replied while nodding. "Master, are you a cultivator from ancient times as well?" Yi Futian asked curiously. "I have known you for many years and have always been calling you Master." "I still have no idea what your name is. I am considered a cultivator from ancient times," Master responded. "My Taoist name is Mufeng." Yi Futian made a mental note of Master's name. Then he asked again, "Master, you have cultivated for eons. You are knowledgeable. What's your opinion about the end goal of cultivation?" "The end goal of cultivation," Master mumbled, seemingly pondering about this question. Then he said, "Perhaps the end goal is different for everyone. I also do not know what the true end goal of cultivation is. If someone becomes the heavenly path, could that person be considered to have reached the end goal of cultivation?" Yi Futian further inquired. "If the person merely transforms into the heavenly path, I think it cannot be considered as having attained the end goal," Master answered. "Thank you for the pointers," Yi Futian said. "Your father Dong Huang the Great cultivated revelation divine power. The end goal of revelation is the void. Can nothingness be considered an end?" asked Master. "Everything in the world is material. If someone manages to control everything with shape and form in the world, is that the end? The world still has countless spirits and wills formed from energy. If someone were to control all of the energy in the world, would that be the end? No one knows what the end is and whether we can even reach it," lamented Master. "I have also been contemplating this. This world is endlessly vast, and yet there are existences from other universes. Are there people who can traverse the different universes at will? If such people do exist, I wonder whether they can be considered to have reached the end of space. Master continued, there is also time. Have you ever considered that if everything in the world can be controlled through cultivation, is it also the same for time? When people say that the past and future are unattainable, is it just because our cultivation planes are insufficient to achieve it? If we are powerful enough, could time be just a line and we can travel along with it as we please? Yu Futian was somewhat astonished. He had never considered this before. If one could travel along the timeline at will, wouldn't that be the same as controlling the past and the future? If so, what was the end? Yu Futian looked at Master. He faintly sensed that Master might be a cultivator who comprehended the law of time. Even though Master was an ethereal existence, Yu Futian still believed that this did not prevent him from comprehending the path and cultivating. He merely faced some restrictions. Master might have been comprehending the path here, awaiting the day he managed to reach enlightenment. Master, have you reached such a level? Asked Yu Futian. After comprehending the law of time, Yu Futian believed that altering the speed of the flow of time was already a powerful application of said law. From the looks of it now, his understanding was still too shallow, and his imagination was not bold enough yet. Just as Master said, if one cultivated and reached such a plane that they could see the timeline, they could see the past and the future. If one could travel along this timeline, they could change the past and the future as they pleased. What level of power would that be? At least for now, Yu Futian could not imagine it. If there is truly a timeline and we can travel to the past and future, is it possible for two versions of myself to exist at the same time? If not, how would the situation be? Mumbled Yu Futian to himself. Could the current him travel to the past? If he did so, would there be two versions of himself? Me? Master appeared calm. He said, what I have merely scratched the tip of the iceberg. Yu Futian nodded slightly and did not inquire further. When Master said the tip of the iceberg, he wondered exactly how large the tip was. Had Master managed to peer into the secrets of time? However, since Master was a mysterious person, it was futile for Yu Futian to inquire further if he chose not to reveal anything. Many people claim that the world will soon experience a major tribulation. I hope Master can give me some pointers regarding this issue, Yu Futian said. Since what is about to happen is a tribulation, it is inevitable. No one can stay out of it. Especially since you are prone to tribulations, you can't run away from it. However, you can change yourself and face it with poise, Master explained. What you have been talking about is all well and good. However, the heavens and the earth are undergoing huge changes now. The ancient emperors have been summoned back. They were supposed to have perished during the collapse of the heavenly path. Their return implies that someone has mastered the power to bring them back. You need to be careful. After the collapse of the heavenly path, there was a world-destroying catastrophe. The more powerful one's cultivation was, the harder it was to escape that calamity. The various gods perished. Some managed to escape this universe. Many great emperors existed in other forms in this world. They were no longer living beings but spirits and wills. However, they were now being summoned back. That meant that the human ancestor might possess an unparalleled power. Hence, Master cautioned him to be wary. Thank you, Master, Yu Futian said while nodding. Go and cultivate. There is not much time left, advised Master. Yu Futian nodded. Master's advice might be a warning as well. From the looks of it, the tribulation was just around the corner. There was not much time left. However, time passed 81 times faster in Yu Futian's world. Therefore, he and his team had a little more time than others to make preparations. Yu Futian hoped that the arrival of the tribulation could be delayed as much as possible. If the tribulation happened 1 year from now, it meant that he had 81 years in his world to cultivate. Aside from him, everyone else in his world of the micro-heavenly path would benefit from this period of preparation too. They would gradually become great emperors. Nevertheless, the arrival of the tribulation would still be determined by the supreme beings, the existences who stood at the peak. Therefore, there was an urgency for Yu Futian to further improve his abilities. Yu Futian bid Master farewell and left Four Corner Village. He then returned to his world in the 99 heavens of the Heaven Realm. After returning to the 99 heavens, Yu Futian went to see Donghuang the Great. Futian, how was your trip? Donghuang the Great asked. I went to the lower worlds. I also visited the world of Buddhism and Master, Yi Futian reported. Father, please invite the members of the Imperial Palace in the Divine Prefecture and the cultivators from the world of Buddhism to cultivate in this small world. Besides that, both parties are welcome to elect some of their members to cultivate inside my world of the micro-heavenly path. On top of improving his abilities, Yi Futian also wished to strengthen the overall ability of his allies. Donghuang the Great nodded in agreement. You can focus on cultivating for now. I will take care of the rest. Currently, the Heavenly Palace and Yi Imperial Palace, led by the Heaven Realm, the Imperial Palace in the Divine Prefecture, and the forces in Spirit Mountain were all allies. Considering the current situation, they would naturally unite to form a greater power. They would improve together so that they were better prepared for the upcoming tribulation. No one knew how things would be when the tribulation befell them. Yi Futian had sent some items to the Devil World and the Dark World. He did not expect these two forces to side with him, but he still sent them treasures anyway because he wanted to help Yu Xing and Yi Qingyao with their cultivation. He was confident that, at the very least, Yu Shang and Yi Qingyao would side with him. Even though the Devil Emperor had significant influence over Yu Shang, Yi Futian believed his relationship with the latter was stronger. Regardless of what happened, they could always trust each other. After making all these arrangements, Yi Futian entered the 99 heavens and cultivated in seclusion. He was getting ready for the upcoming tribulation. While Yi Futian and the others were cultivating in the 99 heavens, they did not sever their connections with the outer realms. Moreover, he had sent some treasures of time to the Devil World and the Dark World. Therefore, the news of Yi Futian comprehending the law of time was no longer a secret. Soon, a rumor was widespread. Yi Futian, the current heavenly emperor, had attained perfection in his cultivation. He had proven his way at the imperial realm and had inherited the mantle of the heavenly emperor. He controlled the law of time and could rewrite time itself. This news was undoubtedly shocking to many. How terrifying would a cultivator who controlled the law of time and could change the speed of time be? It meant that he essentially had an infinite amount of time for cultivation. A year of cultivation for the others might mean 100 years of cultivation for him. After catching wind of this news, many cultivators wanted to cultivate in the 99 heavens again. However, the gates of the 99 heavens were already closed. The heavenly imperial palace had stopped recruiting cultivators. The heaven realm would focus on increasing the quality instead of quantity of their troops moving forward. This news was bad news for the human realm. If Yi Futian could change time, it meant that the heaven realm was growing stronger by the minute. The need to eradicate the heaven realm was even more dire now. The upcoming war was inevitable. The seven realms enjoyed a period of peace. A gigantic storm was brewing. Everyone could sense the undercurrent. They were well aware that once the storm erupted, it would turn the entire world upside down. At the same time, the passageway located in the ruins continent of the original realm was often opened up. More and more cultivators arrived in this world. Perhaps, things went just like Yi Futian speculated. The location of their universe had been exposed, so the cultivators from other universes had come seeking opportunities. The seven great emperors, whom Yi Futian killed before this, might have been the trailblazers for a super force. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why all seven of them cultivated the same power. All of them used the power of judgment. As of now, no one could tell how the future would be. The human realm was prosperous. Because of the human ancestor, the human realm had the strongest lineup of cultivators in the seven realms. The human ancestor was the god during the Age of the Gods. After the collapse of the heavenly path and catastrophe hit the world, he was revered as the progenitor of human beings. The revival of humankind and the creation of the power of divine human were among the list of his feats. He believed a man could defeat a god, and if one were powerful enough, they would become a god themselves. The human ancestor had been ruling the order of the human realm and teaching them the way of cultivation, causing humanity to thrive. The cultivators of the human realm had been revering him as their god. He was the faith of the human realm and was extolled by his people. Yet, rumors had been circulating everywhere lately, saying that the human ancestor was overly ambitious and that he desired to control the entire seven realms and topple the heavenly path to take its place. Nevertheless, cultivators from different realms had distinct opinions. The human ancestor was the faith of the cultivators of the human realm as they regarded him as their god. If he were to reign over 7 realms and control the order of the world, they would be glad to see it happen. Perhaps that was the right track for them. In fact, their people had been waiting for the day when the human ancestor would rule the world, control the world order, and restore justice for the human realm. The human realm was filled with countless continents. Each of the continents was home to many cultivators of different cultivation levels. It was a big world. At that time, many cultivators from several continents raised their heads after sensing some unusual activity in the sky. The odd feeling of an imminent threat gradually became stronger. Without warning, rays of divine light beamed from the sky. It was dazzling and blinding to the eyes of the onlookers. What is going on? No matter where they were looking from at that moment, everyone saw the same scene that played out. After lifting their heads to glance at the sky, they were all taken aback. What was that? Did something happen to the world? Following the glaring light, divine sound could be heard echoing across the vast sky with its solemn resonance. Right then, the world saw the sky split open. From the other side of the opening, silhouettes of divine humans descended from high altitude and came into the sight of the masses. Divine light circulated the figures of the divine humans, making them appear majestic and esteemed. They're gods. The hearts of the multitude of cultivators across the great continents were pounding like mad. They were rooted to the spot by the visual impact. It was not just a god, but multiple gods who showed up simultaneously. Where did these gods even come from? There was an uproar throughout the entire human realm. The people there were taken aback upon seeing the gods that appeared out of nowhere in the sky. Rumor had it that the human ancestor had many great emperor-level Xianxia under his command. Yet, they had never expected him to be in charge of an army of the gods. A terrifying sight to behold. Furthermore, these gods seemed to be dwelling at a different altitude. All of a sudden, a humongous countenance appeared in the sky. That face covered every corner of the human realm as if it was the sky. So everyone could see it clearly. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Similar voices reverberated across the entire human realm. The same greeting could be heard from every corner of the boundless continents, causing the atmosphere to tremble. Needless to say, that countenance belonged to the human ancestor. Many cultivators became frenzied after recovering from their shock. Was the human ancestor prepared to rule the world with his army of the gods? The crowd instantly turned zealous and delirious at the sight of it as if they had been waiting for this day to come. The human realm would rule the world and become the supreme of 7 realms. All these years, I've been ruling the order of the human realm and improving the way of cultivation in this realm. Then, I discovered the predecessor gods from the Battle of the Gods and tried to help them make a comeback to revive the glory days of the Age of the Gods. And now, I've made it. His voice traveled across the entire realm. Everyone in the human realm could hear him vividly. These Xianxia were gods from the Age of the Gods during ancient times. They were revived by the human ancestor and made their resurgence. What a fantastic achievement! A new chapter of history was unfolded through the feet of the human ancestor. It was unprecedented and would never happen again. Such an incredible accomplishment would surely be magnified and extolled for many generations to come as the holiest commemoration. I've seen the apocalypse of the gods and the tribulation of the heavens with these eyes. Since then, I've been working toward restoring the world order and reviving the golden age of ancient times. As of now, some people are actively destroying the world order. First of all, Ji Wudao wished to seize control of the heavens. Then, Donghuang the Great allied with some other individuals. As it stands, we need to restore peace to the world. Today, I shall exact justice from those who polluted the world with their wickedness. By doing this, we will unite the world and restore order. The voice of the human ancestor resounded through the 9 heavens until every corner of the realm. In his short message, he raised the morale of his people to fight for the cause of the human realm. The people in that realm were burning with zeal as they looked forward to the day it happened, a united great path and the world. I'll let bygones be bygones. Now, those who are willing to create a new order may fight by our side. But those who dare to defy us, we will have no choice but to eliminate them. The human ancestor went on. The human realm has been raising troops and building up forces for years now. I do not wish to start a war, but someone has to rectify the world. Today I'll lead the troops of the human realm for a crusade. Those who are willing to fight with us should be prepared for war at any time. Yes, Your Highness. Countless cultivators on the vast continents bowed as they received the decree from the human ancestor. They were willing to fight for the order of the human realm. The human ancestor would lead them to conquer and rule over 7 realms. The forces of 7 realms received the news of the commotion of the human realm firsthand. Tumults broke out at the imperial palaces that received the information the earliest. The people in the divine prefecture, western heaven world of Buddhism, heavenly realm, empty divine realm, the dark world, and the devil world were shocked upon hearing that. Soon, everyone began their preparation work. How would the human ancestor start the war? Would he lead the mighty cultivators of the human realm by himself for his expedition? Besides, the human ancestor had already revived the ancient gods. Who in the world could stand against the human ancestor? On the spirit mountain of western heaven world of Buddhism, the pantheon of Buddhas looked dignified as the light of Buddha radiated the entire place. After raising their heads to look in a faraway direction, they put their hands together and recited the Buddhist sutra in unison. While Dark Lords stared at the sky in Dark World, a spine-chilling dark storm blustered violently, as if the tribulation of darkness was about to manifest. Devil Emperor peered at Devil Abyss from Devil World. For some reason, Devil Abyss became unrest as though it was a premonition of imminent disaster. How terrifying was the ancient army of Xianxia. The Devil World, Dark World, Heavenly Realm, Divine Prefecture, and World of Buddhism. Which of them would rise to the top? A worldwide calamity was about to unfold. Yet, no one had expected the human ancestor, the wielder of the sword of justice and believer of humanity's righteousness, to be the war instigator. The Devil Emperor stared at the Devil Abyss in contemplation. Truthfully, they were not fully prepared yet. But who would have thought that the human ancestor would be one step ahead of them in completing his mission and starting a war that would get them involved? How would this worldwide catastrophe turn out to be? This day would become a pivotal moment in history. The people of future generations would remember this day as the prologue to a brand new era. The sky above the entrance area of the Dark Court trembled all of a sudden. At the same time, rays of crimson divine lights beamed across the firmament. The cultivators of Dark Court immediately looked up into the sky with their hearts pounding like mad. What had just happened? Everyone inside the court felt a suffocating god's might pressurizing them. Boom! The sky was split open after a loud bang was heard. Countless silhouettes of Xianxia showed up in the sky the next moment. Each of them emanated formidable emperor's might from their physical bodies. The governing entity of the Dark World, Dark Court, was quivering. Colors drained from the faces of the cultivators in the court after seeing the lineup in the sky. Was that the Xianxia army? Staring at the peak of Dark Court, they saw a destructive dark divine light radiating before a silhouette in a mask appeared, giving off a mysterious vibe. Yet, the aura unleashed by that individual was hair-raising. Is the human ancestor not coming? She asked indifferently in an aloof tone. Who would have thought that the commander of the Xianxia army was just the direct disciple of the human ancestor, Dihao? Despite that, he was just a successor to human realm in name only. What could he expect to inherit from an ambitious man like the human ancestor? No matter what, Dihao would always be beneath the human ancestor. I'm here. The human ancestor's voice could be heard saying that. The countenance of the human ancestor was seen in the sky, but it was not his main body. The Dark Sovereign, you've brought darkness to the world ever since you ruled the Dark World. By right, I should have wiped out the darkness with the sword of justice. But I'm willing to grant you a second chance, provided that you lead the army of the Dark World to strike the alliance of the Heavenly Realm and Divine Prefecture. The human ancestor said with a condescending tone, as if he was the monarch of the world, giving the Dark Sovereign a chance to redeem herself. The Dark Sovereign loathed the owner of the face she was starting at. For the longest time, she had detested people who were holier than thou. She was disgusted by hypocrites more than she was by petty people. The human ancestor was the quintessence of a hypocrite. He reminded her of a detestable person. It seemed that there were many similarities between the two of them. The human ancestor deemed himself the righteousness of humanity. But was he a righteous person? What if I say no? The Dark Sovereign replied. This world has been filled with darkness. If one were too obstinate to repent from their evil ways, there would be no reason for this realm to exist. The human realm shall lead its army to invade this sinful world and cleanse it from every ounce of darkness. I'm afraid the future will not look bright for the cultivators of Dark Court, including the Dark Sovereign herself. The human ancestor declared with the means to threaten them. If the Dark Sovereign were to refuse, he would lead his army to massacre all of them. I know what you're worried about, but suppose you're willing to turn over a new leaf, uphold the integrity of humanity, and deploy your troops to the divine prefecture and heavenly realm. In that case, I will overlook the past and grant you a place in this world. Human ancestor went on. Naturally, he was referring to when he attempted to finish off the Dark Sovereign. Right after he spoke, the atmosphere was instantly filled with the might of all the Xianxia that spanned across the entire Dark Court. It was almost like they would immediately eliminate the forces of Dark Court if the Dark Sovereign were to reject the offer. Should things turn out that way, could the cultivators of the Dark Court fend off the enemies? The look of the Dark Sovereign's eyes behind her mask was gloomy. She knew the human ancestor was pulling her leg. If she were to decline, he would probably order his armies to obliterate the Dark Court and send another troop to invade the Dark World. If the human ancestor were to colonize the Dark World, would it be the world she wanted? The answer was obviously no. The human ancestor was a man of hypocrisy who boasted about being the righteousness of humanity. The human realm was a realm full of pretense and deception, so it was not a world she wanted to see. Okay, I agree, the Dark Sovereign answered. The cultivators of the Dark Court let out a sigh of relief upon hearing that. They were afraid that the Dark Sovereign might reject the offer. If she did, they would be the first ones to be eliminated. If the gods were to launch a full-scale invasion, it would spell doom for the Dark Court. None of them would escape certain death even if they reached the Great Emperor Plane. There were ancient Great Emperors among the lineup of the Xianxia army. How could they even hope to survive that? Good. I'll update you when it's time, the human ancestor uttered. With that, an overwhelming aura flooded the atmosphere before the Xianxia army disappeared from the Dark Court. When the Xianxia army showed up in the Dark World, the same thing happened in the empty Divine Realm and Devil World as well. The demon cloud above the sky of Devil Imperial Palace was blasting uncontrollably. The power of Devil Abyss dropped like a weight on everyone's head. When the Xianxia army arrived there, they raised their heads to look at the Devil Abyss, a primeval prison that remained intact until now, even after the collapse of the heavenly path. The face of the human ancestor was formed in the sky while unleashing his might toward the Devil Imperial Palace. All the devil overlords who resided inside the Devil Imperial Palace glared in the same direction with a sharp and domineering look. The appearance of the Xianxia army did not scare them even a bit. Devil Emperor, the human ancestor piped with a deafening voice. State your business, said an icy and disdainful voice from the inside of Demon God Palace. Even though the Xianxia army was before him, the Devil Emperor's tone remained peerlessly condescending. I wish to ally with you, the human ancestor said. I'm not interested, the Devil Emperor replied without showing his face at all. At that, the human ancestor furrowed his brows in displeasure. It was apparent that things played out differently here than in other locations. Nonetheless, it was how the Devil Emperor would typically behave. So he brushed it off. After I've conquered the Divine Prefecture and the Heavenly Realm, the cultivators of Devil World can leave this prison. By then, the order of the world will be altered radically. And I will surely not mistreat you, the human ancestor added. We will take care of our own matters. The silhouette of the evil emperor could be seen standing in Demon God Palace. Who are you working for? I am who I am. I do not work for anyone. Scowling at Devil Emperor, the human ancestor remarked. I'm afraid things won't go your way this time. After he was done talking, the might of Xianxia filled the entire Devil Imperial Palace. Shooting a glance at the army of great emperors, the Devil Emperor commented, I've never thought that I'd see the gods of ancient times in flesh. If you want to start a war, I can give you that. You've seen with your eyes the power of the heavenly path. And now, you shall taste the might of Devil Abyss. It went without saying that the Devil Emperor of the Devil World was a fearless man. The human ancestor went silent for a while after hearing that. The power of the Devil Abyss, he said. Did he master the will of Devil Emperor already? Could he command the power of the Devil Abyss? The Devil Abyss was the tribulation during the creation of the world. It was brimming with unimaginable world-destroying power. Back then, the demonic lord used the Devil Abyss to cause great destruction. Although the heavenly path suppressed him, the Devil Abyss had torn up the ladder as well, causing irreversible cracks to form. After the battle of the gods, the collapse of the heavenly path happened, and it rained down the great tribulation of apocalypse. That calamity did not consist of only the heavenly path's power. Therefore, the human ancestor would have to be cautious of Devil Emperor if the latter could command the power of Devil Abyss. The Xianxia army raised their heads and sensed the might of the Devil Abyss. Suddenly, a powerful cultivator from ancient times declared, according to legends, the Devil Abyss had existed with the heavenly path, and it can destroy the latter. But I'm not sure if this is true. Regardless of the truth, the Devil Abyss had existed until that day while the heavenly path had collapsed a long time ago. Anyone wants a taste of it? The Devil Emperor taunted as he stood there gallantly, staring at the ancient cultivator. Even though the man was facing an army of Xianxia, he remained haughty as if he was above everyone else. Devil Emperor, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you willing to be stuck in the Devil Abyss and let the whole devil world suffer with you forever? The human ancestor incited. This war will be the biggest one the world has yet to see since the collapse of the heavenly path. After that, I will reset the heavenly law and reform everything. If you did not participate in this war, all the work you had been doing all these years would be wasted. In the end, the devil world will remain the same. Nothing will change. Thanks for your concern, human ancestor, the Devil Emperor replied. Peering at the Devil Emperor, the human ancestor added, when everything is over, I shall carry out the heavenly law. Does the devil world wish to be an independent territory? An immense pressure permeated the place when the human ancestor spoke. The Devil Emperor glared at him, knowing that the former was hiding a greater power. The devil world will decide for itself whether it will participate in the war or not. We will be the ones to plan for the when and the how as well. We will not be coerced into fighting your war, the Devil Emperor declared in a cold tone. The devil world will never submit to anyone. Even if the human ancestor were to seize control of the heavenly law, the devil world would never yield to anyone. Back then, the people of the devil world were imprisoned in the Devil Abyss, and they did not bow down to the heavenly path. Instead, the demonic lord had led 100 million of his subjects and resisted the heavenly path until it became the bat of heavenly laws. So, he could not afford to end the legacy of his ancestors by being an embarrassment. Previously, he had taken part in the battle of the 6 great emperors because the human ancestor had invited him. Each of them had their agendas and were only using one another. However, things were different this time. The human ancestor did not extend an invitation but blackmailed him with Xianxia army to join the war. If he participated in it, it would be the same as giving in to that man. It was like he had to do the human ancestor's bidding. So, they were two different stories. If that were to happen, the devil world would never be the same anymore. So, they would only use their way to fight this war. Good, the human ancestor glared at the Devil Emperor and uttered. Although he wanted to lay siege to the devil world immediately and annihilate the Devil Imperial Palace, he was still cautious about the Devil Abyss. If the Devil Emperor could command the power of the Devil Abyss and summon it, it would be disastrous. At this point, he did not take any unnecessary risks. Having decided what to do, he would first wipe out the forces of the Divine Prefecture and Heavenly Realm, including the Baldis of the world of Buddhism. Then he would only return to settle the score with the Devil World. By then, he could order the cultivators of the Dark World and Empty Divine Realm to raid this place. Then he could finally conquer the whole world and make every being in this world his subject. The most fulfilling achievement would be ruling over the heavenly law. With that, the human ancestor left the Devil Imperial Palace with his army and did not dare to launch an attack. As they went away, the Devil Emperor stood upright while watching their silhouettes disappear slowly. A great disaster was about to take place. This time, then human ancestor threatened the 7 realms. Not only did he come here, but he had also gone to the empty divine realm and the dark world to start this war. The scale of this war would be the largest since the collapse of the heavenly path. It would be a fight to take over the heavenly path. The human ancestor must have been fully prepared so that he would start a war so brazenly. This was something that had never happened before. Who would be the last one standing in this global catastrophe? The devil world could not escape the human ancestor forever. So, what kind of tribulation would he be facing this time? When human ancestor headed to the devil world, dark world, and empty divine realm, the people in the heavenly realm received the news of it relatively fast. Right then, Donghuang the Great and Yi Futian announced to the public about the fast-approaching war in heavenly realm and divine prefecture. They also urged weaker cultivators to look for a place to hide or seek shelter in the God's ruins continent through a space passage. In the world of Buddhism, Buddha Lord informed the citizens of Western Heaven about the imminent danger as well. They did not encourage the common people to enlist in the war because it did not belong to low-level cultivators. The entire Seven Realms was shaken by the sudden news. Just like everyone had predicted, the moment of peace earlier was the calm before the storm. But the storm had arrived, and it would devastate every corner of the Seven Realms. Yi Futian, Donghuang the Great, and the others were gathered in the 99 heavens of the heavenly realm. The dark world and empty divine realm will be joining human realm in the war. However, the devil emperor had refused the human ancestors' offer. Donghuang the Great announced. Even in different realms, he had his way of gathering information. Needless to say, it would not be a secret since the human ancestor carried out his operation in a flashy way. It was relatively easy to hear about this since many people had seen it. Didn't the human ancestor launch attack in Devil World? Yi Futian asked as he already knew about Tianshan army's revival. A significant number of great emperors had made their comeback since the collapse of the heavenly path, and all of them were working under human ancestor to fight in his war. It has to be Devil Abyss. Donghuang the Great answered. Devil World has Devil Abyss, an ancient tribulation capable of destroying the whole world. If the Devil Emperor were to threaten the human ancestor with the Devil Abyss, even the latter would have to be prudent with his actions. At that, Yi Futian nodded. Was the Devil Abyss such a terrifying force? If that were the case, the tribulation that he had gone through back then must be the most common. The cultivators of the human realm, dark world, and empty divine realm have arrived at the borders of the divine prefecture, heavenly realm, and the world of Buddhism. Their troops are invading our realms continuously and preparing for the attack at any time now. Donghuang the Great carried on. Since the revival of the gods, our forces are pale in comparison to theirs in terms of top-tier cultivators. Futian, what do you think of this situation? They would be at a disadvantage in the battle between great emperors. Even though they had already brought a lot of time for themselves through the difference of the speed of the time flow, it was still insufficient because the numbers of great emperors they had were far too little in comparison. If one were to look at the numbers alone, they would be at an absolute disadvantage. Although they had 3 members among their apex combatants, Yi Futian, Donghuang the Great, and the Buddha, the enemy also had 3 fighters, the human ancestor, evil emperor, and dark sovereign. Furthermore, the opponent had a bunch of extraordinary ancient emperor-level beings among their lineup. Those individuals must have been extremely powerful as well. On the face of it, they did not have an advantage regardless of the aspects. Once the war started, the outcome would be catastrophic. There would only be hope for them if the devil world were to fight alongside them. There is still good news for us. At the very least, we know that the human ancestor still hasn't fully recovered, Yi Futian remarked. Or else, he would not need to go through the roundabout way like starting a war. He could have just executed his enemy. Donghuang the Great nodded. It was indeed good news. He had a strong hunch that the human ancestor, the one who murdered Heavenly Emperor and ended the life of his wife, was not being himself currently. That man must not have been fully recovered yet. Otherwise, he would not have to start a full-scale war. He could have just slaughtered all of them. However, the enemy could not wait any longer, for he had known about the existence of the power to change the flow of time. There would be more unknown variables the longer he delayed. Hence, he started the war immediately after the revival of the gods from ancient times. We should break up our troops, Yifutian suggested all of a sudden. Donghuang the Great and the others were dumbfounded for a while before getting what he was trying to say. The return of the gods pulled the distance between the number of their forces, especially when it came to the great emperors. If they were to go head-to-head with their opponents when the difference between the amount of their top-tier fighters was this huge, it would be their certain death. This is a good idea, Yu2 commented. But we do not have much time left now. He did not care about keeping up his appearances. All he wanted was to be the one who had the last laugh. I am planning to move the entire 99 heavens of the heavenly realm into the inner world created by my micro-heavenly path. With that, I can always dispatch our troops to different battlefields for reinforcements. Besides, they can also focus on their cultivation while staying inside. If we could buy 1 year for them, it would be equal to 81 years for them, Yifutian explained. What 81 years could change was almost unimaginable. It could bring about a radical transformation to everyone's cultivation level. There won't be a problem for Heavenly Realm and Donghuang Imperial Palace. However, the spirit mountain of the world of Buddhism has always been a holy land for the people of Western Heaven all this time. No matter what, we cannot afford to desecrate it. The imminent war will definitely involve the entire 7 realms, including the world of Buddhism. While we can break up our forces, what if the enemy were to strike the spirit mountain? I am afraid. Donghuang the Great had several concerns. Heavenly Realm was already in ruins for some time. Things had turned for the worse after the passing of Heavenly Emperor and the transformation of the Sovereign Princess into the path. It was only recently that the 99 heavens of Heavenly Realm was rebuilt. Hence, if they were to break up their forces, it would not affect Heavenly Realm much. Furthermore, Yifutian was planning to move the entire 99 heavens away. Donghuang Imperial Palace in Divine Prefecture only had 500 years of history. It was built by Donghuang the Great and governed by him all this time. Since it did not have any other history, Donghuang the Great could decide the fate of Donghuang Imperial Palace. There was nothing to regret about history. To sacrifice it for the war was nothing much. But what about the holy land of the world of Buddhism? Could the people there give it up? Spirit Mountain was the foundation of the faith of the people of Western Heaven. If the forces of Buddhism were to leave the Spirit Mountain, it might cause an uproar in the world of Buddhism. It might cause many cultivators of Buddhism to question their faith. It's not a problem for the world of Buddhism. The voice of Wutian Buddha Lord could be heard. Many great Buddhas had shown up back when Yifutian had requested Donghuang the Great to invite the cultivators of the world of Buddhism and Donghuang Imperial Palace to his inner world for cultivation. Therefore, one of them was here to talk about the plan. If one's heart were filled with Buddhism, any place could be the Spirit Mountain. Wutian Buddha Lord continued. Your Majesty, I am a little disappointed, for you, too, are an erudite Buddhism practitioner. So you should not make such a silly mistake. Donghuang the Great noticed his carelessness. Then he bowed to Wutian Buddha Lord and said, You are right, great Buddha. It was thoughtless of me. The teaching of Buddhism emphasized emptiness, all is vanity. To commoners who were not knowledgeable in the teaching of Buddhism, Spirit Mountain was the holy land of the world of Buddhism. On the other hand, the true enlightened Buddhists would never be fixated on material things. In that case, it is decided then. However, I think we should inform everyone first, Yifutian said. I am still a bit worried whether or not the human ancestor will order the great emperors to attack the weaker ones. There was an unspoken rule for a war of this scale. Those who had walked on the path of the emperors should not lay their fingers on the weaker cultivators. Otherwise, they would bear a great sin that would eventually bring them disaster. How could a low-level cultivator stand against a great emperor? No, Donghuang the Great answered. The human ancestor cares about his reputation a lot. Although no one knows the reason, the way he rules the human realm is different from the Dark Sovereign. He has always been preaching about being the righteousness of humanity. Even during the upcoming war, he will still propagate justice and represent the righteousness of humanity to bring order to the human realm. Hence, the human ancestor will not order a fruitless killing. What about the evil emperor and the Dark Sovereign? Yifutian questioned because he did not know about the other 6 great emperors as much as his father, Donghuang the Great. They will probably obey the rules. No matter what, they still have to consider their realm, Donghuang the Great replied. Yifutian nodded. If the great emperors were to kill uncontrollably, there would only be very few people left alive. All right, Yifutian bowed his head. So we shall focus on extermination. I would like to see how many of the gods are asking to be killed again after having just made their comeback recently. I will be going back to the palace to start preparation, Donghuang the Great informed. I've already filled the Buddha in on this, Wuxian Buddha Lord uttered. He had no qualms about it. He will make arrangements for the Western heaven world of Buddhism to defend itself from invasion. When push comes to shove, we will break up our people. I'm ashamed, Yifutian noted while bowing to Wuxian Buddha Lord. This is a predestined fate. Since it is inexorable, the only thing we can do is face it together. Heavenly Emperor is a man of destiny. Everything will eventually end, Wuxian Buddha Lord stated. Okay. Yifutian nodded. Although he was facing an inevitable doom, he remained optimistic. Since everything was bound to happen, everything would be over soon with the help from the world of Buddhism. With that, Yifutian began to move the 99 heavens. Meanwhile, many armies invaded the heavenly realm, divine prefecture, and the world of Buddhism like a flood. Apart from Devil World, the other 6 realms had turned into a war zone. The army of cultivators of the human realm were the ones who arrived in the heavenly realm. As for the divine prefecture, the cultivators of the empty divine realm were the ones who showed up there. Besides them, there were also many human realm combatants besieging the divine prefecture. To the enemies, taking down heavenly realm was the easiest because it had long since declined. So they did not deploy a lot of their forces there. Lastly, the troops of the Dark Sovereign were the ones who raided the world of Buddhism. Naturally, there were cultivators of the human realm among the lineup as well. Those were the bunch who had wished to strike the world of Buddhism, so they joined forces with the army of the Dark World, hoping to find a chance to plunder the land. All cultivators had their motivation and will, so they would not follow things blindly. Some of those who took part in this war idolized the human ancestor, but some wished to seize the opportunity to improve themselves through this war since they could train and loot cultivation resources simultaneously. While the warring age had always been the quickest time to grow oneself, it was also dangerous. Nevertheless, they had confidence that they would win this war. Since it was a battle without unforeseen factors, they would occupy the realms without breaking a sweat. The people in the heavenly imperial city were trembling in fear because they knew war had erupted. The human realm led the forces of the empty divine realm and dark world to start the war, and their armies had already arrived in heavenly realm. Quick, look at 99 heavens now, someone exclaimed. Many people noticed that the 99 heavens had become more perceivable. There were no barriers surrounding it anymore. Countless magnificent temples could be seen on every layer. At the top layer, they noticed a heavenly palace situated in the sky. That was the heavenly imperial palace. 99 heavens had become a small world with a heavenly path. What is actually going on now? The crowds mumbled. There were troops of cultivators at different locations in the 99 heavens. They were all under the direct command of the Heavenly Emperor Palace and belonged to it. Some of them had been there for a long time while the others had joined recently. They hovered at multiple positions of 99 heavens, a genuine Xianxia army. At the peak of the Heavenly Palace, everyone caught sight of a silhouette with white hair and surrounded by 9-color divine light. It was a spectacular sight to behold. Immediately, everyone knew that it was the current heavenly emperor Yifutian. Yifutian had already merged with the remnants of the heavenly path left by his mother, so he would not leave anything behind. Turning to look at the commoners beneath him, he declared, "The human ancestor is leading the human realm, empty divine realm, and dark world to start an invasion war that will turn the 7 realms into a battlefield. Things are different than before this time. It is a worldwide invasion. So, regardless of your cultivation level, you will be affected by the aftermath. In the worst-case scenario, you might face life and death situation. Heavenly Realm had just recovered from declination in recent years, so our overall forces will be weaker. When the war comes, I hope everyone can protect themselves and try to avoid the war zone as much as possible. Please find a way to survive this ordeal. This war should never involve the cultivators of the heavenly realm." But the human ancestor had insisted on making this happen and starting the war of the 7 realms. Even though I've ascended the throne and became Heavenly Emperor, I still couldn't prevent this war from happening. I'm ashamed of myself, but I, alongside the cultivators of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, will swear to give our all to end this war. Regardless of victory or defeat, I hope your goal is to survive this tribulation and live. Yifutian did not encourage anyone to join the war. Instead, he requested the people to avoid it as much as possible and protect themselves to survive this calamity. This should have been the problem between Emperor-level forces alone. Since it was only to achieve their personal goals, they should never involve the entire cultivation world. Every cultivator should not be regarded as a citizen of the realm they had chosen to stay here to work on their cultivation. The war should be fought by the direct subordinates of the imperial palaces alone. The outcome of the war should not be decided by the cultivators in the world but by the great emperors. Your Majesty, what if we are willing to fight for the heavenly realm? Someone asked. That's right. We are willing to be part of the heavenly imperial palace and join this war, another person chimed in. Yifutian was touched upon hearing that because he had never expected the cultivators of the heavenly realm to have a sense of belonging. By rights, they should be focused on protecting themselves. This war is unprecedented. It will affect the entire world. I hope that you will make your decision prudently because the likelihood of you dying in this war is very high. Yifutian reminded. The heavenly palace was once glorious. An elderly cultivator raised their head to the sky and sighed. Now that we've finally waited for the ascension of a new emperor who is compassionate toward his subjects, I am willing to pave the way of the new world alongside your Majesty. I want to enlist in the army as well. Many people noted continuously. Although plenty of people wished to join the war, it was still relatively little compared to the total amount in the crowd. After all, it was a battle that involved all of the realms. Plus, the enemy had a greater advantage, so they would most likely end up fighting a losing battle. Thus, to join the war would be equal to signing their own death warrant. Good. Those who are willing to join the war may come over now, Yifutian instructed. Then he looked in a lower direction and said, Please lend me a hand, Tianyin Buddha Lord. Sure. Tianyin Buddha Lord nodded. Just then, he transmitted his voice throughout the entire heavenly realm and announced, The War of the Seven Realms starts now. Those who are willing to join the war may whisper your request. I will pick up your voice from every corner of this realm. But I still wish to inform all of you that what His Majesty said was true. The mortality rate of this war will be extremely high. So, I advise you to ponder your decision carefully. Tianyin Buddha Lord's cultivation was pretty rapid since the substantial change occurred in the world and had finally reached the great Emperor plane. He had mastered one of the 6 superpowers clairaudience, so he could pick up every sound within heavenly realm. If he were to perfect it, he could even hear everything in the 7 realms. Soon, Tianyin Buddha Lord heard voices of the people's requests. Then, he glanced at Wutian Buddha Lord and said, I will need Wutian Buddha Lord's help in this. Wutian Buddha Lord had also reached the pinnacle of cultivation and mastered celerity, so he could traverse a great distance at the speed of thought. Okay, Wutian Buddha Lord nodded. I'm beyond grateful to the both of you. Yifutian bowed to Tianyin Buddha Lord and Wutian Buddha Lord. With the help of the 2 Buddha Lords, he could recruit the people of Heavenly Realm who were willing to volunteer themselves in the war. After putting their hands together, the 2 Buddha Lords disappeared into thin air with their thoughts. Yifutian was not worried about the safety of the 2 of them. Tianyin Buddha Lord could pick up all the sounds across vast space and had incredibly acute sensory abilities. Wutian Buddha Lord was the master of celerity. If the 2 were to coordinate with one another, hardly anyone could threaten their lives. A while later, the 2 Buddha Lords brought a troop of cultivators back. Even the people of Heavenly Imperial City were brought here as well. Fong Xuan, do your thing, Yifutian ordered. Yes, master. Fong Xuan nodded, turned around, and headed toward the army of cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Buddha Lords left the scene and headed toward other locations in Heavenly Realm. Yifutian stood on top of the Heavenly Palace and waited patiently. Finally, terrifying storms hit on multiple locations of the sky above the Heavenly Realm. Following that, numerous space passages appeared in many different locations. In a flash, the armies of the human realm descended from the sky. Staring downward, they played hysterical smirks on their faces. The human realm would be occupying the 7 realms, and they were the witnesses and participants of the historical moment. The 2 Buddha lords brought more people back to the heavenly imperial palace with them. With a thought, Yi Futian covered all the cultivators in 99 heavens with a mysterious power. Right then, their bodies immediately vanished from sight, and they were brought into his inner world created with his micro-heavenly path. His troop, the Heavenly Realm Army, would cultivate inside his inner world. It was a portable army that followed him everywhere. A suffocating god's might pervaded the sky above the heavenly imperial city. Following the color change of the firmament, a peerless and dominating emperor's might pressurized every person in the heavenly imperial city. All of them felt like it was the end of the world while staring at the sky in terror. Had Tianxian army shown up already? Many figures appeared in different directions of the sky. The color of the sky above the entire heavenly imperial city changed. The frightening divine power enveloped the heavenly imperial city as if there was a Tianxian in every direction. The cultivators of the heavenly imperial city were all terrified. They had heard that the human ancestor helped great emperors from the ancient times return. They did not think that there would be so many. How did the human ancestor revive these ancient emperors? No wonder Heavenly Emperor Yi Futian had given up the heavenly imperial palace. The great emperors of both sides were not even at the same level. The number was too different. The heavenly emperor didn't leave. Many people looked at the white-haired figure above the heavenly imperial city and started feeling worried for Yi Futian. The gods had come with murderous intent in their eyes. There were great emperors everywhere in the dome of the sky, sealing off this part of the sky. Where did those people go? A voice screamed. The human ancestor's face appeared in the sky. His aura was terrifying. Yi Futian had brought away all the cultivators of the 99 heavens. They had vanished directly. Was it the micro-world? Yi Futian glanced at the human ancestor's face and did not reply. Instead, he looked at the various gods and said, I do not know what methods the human ancestor used to help you all return. But since you are back, you should treasure it well. Do not get involved in the present conflicts. The gods all had surprised expressions at Yi Futian's words, and a powerful voice spoke out. Are today's great emperors all so arrogant? They had all been great emperors from the era before the heavenly path had collapsed. Some had even been super great emperors. Yi Futian was only a junior. Even though he had flashy achievements, they still felt that arrogance when he spoke to all the seniors like this. This is not the old era anymore, Yi Futian said. You all are only old gods and should get accustomed to today's cultivation world. If you retreat now, I can act like nothing has happened. And if we don't retreat? An ancient emperor asked. If you do not retreat, then it means we are mortal enemies. If you die again, you might not have the chance to return again, Yi Futian replied. Yi Futian, the human ancestor's terrible might clamped down on Yi Futian as he said, You are even more presumptuous than your father, Dong Huang. With that, he looked up to the sky and said, Dong Huang, you come out too. As soon as he spoke, a figure appeared in the sky above Yi Futian. The father and son stood one above another, surrounded by the ancient gods. Futian, this is the first time we fight together as father and son. I did not think that we would be facing the gods of ancient times. How many do you think we can kill? Dong Huang the Great asked Yi Futian. In terms of presumptuousness, he was not any lesser than Yi Futian. The father and son duo were both great emperors of the modern times. On the other side were all ancient emperors, including the human ancestor. However, the human ancestor had lived too long. He had lived from ancient times to the modern day. Just as Dong Huang the Great said, this battle was between the present and ancient emperors. The cultivators of the heavenly imperial city stood in the lower sky and gazed into the heavens. Dong Huang the Great's words made their hearts pound furiously, and hot blood ran through their veins. The father and son would fight the gods. Dong Huang the Great had asked how many they could kill. Any that we kill is an advantage for us, Yi Futian replied. Father, if mother was here and the 3 of us worked together, they would have no chance at all. If your mother were here, She'd be enough by herself. Dong Huang the Great responded. Shameless words. The human ancestors' words reverberated in the sky. Horrifying and turbid divine lightning appeared in the heavens, covering the sky and sun. It hung over the sky above Yifutian and Dong Huang the Great. Boom! With one thought by Dong Huang the Great, the revelation divine power instantly enveloped the vast lands, covering the entire heavenly imperial city. All divine power within the revelation divine domain seemed to be sealed off. Those ancient gods' divine powers were also restricted. The instant that the revelation divine domain enveloped the heavenly imperial city, Yifutian's body moved. He appeared before a great emperor in a flash, descending directly despite the distance between them, and he pushed his palm forward. Yifutian's palm contained extremely dazzling divine light, and emperor runes were carved on it. He was incredibly domineering and could crush everything in the world. Seal of the heavenly emperor. That great emperor was not a super great emperor, and his divine power was being restricted too. What welcomed him was a super strong seal of the heavenly emperor. It crushed down directly, and the golden emperor rune enlarged in his eyes. It was like a world. No matter how he ran, he would still be under the attack of this divine seal. Boom! Divine power transformed into Xuanwu beast protection to protect his body, but when the seal of the heavenly emperor blasted down, it was shattered directly. Plus, he was also being restricted by the revelation divine domain. How could he counter Yifutian's palm? Bang! With a huge sound, the Xuanwu beast was destroyed. The seal of the heavenly emperor blasted onto his body, shattering his physical body. His spiritual soul wanted to escape, but the emperor rune emitted destructive divine light and directly destroyed it. His soul scattered and died. Back then, when the heavenly path released the doomsday tribulations, it had targeted the great emperors of the entire world rather than just one person. Thus, many gods had died under the tribulations, but quite a few great emperors had survived using other methods. But Yifutian did not give them this chance. With his absolute power, he naturally made them die from a scattered soul. Only this counted as a complete death. He had said earlier that if they did not treasure this chance at returning, they would probably not get another chance. A great emperor was killed forcefully by Yifutian. This made the hearts of the heavenly imperial city cultivators skip a beat. However, the instant that Yifutian had attacked, the other gods in the sky were also able to react. They released their divine powers to the max under the constraints of the revelation divine domain. Many of the super great emperors had terrifying divine powers and broke through the constraints of the revelation divine domain. The chaos true thunder swords in the sky attacked instantly, going for Yifutian. But Dong Huang the Great's figure appeared in the sky above Yifutian. He released the revelation divine domain to the max and pointed a finger at the sky, blocking many attacks descending from above. But even so, many beams of destructive divine power still streaked toward Yifutian, landing on his body. The attacks of strong great emperors were incredibly fast. It was all in the span of one thought. Yifutian had killed a great emperor while surrounded by great emperors, so he naturally had to face the attacks from the other strong figures of the emperor level. But the instant that those attacks fell, 9-colored divine light wrapped around Yifutian. They transformed into the frightening divine power of the law and annihilated the incoming attacks directly. It was the 9 dragons' true chi. At that moment, Yifutian was as peerless as an ancient emperor who had returned. His mother had left the heavenly path of the 99 heavens, and now he had inherited the power of that heavenly path. Naturally, he could inherit the forces that Ji Wudao had inherited in the past. It was even more compatible for him. Whether it was the seal of the heavenly emperor of the 9 dragons' true chi, they had all been left by his mother, and he had inherited them. Just then, a streak of sword light lit up in the sky. This streak of sword light seemed to have come from outside the heavens. It passed through time and space, directly cutting apart the constraints that the revelation divine domain put on the divine power. It entered the 9 dragons' true chi and hacked down on Yifutian's body. Poof, poof. There were sharp, grating sounds, and then Yifutian's body vanished from his spot. He retreated to the distance. The defenses from the divine power of the world on his body were sliced apart, and a bloody gash appeared on his body under the beam of sword chi. The bloody gash started healing, but the gash contained extremely frightening sword chi. It seemed to be not so easy to scatter. The divine power of vitality in Yi Futian's body flooded madly to the injury to heal it. Raising his head, Yi Futian looked into the distance. There was a middle-aged man in dark clothing. Merely standing there, he gave off an extremely sharp feeling. Sword chi flowed all around him as if he was the ruler of that area of the sky. As sword will flowed across his body, the swordsmen of the entire heavenly imperial city felt the sword will within their bodies go out of control. It was like they wanted to submit to this gust of sword will. They all looked to the sky in horror. That figure in the heavens was like the master of the swords of all heavens. Eternal Sword Lord. Donghuang the Great stared at the figure that had appeared and thought of another super being from the era before the heavenly path had collapsed. The Eternal Sword Lord had created the Eternal Sword Domain. He was skilled in the sword way of all heavens, and the sword domains that he created could last for eternity. He had been a supreme figure of the ancient sword way and stood at the pinnacle. His level was above all of the gods and emperors he had killed before. This kind of being had not died under the world tribulations and returned today. He was also being used by the human ancestor. The Eternal Swordlord's level was definitely above his back then. He had been one of the strongest figures in the world. One could imagine how threatening he was. Even though they knew that the human ancestor had helped the various gods return and there would definitely be super great emperors, Donghuang the Great had still underestimated them. He did not think that someone like the Eternal Sword Lord could return too. What did the human ancestor do exactly to let them return? The Eternal Sword Lord walked forward. His body was like a sword as if it was not made of flesh. His eyes contained immense sword will that could pierce someone. Being stared at by him made one feel the endless sword will attacking. Did anyone in this era still remember him? Back then, he had been one of those who fought against the heavenly path. At the time of the world tribulations, his cultivation had been one of the top great emperors. He had been cared for by the world tribulations and died on the spot. His physical body had been destroyed, and his spiritual soul had shattered, transforming into an eternal beam of sword will in this world. However, he did not think that he would have the chance to return. Using this beam of eternal sword will, someone in this era helped him return. Even though he had not returned to the past and his abilities could not return to their peak, as long as he was back, anything was possible. A frightening sword domain appeared. It was the Eternal Sword Domain. In that instant, all of the heavens were enveloped by this sword domain. Yu Futian and Donghuang the Great were both within the sword domain. The Revelation Divine Matrix overlapped with it but could not repress the sword domain. The Eternal Sword Domain contained endless sword will. They shot murderously towards Donghuang the Great and Yu Futian, tearing apart the void like countless sword rivers. Many of the surrounding great emperors saw the Eternal Swordlord attack, so they just stood there to watch. The Eternal Swordlord had been an aggressive and fearless being in their era, so killing two modern great emperors was naturally easy for him. Since the ancient emperors returned, they would naturally have to take back their era. These two modern great emperors dared to dream about swaying the heavens. Donghuang the Great walked forward, but he heard Yu Futian say, "Father, hand it to me." Hearing Yu Futian's voice, Donghuang the Great turned and glanced at him. Then he nodded slightly. His figure retreated to the back and put up strong defenses around him to fend off the invasion of the sword path power. Meanwhile, divine power seeped out of Yi Futian's body, filling this vast space. In that moment, all of the great emperors felt a different kind of aura. Many things in this divine domain seemed to be the same, but it was also somehow different. Oh! The Eternal Swordlord's brows furrowed. He sensed a different kind of law aura. The laws in Yi Futian's divine domain were different. It was a law order that belonged to himself. But he only furrowed his brows. It was the same for him. The Eternal Sword Domain contained his own laws of the sword path. He waved his palm in the air. Instantly, many sword rivers fell from the dome of the sky. They contained limitless sword will. Those sword rivers were extremely aggressive and made the great path roar. They wanted to rip apart the sky as they cut down at Yi Futian. The people of the heavenly imperial city saw the aggressive divine swords fall down like the Milky Way. They all felt incredibly shocked. This kind of sword could destroy a world, but it was going for Yi Futian at this moment. Divine light wrapped around Yifutian's body, as if he represented the law of the heavenly path. A similarly shocking sword materialized. 9 dragons' true chi wrapped around that divine sword and carved a word. The word was Emperor. This seemed to be the most noble sword in the world. Once the sword was out, everyone would bow down. This was the king of the swords. Sword of the heavenly emperor. The eternal sword lord was surprised when he saw Yifutian's sword. This sword was like the sword of the heavenly emperor from the Deva. It was the sword that governed the universe. Boom! Divine light flashed. The sword of the heavenly emperor had been created by Yifutian's power of the law of the heavenly path. Carrying ultimate divine power, it crashed against the divine sword of the eternal sword lord. Instantly, a gust of destructive force swept through the skies. The horrible sword will ripped through all beings. The divine domain of the great path and the surrounding defenses were all ripped apart. Strong light pierced their eyes. Before the people of the heavenly imperial city could process everything, they saw the various gods transform into beams of light and disappear. In the blink of an eye, everyone had disappeared. Ha! What happened? The people of the heavenly imperial city felt their hearts pound without stop. The destructive storm of sword chi was still there, but the various gods had transformed into beams of light and left the heavenly imperial city. That sword was enough to destroy the entire heavenly imperial city. If the heavenly emperor had not blocked that sword, we all would have died, someone said, feeling belated fear. The others all felt chills down their spine after hearing that. Earlier, that sword had fallen down like the Milky Way. If it had come down, the sword while landing on the heavenly imperial city, then the entire city would probably be obliterated directly by the sword will. How could they survive with their cultivation planes? Will anything happen to the heavenly emperor? Someone asked. Heavenly Emperor Yi has been cultivating in seclusion all this time and combined with a heavenly path. His abilities have already evolved and can't be compared to how he had been. He can directly take the other's sword, so you can imagine how strong he is. He would not stay to fight if he is not confident, someone said. The heavenly emperor is working with Dong Wang the Great. Even if they cannot defeat the gods, surely they can retreat safely. All the strong figures nodded, and they gazed into the heavens. At that moment, they actually felt a sense of belonging. In the battle between the old and new gods, who would become the legitimate rulers of the world? A group of strong cultivators at the Xianxia level passed through the vast void with extreme speed. They even went through the space passageway and entered the original realm. Yifutian and Donghuang the Great were at the front. They seemed to have transformed into 2 spots of light. Yifutian transformed into a beam of light streaking through the endless starry sky. The eternal sword lord was tight on his heels. He advanced in the form of a sword and was also extremely fast. Just then, the eternal sword lord's entire body dazzled like a heaven-slaying divine sword. He raised his finger and pointed at the sky. The upper heavens instantly started changing and transforming. Cut! The instant he waved his hand, it was like the Milky Way fell from the heavens. The sword was like the sword of time and space. It surpassed time and space, cutting down at Yifutian and Donghuang the Great. It set out later but arrived first. Even though Yifutian and Donghuang the Great were streaking through space at a frightening speed, they were still in the range of the sword path's attacks. The two both felt a powerful gust of sword will. Yifutian and Donghuang the Great both released divine power from their bodies. The revelation divine domain covered the vast void, causing the sword to be obstructed a little, but it still could not stop the sword that surpassed time and space. The sword will continue to shoot down murderously. However, at the same time, Yifutian also released his divine domain of the Great Path. With his body as the center, it transformed into a world. When the sword will cut down, time and space became chaotic, affecting that sword. But despite this, that sword still did not change its direction. It cut down directly at them. One could imagine just how terrifying this sword was. It could tear apart the laws of his divine domain. In a certain way, it indeed surpassed the laws of time and space. This sword cut a beautiful sword arc in the vast space, splitting the void into halves. It transformed into a sword river with unparalleled power and might. Yifutian looked up at that sword, and then he waved the sword in his hand. Under the eyes of all the Tianxin, Yi Futian sent out 81 swords instantly. Every sword was an extremely aggressive sword. They were also complete swords. How can he be so fast? Those great emperors had a misperception as if they were in a different dimension as Yi Futian. The eternal swordlord's sword was so fast. His sword speed was definitely one of the fastest swords in the entire world. But in that instant, they vaguely sensed that the sword had slowed down. Or perhaps it was not the eternal swordlord's sword that had slowed down but that Yi Futian had more time. The law of time. Everyone's hearts shuddered. Yi Futian had used the advantage of the law of time to change the flow of time. This allowed him to have more time and thus sent out the 81 swords instantly. 81 beams of sword will crashed against the Milky Way sword that surpassed time and space. Sword chi shot out millions of miles. Even stars in the distance were ripped apart by the sword will. At the same time, Yi Futian's divine domain of the Great Path expanded, and his divine power enveloped all the gods. Those Tianxin who had pursued him felt that they were covered by Yi Futian's divine domain of the Great Path now. They all released their own law's rule power at the same moment. The vast space was instantly filled with extremely chaotic and aggressive divine power. Boom! There was a horrifying boom. An extremely huge figure appeared in the sky like the King of the Void. It was the human ancestor's figure, enveloped by the turbid divine thunder in this area and accompanied by beams of falling divine light. Frightening chaos, true thunder swords rained down, shooting directly at Yi Futian and Dong Huang the Great. The eternal swordlord was strong enough, but the human ancestor did not want to keep waiting. Yi Futian had already developed to an extremely frightening step. After combining with that heavenly path, his abilities were even comparable to the present 6 emperors. Wham! Yi Futian's figure streaked through the void directly. The chaos true thunder swords raining down actually could not capture his figure. Another great emperor attacked, and the space of this boundless world seemed to solidify suddenly. Everything stopped moving. A super great emperor released his own great path divine domain. Under that restrictive force, Yi Futian's figure was revealed. A chaos true thunder sword shot down, blasting directly at his body. It had locked onto him. Yi Futian released the divine power around him to the max. The divine power sealing off the space was ripped apart. He pointed to the sky, and the extremely domineering heavenly emperor sword crashed against the chaos true thunder sword. They were both extremely rigid and powerful, incomparably domineering attacks. The heavenly emperor sword that Yi Futian had released was the heavenly emperor sword that contained his divine power. The human ancestor watched as the heavenly emperor sword and chaos true thunder sword shattered. This put a surprised expression on him. His chaos true thunder sword was one of the greatest attacks in the world, but it was only comparable to Yi Futian's heavenly emperor sword. The divine power contained in the heavenly emperor sword seemed to destroy everything. Even the chaos true thunder was destroyed. It seemed that the son of Dong Huang had reached a frightening level after these years of growth. Clang! The ringing of bells suddenly sounded in the sky. The ringing was very long and stretched far. Its reverberations shattered the space, causing the divine power that froze the space to collapse and shatter. The various gods all looked at Yi Futian and saw many ancient bronze bells surrounding his body. These ancient bells all contained peerless divine power. The beams of divine light rained down from the ancient bells, causing everything to get destroyed and the space to be pulverized. Yi Futian's power made the gods too scared to separate. When great emperors fought, one person could stand their ground. There was actually a great distance between them and Yi Futian, but these great emperors did not dare to be too scattered. They were worried that Yi Futian would kill a great emperor with one strike like earlier. The ancient bronze bells revolved endlessly and divine light swept around. The divine power that froze the space continuously shattered. Every divine bell radiated the force of destruction. Are his combat abilities really that strong? The various Tianxin stared at Yi Futian. This junior great emperor of the modern ages was actually this strong. He threatened these ancient emperors even in this situation where they were attacking together. If they had come alone to kill Yi Futian, probably very few of them could fight against Yi Futian alone. Even Dong Huang the Great was a bit surprised. He looked at the white-haired figure before him, and there was a pleased look in his eyes. He seemed to see her shadow. Before, He had exchanged simple blows with Yi Futian and knew that the present Yi Futian was no longer below his level. Thus, these two dared to face these gods. It was a powerful kind of confidence. But even so, he discovered that he had still underestimated Yi Futian. He was even more extraordinary than he'd imagined. Thus, Donghuang the Great did not help Yi Futian right now. He wanted to see what level Yi Futian was at. Universe-breaking bell. The human ancestor looked at Yi Futian's body. The universe-breaking bell was still the ability of the heavenly emperor. It could shatter the void, but in the hands of Yi Futian, this universe-breaking bell perfectly fused with the law divine power that Yi Futian was skilled at. Its force was shockingly strong and directly tore apart the divine power that froze the space. All the ancient bells spun while revolving around the world. The divine light that dropped down was filled with extremely destructive divine power. Clang! The overlapping ringing was endlessly heard. The universe-breaking bells directly broke open the void as it advanced, transforming into beautiful beams of light that shot at the gods. Every bell was boundlessly huge and could shatter a portion of the sky. Seeing that Yi Futian could still have the ability to attack the other great emperors while under their siege, the eternal swordlord furrowed his brows too. He took a step forward and waved his sword. Sword chi shot out for millions of miles and shattered the void, cutting arcs of endless darkness. It shattered divine power, ripped the space, and went to kill Yi Futian despite the difference in time and space. This sword stretched millions of miles in all directions. When it cut down, a flash of sword light appeared in the vast starry sky. All the space in its path was broken and cracked apart. In one instant, the world was about to be ripped apart. In ancient times, the eternal swordlord could split apart a star planet with one sword and defeat all the beings. Even though his abilities were not at his peak now, his sword was still frighteningly powerful. A silver spear made of divine power somehow appeared in Yi Futian's hands. The instant that the sword fell, the spear attacked the incoming sword like a dragon, fast as the speed of light. The void collapsed instantly, and a world-ending storm swept across the air. However, that sword kept cracking until it scattered in the void. But at almost the same time, many Chaos True Thunder swords attacked simultaneously, stabbing Yi Futian's body. They arrived right after that sword. Yi Futian's spear swept across and then attacked the Chaos True Thunder sword in the sky. The destructive windstorm shot down murderously, forcing his body to keep falling down the sky. However, the Chaos True Thunder swords still could not hurt Yi Futian. Bang, bang, bang. There was a continuous stream of sounds. It was emitted by Yi Futian's universe-breaking bell when it crashed against the various gods. The dozen great emperors had difficulty enduring the might of the universe-breaking bell. They were hurt by the reverberations and retreated. Some of them even suffered heavy injuries. Their physical bodies almost collapsed from the universe-breaking bell's hits. At the same time, the eternal sword domain enveloped the vast space. With one thought from the eternal sword lord, countless divine swords streamed down instantly, going murderously toward Yi Futian. Each sword contained shocking divine might that could kill a Xianxia. Yi Futian looked up with a glance. 9 dragons' true chi wrapped around his body, and the silhouette of the heavenly emperor appeared. He was peerless. With his body as the center, rounds of world particle defenses appeared. They transformed into a light screen that blocked the incoming sword's path. But the eternal swordlord's sword path was also the law power of the sword path that he controlled. The destructive divine sword penetrated the world particle defense directly and zoomed at Yi Futian's body. The time and space before Yi Futian were distorted, causing some weaker sword will to be buried in the chaotic space. However, some super-strong swords still passed through the layers of obstacles and shattered the chaotic currents of time and space. The sword path contained the power to rip apart the space, causing the various divine swords to reach Yi Futian's body. But just then, it was like Yi Futian had created the heavenly emperor divine body. Many runes wrapped around the emperor's silhouette. It flashed with golden light like an undying battle form. The divine sword shot over and produced an intense crashing noise, shaking Yi Futian's body. However, it could not continue advancing. Clearly, it was impossible to sway Yi Futian only by using the sword will of the sword domain. Yi Futian's combat ability was not any weaker than the eternal sword lord. Kaboom! Just then, There was a horrifying explosion in the sky. They saw the world collapse and shatter. Everything was about to be destroyed. Yifutian looked up and saw the human ancestor's huge palm print crush down. It was like there was a world hidden in the palm. The frightening chaos true thunder was hidden inside. Carrying the supreme destructive force, it crushed the space. Everything in its path was obliterated. This horrifying palm seal blocked off the sky. It was boundlessly huge, covering the vast void. Yifutian and Donghuang the Great's bodies were both shrouded by it. It crushed everything and grappled at Yifutian and Donghuang the Great's space. There was a muffled sound. It was like everything was going to be destroyed under this palm seal. The human ancestor had transformed into the ruler of this world, or the high and mighty god that controlled the fates of all beings. Donghuang the Great also looked toward that horrifyingly destructive palm seal, and his brows furrowed. Then he saw that Yifutian's entire body dazzled with divine light. The beautiful glow contained supreme crushing force, as if he would shatter that supreme palm seal squarely. Boom! Yifutian's body advanced as the path. He held the Tiantian spear in his hands, and the divine power in his body flooded crazily into the spear. He stabbed into the heavens, and instantly, the destructive chaotic true thunder that could shatter everything ended up getting broken instead. A huge boom spread. Yifutian's spear blasted onto that boundlessly huge giant palm of Tiantian. It was like a person striking a small, destructive world. He seemed extremely small in comparison, like a moth trying to sway a tree. However, Yifutian really did sway that boundlessly huge palm. The spear ripped everything, passing through the chaotic true thunder and distorting the space. The world of chaotic true thunder was swallowed into the storm of time and space. Meanwhile, the spear continued up with its supreme destructive force. It stabbed into the palm seal that covered the vast void and penetrated it directly, burying inside murderously. That boundless giant palm shook violently, and many cracks appeared. Boom! Yifutian's body passed through the space above the palm seal. He broke through directly and did not stop. After passing through the destructive palm seal, he went directly for the human ancestor with extreme speed. It was like he had arrived before the majestic and huge body of the human ancestor in an instant. Chaotic true thunder shot out of the human ancestor's eyes. It tore apart the void directly and blasted toward Yifutian. But this time Yifutian was completely confident. He did not dodge at all. His spear broke through the air. It was unstoppable. He stabbed through the chaotic true thunder directly and went for that huge figure. The world-slaying chaotic true thunder covered Yifutian's entire body. The destructive attack destroyed his physical body, but he streaked through it. Boom! Just then Yifutian felt that he saw an illusory figure. It was majestic and unparalleled. It was like the divine king that ruled the entire universe. Bang! The spear hit the huge skull and penetrated it. But at the same time, a burst of horrifyingly destructive divine power snaked into Yifutian's mind. The silhouette of that divine king became clearer. It terrorized all beings in the world and wanted him to bow down before it. In that extremely short instant, the spear already shattered the divine human skull. Yifutian's body passed through it, but he did not feel excited. Instead, he had a strong sense of fear. He looked back at the divine human's body and saw that the shattered skull was reforming. It was not affected at all, as if it was an undying body. A clone. That moment, Yifutian's heart tremored violently. This was just an outer clone of the human ancestor and not his true self. Yifutian finally understood what his father had said to him before: the human ancestor was not the real human ancestor. Now he could vaguely sense that it was highly possible that the human ancestor that he was facing now was only a clone of the human ancestor. The human ancestor that had survived since the era of the heavenly path's collapse had been cultivating every moment of these countless years. He had even collected countless great emperor relics from when the heavenly path had collapsed and found the traces of the gods in this world. How could he not be powerful? Was the force that he had felt earlier the force brought on by the human ancestor's true consciousness? Then the human ancestor turned and looked toward him. Destructive light shot out of his eyes. Using a thought, Yifutian's body disappeared from the spot and appeared before Donghuang the Great. "Father, let's go," he said. Since the human ancestor was just a clone and had an undying body, It meant that this battle had no meaning anymore. They could not kill the enemy, and in that battle he had also made risky actions. This was an extremely unbalanced battle. The two transformed into two beams of light and shot into the distance, instantly vanishing from the spot. But Xianxia used their mind, and the vast world was instantly frozen. The space was locked, and everything here seemed to fall into a still state. But Yifutian was in his own divine domain. Divine power exploded, and he transformed into a spot of light, streaking through the space. The power of the sealed void could not stop his departure. The two instantly streaked into the distance. The eternal swordlord looked at the escaping figures and cut down with his sword remotely. The sword crossed the space to kill them, crumbled the vast void. All the stars in its path shattered and collapsed, getting sliced apart directly. The sword path Milky Way dropped down, and it was like one could not escape this attack no matter how they ran. But then the two beams of light that were Yifutian and Dongwang the Great passed directly through the sword path Milky Way. They streaked forward, passing through, and then continued to escape until they disappeared. The two were figures at the top of the pyramid. Clearly, it was quite unlikely for them to be stopped by this one sword. The group of Xianxia did not pursue them. The gods realized that the vast majority of them might not be able to withstand Yifutian's attack. They might even get killed instantly, so they definitely could not leave the group to chase after them. The human ancestor did not pursue them either. He stared at the escaping figures and realized that even this Xianxia army could not make the two stay completely. Yifutian's abilities were not any weaker than Donghuang the Great now. Similarly, he was not weaker than the human ancestor either. In addition, he was skilled in many things and very hard to deal with. Even if they pursued him, there would be no result. Yifutian's speed was not any slower than them either. Earlier, they had been able to catch him. Yifutian probably did it purposely to try and exchange blows with them. "Go," the human ancestor said. He led all the Xianxia to leave this place. They prepared to visit the Divine Prefecture's Imperial Palace and the Western Heaven Spiritual Mountain. Yifutian and Donghuang the Great traveled through the vast void. They did not know where they'd reached, but they stopped after knowing that the others did not chase after them. Father's speculation was correct. The human ancestor we faced may have just been a clone of the human ancestor. He ruled the world and managed the order of the human realm with a clone. The true body of the human ancestor might not have recovered his vitality completely, Yifutian said to Dongwang the Great. Dongwang the Great understood that Yifutian discovered some things in the previous exchange of blows. It must be Dongwang the Great. Back then, your mother had died because of this. If the other returns, I'm afraid it will be a disaster. Thus, we still have to hurry up. Yes. Yifutian nodded, feeling a wave of stress. The human ancestor had the various gods return to be used by him. Yifutian continued to say, "If it is like how we predicted, then surely the gods fear the human ancestor greatly too. They can only be used by him willingly." Earlier, many of the great emperors did not attack, Dongwang the Great replied. Even if they did not attack, surely they have some concerns. The human ancestor wants to replace the heavenly path and take its path. The gods must be fearful of this day too. At that time, the human ancestor would be the supreme existence. Even a great emperor would not dare to go against him. If the human ancestor replaced the heavenly path, becoming in existence like the ancient heavenly path, the various gods would be the gods under his reign. No matter how strong they were, they could not go against the heavenly path like back then. Who could do it again? The battle from the past had already caused the heavenly path to collapse and the gods to fall. If a new heavenly path appeared, who would fight with it? Who dared to fight with it? What will we do next? Yifutian wanted to hear Dongwang the Great's suggestion. "You will cultivate here, and I'll go out to take a look. I will notify you of news from the outside world," Dongwang the Great replied. He wanted to give Yifutian more time to cultivate. Giving up the 99 heavens of the heaven realm and taking everyone away was also to fight for more time. Time in Yifutian's micro-heavenly path flowed at 81 times the speed. If he could get 1 year in the outside world, it would be 81 years. All the people in the micro-heavenly path would be able to transform. Yes, Yifutian nodded. He was worried about the situation outside too. Now, the human ancestor led the strong figures of the three realms to invade. The beings would all suffer greatly. Even though reached a consensus for the cultivators of the Heaven Realm, Divine Prefecture, and Western Heaven World to try not to participate in the battle directly, they still could not avoid the killing and fighting. This was an invasion. The invaders would not be kind. It would be accompanied by fresh blood and white bones. But even so, he was the only one who could change the situation of this battle, and he had to hurry and cultivate to improve himself right now. "Let us separate here," Dongwang the Great said. "Father, be careful," Yifutian said a bit seriously. This time, the enemies that they faced were too strong. Otherwise, with Dongwang the Great's abilities, he did not need Yifutian's worry at all. This time was different. The gods of ancient times were all their enemies. "Don't worry. I will be careful and avoid battles. You cultivate at peace," Donghuang the Great said. "This time, I have no choice but to abandon the Heaven Palace and Donghuang Imperial Palace. It is a humiliation. All of this is waiting for you to take back. I will leave now." With that, he turned and walked forward, leaving with extreme decisiveness. He left Yifutian alone in the vast void. Of course, all the cultivators of the 99 heavens were in his micro-heavenly path world. He did not need to cultivate himself. He also had to help them become stronger. Yifutian's body flashed, going toward a specific direction. A moment later, he saw a barren star. With a thought, Yifutian's body appeared on that barren star. Then he went directly to a barren mountain on that barren star and sat down. He closed his eyes to cultivate, starting his seclusion. 1 day in the outside world was 81 days in his micro-world. He had to grasp the advantage of time. 3 months later, on the barren star, Yifutian sat cross-legged while divine light flowed, enveloping the entire star. He was like an ancient god, sitting there alone as he cultivated in seclusion. Right now, time was flowing at 81 times the speed in Yifutian's micro-heavenly path world. 3 months was essentially 20 years. 20 years was enough for many people to transform. Furthermore, Yifutian controlled the heavenly law. He could create strong cultivators directly, helping the people inside to speed up their cultivation. The cultivators in Yifutian's micro-heavenly path world now were the first batch of cultivators. In a way, they were the direct heirs other than some specific figures. Now, the micro-heavenly path world had been split into 6 camps. They were the 6 legions of the micro-heavenly path world. These 6 legions were the New Heaven Court, the original forces of the Heaven Realm. It was led by Lady Qin and Lady Shu and the people who had joined the Heavenly Imperial Palace. The 2 great emperors Qin and Shu and the top figures of the original Heavenly Palace marshaled this legion. The Revelation Legion led by Dongwang Diyuan was the force of the original Divine Prefecture. Four Corners Legion led by the force of 4 Corners village and cultivators who had joined the Heaven Realm. They were trained by Fang Xiyuan's 4-person group and transformed into a complete entity. It was a relatively new legion. Arhat Legion was a Buddhist legion led by the various Buddhas. There were not many people in this legion, but there were all strong cultivators of the elite level, high monks of the Buddhist clan. Ziwei Legion consisted of the old members of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Heavenly Mandate Legion was an old force led by the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Ziwei Legion and Heavenly Mandate Legion had split up the original Ziwei Imperial Palace. Back in the day, the Ziwei Imperial Palace had established various palaces, thus creating Ziwei and Heavenly Mandate. But after reorganizing this force now, the West Imperial Palace was put into the Ziwei Legion while the Lost Clan was put into the Heavenly Mandate Legion. The 6 great legions were then split into smaller legions and controlled by different people. This kind of reorganization was also in response to the recent changes in the world. It was a war between the 6 realms and there were many cultivators in the micro-heavenly path world now. They had all come from different forces and clans. If they were not reorganized, they would be like scattered sand. Thus, they had to be newly organized to face the war. A figure stood in the starry sky. It was Tuesday. The 6 legions cultivated in different locations. They all had their territory. He felt like he saw the 8 legions under the former heavenly path. When Yifutian ruled the world, these forces would be his 8 legions in the future. The devil world would probably come under him too. This was the situation that U2 hoped to see one day. However, everything was still unknown right now. He did not know if he could see the day arrive. In another direction, Yifutian saw that everyone was cultivating orderly and his consciousness left this place. Yifutian took out a sorcery item in the outside world and transmitted his consciousness into it. "Father," he said, "how is the outside world now?" He had cultivated for 20 years, but it had only been 3 months in the outside world. However, even though it had only been 3 months, dramatic changes could have occurred. The war has spread everywhere in the 6 realms. Among them, the Heaven Realm's resistance was the weakest. The Divine Prefecture's territory is extremely vast and there are many cultivators. People everywhere are resisting. The Western Heaven Buddhists' resistance is the most intense. The Buddhist clan is a pure land. After being invaded by the Dark World, the Buddhists believed their pure land had been tainted, so they started a mighty realm war. They pushed back against the Dark World, and the battle was incredibly intense. Donghuang the Great answered. In addition, the human realm seems to be letting this happen purposely. They did not send any support, causing the cultivators of the Dark World to suffer great losses. The Heaven Realm had fallen for a long while, and they did not have much sense of belonging. Their forces were also relatively weak. Naturally, they would not start large-scale resistance. This was also Yifutian's wish. There was no need to make meaningless sacrifices. The human ancestor's goal is to unify the world. Why would he care about the cultivators of the Dark World? Since the Dark Court decided to participate, then they should pay the cost, Yifutian said. Anything with the Devil World? No, Donghuang the Great replied. Nowadays, the Devil World has become the only pure land. They're cultivating in peace. I'm afraid the Devil World can't stay unaffected either. The human realm wants to conquer the 7 realms. After taking down the 6 realms, they will probably take over the original realm and then invade the Devil World, Yifutian said. However, Yushang also needed time to cultivate now. He had sent over a sorcery item that could change the flow of time. This way, he could also help Yushang gain more time to cultivate and improve himself. Thus, he was quite happy to see the current situation. He would wait for Yusheng to become stronger. The Divine Prefecture must have been damaged greatly, right? Yifutian asked. Donghuang the Great was quiet for a bit. Then he said, "You just focus on cultivating. I'm afraid the day that the human ancestor returns is not far away." Yifutian understood what he meant. The Divine Prefecture must have been significantly damaged. This was an invasive war. Even if they avoided battle, they would still be affected by it. Plus, the initiative was completely in the hands of the other side. However, Donghuang the Great did not want Yifutian to get involved. They were both clear that Yifutian's cultivation concerned the entire world. If no one could stop the human ancestor when he returned, then the world would be under the rule of the human realm. I understand, Yifutian answered. He did not speak further. He looked up at the empty starry sky and then stood up. With a thought, his body vanished from the spot. Even though his father Donghuang the Great had told him to cultivate in peace, he still wanted to see the situation in the outside world. His father did not tell him everything, fearing he would get worried about the present situation. In the Divine Prefecture, all of the 18 domains were covered by the fires of war. Strong cultivators of the empty Divine Realm and Human Realm had invaded everywhere. There had not been much resistance in the War of the Heaven Realm. After the Human Realm figures invaded it, they quickly conquered everywhere in the Heaven Realm. Now, they were in the ending stages. Thus, after battles died down in the Heaven Realm, most of the vital figures of the Human Realm turned to the Divine Prefecture. They began to attack the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. The Divine Prefecture had countless cultivation continents. Each of the 18 domains were extremely large. Thus, the Human Realm and Empty Divine Realm targeted the main continents of the 18 domains. After they took over the core continent, they could fan out to control the entire territory. The Taishang domain had been one of the strongest of the 18 domains. Now it was also war-ridden. Many battles had erupted on it. Not long ago, there had been an extremely bloody event in the Zixiao domain of the Divine Prefecture. After that event, the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture had started extremely big resistances. People from all the domains stood up and started hunting down the invaders. In the process of the Human Realm and Empty Divine Realm's invasion, cultivators of many forces started looting madly. They encountered intense resistance from cultivators during the looting and started slaughtering indiscriminately. This caused an entire city to be filled with rivers of blood. This event had shaken the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture and completely infuriated the independent cultivators of the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian's figure descended upon a continent in the Taiyu domain. Using his consciousness, countless images appeared in his mind instantly. His divine consciousness covered the entire vast continent. He saw many battlefields. Battle had erupted everywhere, and fires burned. According to the rules established by convention, great emperors were not allowed to be involved in the battles. To avoid affecting the innocent people of the Divine Prefecture, Yi Futian naturally would not directly interfere with this battle. However, this did not mean that he could use any secret methods. Yi Futian could sense that there were many demon beasts with strong cultivations. He used one thought, and a strong demonic cultivator appeared before him. This was the golden-winged giant Peng bird. His entire body was golden, but he was in human form. His features were extremely sharp. He was a divine bird, the golden-winged giant Peng bird, from the empty divine realm. Whoosh! There was a gale of wind. The golden-winged giant Peng bird transformed into a bolt of lightning, flashing toward Yi Futian. He extended his hand. It changed into extremely sharp claws as he clapped down on Yi Futian. This was the other actively attacking him. Yi Futian looked at him with his dark eyes. Instantly, that figure felt a horrible divine consciousness penetrate his mind directly. The next moment, his body came to an abrupt stop. He looked at Yi Futian and bowed in greeting. Master. Yi Futian extracted his memories directly and quickly learned about some things. His brows furrowed slightly and murderous intent flashed past his eyes. Go, he uttered. Instantly, that figure shot into the clouds and transformed back into its original form. He streaked through the sky and left this place to collect information from the Divine Prefecture for Yi Futian. Yi Futian took a step and went before another demon beast. After doing this many times, he controlled quite a few demon beasts and sent them towards the main continents of the Divine Prefecture. After doing this, Yi Futian's figure appeared at one of the main peaks of the continent. He had received a lot of information in his mind. As expected, father did not tell me this, Yi Futian thought inside. Dongwang the Great had hidden a lot of information in the conversation with him earlier. The Divine Prefecture's situation was much worse than he had imagined. Naturally, he understood his father's actions. The Divine Prefecture was the territory that his father ruled. How would he be willing to see today's situation? But for the future, he had to hope that Yi Futian could focus entirely on cultivating and thus did not tell him too much. The present Divine Prefecture had the fire of war burning in all 18 domains. Countless continents were affected. Even if they purposely tried to avoid conflict, they could not stay untouched, especially in the massacre that had happened recently in Xianxia domain. The forces of the human realm had issued a massacre order. Countless people who had not participated in the war had been massacred. Blood flowed through the entire city like a river. Numerous people had been killed, and it had been gruesome. Even though he knew this was unavoidable in an invasive war, the human realm called themselves justice but were still so cruel and bloody when conquering others. This still made him extremely furious. His eyes contained murderous intent. The killing that had occurred in Xianxia domain started igniting the Divine Prefecture. Strong figures in all the Divine Prefecture domains were furious after hearing the news and worried they would have the same fate. The top figures stood up to organize the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture and started a resistance, hunting down the invaders. This was still the home turf of the Divine Prefecture. If one only looked at the numbers, the Divine Prefecture cultivators could drown the invaders. However, the invaders all had very strong cultivations. Otherwise, they would not have come to invade another realm. The fire of war expanded through the 18 domains and could possibly ignite on all fronts. Not too long after, Yi Futian received news that a huge battle was occurring in the central city of the Taishang domain. Taishang City was where the domain chief's manor of the Taishang domain had been. It had a pretty important status in the entire Divine Prefecture. The cultivators of the Taishang domain were quite strong as a whole, and Taishang City was even more so. The human realm and empty divine realm had been attacked many times during their invasion. After the invaders had killed their way to Taishang City, they were often hunted and killed, causing the invading forces to suffer significant losses. This attracted the attention of the upper level, who reported it to even higher levels. Thus, on this day, the human realm and empty divine realm both transferred strong forces at the same time to overwhelm Taishang City. They prepared to take it down in one go to avoid future problems. That day, some strong legions arrived in the sky above Taishang City. Among them, the strongest force was, without a doubt, the orthodox unity of the human realm. This force was the orthodox force of the human realm and had a close relationship with the human divine palace. In fact, it could be said that they followed orders directly from the human divine palace. The sect leader of the orthodox unity was an important figure in the human realm too. A few years ago, he began to have the reputation of being one of the strongest figures under the great emperor plane. Now, he had reached the emperor plane and followed the human ancestor. The orthodox unity was powerful because of the tight-knit relationship with human divine palace. They had branches everywhere, and their forces were spread throughout the human realm. They were the #1 cultivation force in the human realm other than the human divine palace. There was no other one. One could imagine how strong they were. Now, the sect leader of the orthodox unity followed the human ancestor, while the vice-sect leaders managed the sect. They were all in the near-deity level and had very frightening cultivations. Right now, they stood in the air, leading the Orthodox Unity Legion. They were ready to invade the city of the Taishang domain. The vice-sect leaders of the Orthodox Unity all had an air of justice about them. Divine light flowed on their bodies, and they had extraordinary auras. Their gazes scanned the city below. Other than the Orthodox Unity, they also led many forces from the Taishang domain to attack together. They prepared to take down the city in one fell swoop and then take down the Taishang domain. There was a similarly mighty legion in the Taishang city. This was a voluntary resistance army formed by the cultivators of the divine prefecture Taishang city. In addition, there were many scattered camps inside the entire city. They were all resistors. Right now, they all looked up at the army that had come to conquer them and felt very formidable pressure. Even so, they were still full of the wish to fight. The human realm's invasion had upended the impression of the human ancestor that the people of the divine prefecture had before. These self-proclaimed cultivators of justice were all shams. Dong Huang the Great might have seen through the other's disguise long ago and thus rejected Di Hao's marriage proposal so decisively back then. They finally understood why the human ancestor had told Di Hao to propose to Dong Huang Diyuan and why the great emperor had become furious and humiliated Di Hao. The two had an intense rivalry. It seems that they don't plan on giving up. They prepare to continue resisting, a cultivator of the Orthodox unity in the sky said after seeing the scene in Taishang City. A group of idiots. Mayflies trying to sway a tree, someone on the side mocked. He announced, Dong Huang has already abandoned you all and you still dare to fight back. You're looking for death. The cultivators of Taishang City were not swayed at all by these words. Had Dong Huang the Great abandoned them? Dong Huang the Great told them to save themselves, try their best not to get into the war, and wait for the future. They understood how helpless this was. The great emperor probably did not think that the human realm cultivators who are self-proclaimed people of justice will be so bloodthirsty, someone said coldly. The great emperor will not forgive the invaders. Really, the Orthodox unity cultivator in the sky sneered. Since you're so stubborn, then you can only be baptized in blood. The vice-sect leader of the Orthodox unity looked down from the sky as if he was looking at a group of ants. The strong figures of the Orthodox unity and human realm, listen, he announced. The cultivators of Taishang City are killing the masters of justice. In that case, we must bathe Taishang City in blood and kill all with no mercy. The strong figures of the Orthodox unity had icy gazes while the murderous intent burned. That one massacre had not been enough. Instead, it united the people of the divine prefecture in resistance. Then they would do another massacre to repress them and clean everyone out. They would kill until the people of the divine prefecture gave up on resisting. As soon as he spoke, a frightening aura pressed down, shrouding Taishang City. The mighty masses of strong cultivators flooded down to start the bloodshed in the city, turning the wrong into right. The strong figures of the divine prefecture had icy gazes. They carry fatal weapons and murder grows in their hearts. The human realm and empty divine realm are invading. Even if they had consciences before, this kind of environment will destroy your humanity, an elder stated loudly. Cultivators of the divine prefecture, toss away your fantasies. Kill to stop killing. Those from another sect will have different hearts. If I surrender and die with injustice, then I'd rather die on the battlefield. Even if I die, I'll have no regrets. The voices rose in waves. They all had the feeling of tragic heroes and stimulated the resistance spirit of the cultivators in Taishang City. All the cultivators released their powers, and their bodies shot into the air, ready to face the Orthodox Unity's attack. Beams of destructive attacks have already descended from the dome of the sky. The cultivators of Taishang City also attacked. Instantly, there was a frighteningly destructive storm in the sky above the city. Kill! The yell of kill shook the sky on the battlefield. Led by the Orthodox Unity, the strong figures charged into the city like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. The alliance of independent cultivators of the divine prefecture had difficulty resisting quickly. In a short time, many people died. This kind of battle was extremely destructive. At that time, countless legions suddenly appeared in different directions of the sky above Taishang City. Pressure weighed down. They all looked down at the same time. The aura of each legion was frightening. They were all cultivators with very high cultivations. The leaders were all at the near-deity level, and there were quite a few of them. Who are you? The strong figures of the Orthodox Unity overlooked the battlefield. When they saw the army that had suddenly appeared in the sky, they froze. Their eyes narrowed slightly as they stared at these strong figures. As soon as they spoke, a group of strong figures charged directly at them. Countless beams of sword light appeared in the sky. Like a sword matrix, they tore apart the void and covered the area that they were in. The Imperial Palace Legion. They quickly realized who the newcomers were, and they paled. Even though the Orthodox Unity was strong, they were not the force directly under the Divine Human Palace. The top legion of the Seven Realms was directly under the Imperial Palace. These cultivators that had arrived were the legion directly under the Donghuang Imperial Palace and Heaven Imperial Palace, who had escaped earlier. Now they had killed their way here. Boom! A strong aura was released. The air of justice bloomed from their bodies as they cut down with mighty sword chi, but they were flooded instantly. Destructive sword intent directly ripped apart the void, disappearing in a flash. In that instant, the strong cultivators of the Orthodox Unity transformed instantly into nothingness. They were destroyed in this world, causing the strong figures of the human realm and empty divine realm below them to panic. They did not think they would get besieged by the Imperial Palace Legion here. Retreat! The strong figures of the Orthodox Unity were decisive and ordered to retreat. However, the entire Taishang City was covered by all the legions. Every direction was blocked off. Kill with no mercy. A voice rang through the air above Taishang City. The strong figures had said this of the Orthodox Unity before too. Die! Instantly, the murderous yells from the entire Taishang City shook the sky. The strong figures from the legion that had arrived and Taishang City sealed the entire city and started killing. The people of the Orthodox Unity human realm and empty divine realm did not want to fight anymore. They only wanted to kill enough to escape while also calling for reinforcement. But it was utterly useless. This was a one-sided massacre. The people of the Orthodox Unity wanted to wipe out Taishang City, but instead, they suffered a tragic massacre. Not too long after, the number of cultivators on the battlefield had been reduced greatly. Some of the Orthodox Unity wanted to surrender, but the people of Taishang City did not accept it. Faced with these murderers, they only had murderous thoughts. Gradually, the battle entered the finishing stage. The strong figures of all the legions went toward the upper sky, starting to take their leave. Yi Futian and the others appeared there and enveloped the strong legions. Then they all vanished. Heavenly Emperor, take us with too. The strong figures of Taishang City who had participated in the battle said at this time, "We're willing to go with the Heavenly Emperor," more strong figures said. They were cultivators of the divine prefecture. The relationship between Donghuang the Great and Yi Futian was public knowledge now. It was no longer a secret. There was no difference between following Yi Futian and Donghuang the Great. Okay, those who are willing to fight, Come with me, Yifutian said. Instantly, most of the people who had fought earlier in Taishang City shot into the sky, joining Yifutian. They were also collected into Yifutian's micro-heavenly path world. These people could join Donghuang Diuan's Revelation Legion and be governed by Donghuang Diuan. They would still be part of the Divine Prefecture's force in the future. When Yifutian was leaving, he ran into Donghuang the Great, who had hurried over. He had come to Taishang City after learning about the battle here. You came after all, Donghuang the Great said, sighing inwardly. He was conflicted inside too. He hoped Yifutian could focus on cultivating, but the situation in the Divine Prefecture now was indeed tragic. Yes, Father, come cultivate in my micro-world, Yifutian said. I'll take care of the matters in the outside world. Okay. Donghuang the Great nodded. He prepared to let go and hand everything over to Yifutian. He also entered Yifutian's micro-heavenly path world to cultivate. This way he could fight for more time. Yifutian left this place. The people of Taishang City looked at his receding silhouette, and it was like seeing the light in despair. The Heavenly Emperor and Donghuang the Great would win the War of the Seven Realms. News about the Battle of Taishang City started spreading. The human ancestor and other strong figures learned of it immediately, but by the time they hurried over, Yifutian and the others had already left. Yifutian was able to lead a moving army. This was indeed very troublesome. No, the human ancestor said, as if sensing something. Return to the human realm. As soon as he spoke, their bodies transformed into beams of light. They vanished from their spot and hurried toward the human realm as if they had sensed something was amiss. The sect leader of the Orthodox Unity was by the human ancestor's side. He seemed to understand what the human ancestor meant, and his expression turned uncomfortable. Did the human ancestor think that Yifutian would lead his army to attack the human realm? Yifutian did not have much time. If he attacked the human realm, where would he choose to be the target? The sect leader of the Orthodox Unity's face paled instantly. A massacre had occurred in the Divine Prefecture, so if Yifutian wanted to intimidate the forces of the human realm, what would be the best solution? Exterminate the Orthodox Unity. The Orthodox Unity was the #1 clan of the human realm below the Divine Human Palace. Their forces were spread throughout the human realm. Before the God's Ruins continent had appeared in the era of the Six Emperors, the Orthodox Unity already had many near-deity figures. There were also descendants of ancient gods and had a great heritage, so it was extremely strong. The Orthodox Unity had many branches on all the continents of the human realm, while the headquarters of the Orthodox Unity ruled the main city, Orthodox Unity City. It was directly named by the Orthodox Unity, so one could imagine how big the Orthodox Unity's influence was. Within the Orthodox Unity City were practically all from the Orthodox Unity. They controlled all the resources in this city. During this war, the Orthodox Unity had sent out a portion of cultivators to fight, but more people remained within the clan. However, the people who left mostly had high cultivation levels. Now, the entire city was in a state of chaos. The inner circle of the Orthodox Unity was especially panicked. Not long ago, they received news that the Orthodox Unity figures who went to invade the Divine Prefecture had practically been wiped out and killed. It was not just that the Orthodox Unity had been greatly hurt. Instead, the upper-level figures had practically all been killed. One could imagine what kind of shock the Orthodox Unity was in now. At this moment, the entire Orthodox Unity was in a mess. Strong figures kept coming to and fro under the mighty clan doors. Many cultivators in the city were heading toward the Orthodox Unity too. They wanted to know if the news was accurate. This was like a bolt in the blue for the Orthodox Unity City with great implications. They naturally wanted to know the definite answer. Even if they knew that it might be true, they still did not want to accept it. Silence. Just then, a voice came from within the doors of the Orthodox Unity and spread throughout the inside and outside of the clan. At the same time, a powerful burst of the Emperor's might radiated out, shaking the hearts of countless cultivators. Great Emperor! Another great Emperor has been born in the Orthodox Unity. At that moment, countless strong cultivators were shocked. They seemingly forgot about the panic from earlier. Was there a second great Emperor in the Orthodox Unity now, other than the leader? If both emperors were in the Orthodox Unity, They were still the top clan below the human divine palace. Who could shake them? Go do your own thing, the voice said again. When the emperor's might emanated, it seemed to calm people down. The panicking hearts of all the strong cultivators gradually calmed down. Then they prepared to leave and mind their own business. Just then, a terrifying might suddenly came from the dome of the sky. The cultivators of the Orthodox unity looked up to the sky. The sun was a bit blinding, and many people covered their eyes with their hands, but an even more brilliant divine light shone down. Then they saw a mighty heavenly army descend from the sky. At that moment, their hearts twitched fiercely. This was, within the Orthodox unity, a strong figure in a dark Taoist robe appeared in the sky. His eyes were like a bolt of lightning penetrating the void as he gazed toward the army in the sky. Who has come? Emperor's might radiated from his body and enveloped the vast land. The aggressive emperor's might calmed the cultivators down quite a bit, especially the strong figures of the Orthodox unity. Their clan had a great emperor. As soon as he spoke, a white-haired figure appeared. When the great emperor of the Orthodox unity saw the other, his expression changed drastically. Yifutian used a thought to cover the vast space with the divine power of the Great Path. Time and space seemed to freeze. An extremely brilliant spear appeared above the great emperor's head. This spear shot down directly, passing through the void. Sensing the might of the spear, the Orthodox unity great emperor's expression dropped, but he felt that time had stopped moving. His divine power wanted to break free, but he had just entered the great emperor plane. How could he fight against Yifutian? Their divine power was not at the same level at all. The spear shot down and directly penetrated the great emperor's body with a squelch. With a loud boom, it continued down and smashed a grand pavilion of the Orthodox unity, pulverizing it. The brilliant spear was nailed into the ground, nailing that great emperor's body there in death. The shocking scene before their eyes made all the strong figures inside and outside of the Orthodox unity to freeze. They had not processed it all yet. Right before their eyes, they had seen a great emperor that had just been created in the Orthodox unity to be nailed to death in the Orthodox unity. After that, the strong figures of the Orthodox unity felt extreme pain in their hearts. They recognized the white-haired youth. It's Yifutian. The heavenly emperor Yifutian killed 7 great emperors with one spear and was left unscathed from a battle with the human ancestor and eternal swordlord. He had led his great army to attack the Orthodox unity. Had the strong figures who had wiped out the Orthodox unity in the divine prefecture been Yifutian's army too? Everyone looked up at the mighty army in the sky whose might was weighing down on the Orthodox unity. Yifutian's eyes were icy but burned with murderous intent. He waved his hand and ordered, "Kill!" Since the human realm's forces had committed massacres in the divine prefecture and heaven realm, then they would kill to stop the killing. He would like to see if the other invasive forces of the human realm still dared to commit bloodshed after he wiped out the Orthodox unity. After Yifutian spoke, the army attacked, charging towards the Orthodox unity. The strong figures of the Orthodox unity looked at the great emperor nailed to the ground with the spear. Even his divine soul and consciousness had been wiped out. They felt a wave of despair as if even the wind blowing onto their bodies was frigid. Outside the Orthodox unity's doors, the cultivators of the city watched this scene from afar. Even though the Orthodox unity was the #1 clan of the human realm, they still could not hold up before the army of an imperial palace. The horrifying army destroyed the Orthodox unity with unstoppable force. The mighty clan was being destroyed without stop. Strong figures kept dying in the sky, and their bodies fell down. The hot sun blazed, but the cultivators of the Orthodox unity city all felt the bone-stabbing coldness. When a breeze blew by, they felt iciness stab into their souls. This battle did not actually last very long, but the inside of the Orthodox unity was covered by corpses. Fresh blood dyed the Orthodox unity red. Meanwhile, the crushed pavilion at the peak of the Orthodox unity was where the scene of the great emperor nailed by the spear was. It was shocking. The #1 clan of the human realm had gotten wiped out. In the distance, extremely strong and domineering emperors might seem to descend. The human ancestor's face appeared in the sky, blocking the sun and covering the entire world. Divine might descended. The human ancestor stared at Yifutian and said, "Yifutian, you're too presumptuous." Yifutian looked up and scanned that face. He collected the grand army into his micro-world and gathered divine power around his body into an extremely horrifying spear. He raised a hand and slapped it forward. Instantly, the long spear shot directly into the sky, stabbing toward that huge face. Boom! The long spear attacked the heavens, and a horrifying crack appeared. It swallowed up the sky, even twisting the face. One portion of the sky had cracked. Yi Futian looked up and scanned the sky, saying, if the human realm's forces dare to commit atrocities in the divine prefecture again, they will end up like the Orthodox Unity. With that, his body vanished directly. After Yi Futian left, dozens of great emperors appeared. They did not dare to come forward earlier and just watched it all happen. Clearly, they could not offend Yi Futian. A desolate feeling rose in the hearts of the cultivators of the Orthodox Unity. It seemed that the human realm could not stay safe from this tribulation either. The human ancestors group felt it too. His eyes were frigid. Even though he did not care about the lives of Orthodox Unity cultivators, the fact that Yi Futian had wiped out the Orthodox Unity still embarrassed him. After all, on the surface, the Orthodox Unity was the #1 clan of the human realm. But Yi Futian led an army to the human realm and wiped it out. A great emperor was nailed to death there. This was Yi Futian's message to intimidate the invaders from the human realm. Human ancestor Yi Futian possesses the micro-world and can move the army with him. This way, he can appear on every battlefield, and it's incredibly disadvantageous to us. If we don't kill Yi Futian, then there will be endless threats, a great emperor said. His voice contained tragic fury. This great emperor who had stepped out was the leader of the Orthodox Unity. His Orthodox Unity had been wiped out. Among the people who had been killed were the descendants of his family. They had been massacred. Before this, his descendants had also died in the Battle of Taishang City, falling on the battlefield. Other than him, the rest of the Orthodox Unity had been killed. The human ancestor glanced at him with indifferent eyes. These were undoubtedly useless words. Could he not realize that himself? However, they had not taken down Yi Futian and Donghuang the Great in the previous siege on Yi Futian. If the other purposely avoided a head-on fight, it would be almost impossible to kill Yi Futian. This was also why the other dared to be so fearless and presumptuous. It was the prime example of one being fearless because of his skills. Yi Futian had extremely high confidence in his abilities. There was probably no one in the world now who could take down Yi Futian alone. Unless the human ancestor looked at the super great emperors behind him and said, in the future, the law of the heavenly path will be reconstructed. Everything will be reorganized, including how to become gods. Since you all returned, you should also contribute some strength. No need to hide or hold back. He knew that these ancient great emperors had their statuses and were extremely arrogant and lofty. Last time, only the Eternal Swordlord had attacked seriously. Many super great emperors had not truly displayed their abilities. All the gods fell silent when they heard the human ancestors' words. If the law of the heavenly path were reconstructed, it would be like the ancient heavenly path era. At that time, there would probably be something like the 8 legions that helped maintain the law in the world. The human ancestor was hinting at them. In addition, they feared the human ancestor. It was the human ancestor who had helped them return. After speaking, the human ancestor then looked below them and said to the cultivators of the Orthodox Unity. Yi Futian called himself the Heavenly Emperor and personally came to commit atrocities in the human realm. He even massacred many innocent cultivators and wiped out the Orthodox Unity. It is incredibly cruel. This kind of evil person must be killed by the world. I will lead the people of the 3 realms into an army and sweep across the world under the sword of justice. I hope to reconstruct the law of the world so the entire world can be a pure land like the human realm. However, many of the heaven realm and divine prefecture cultivators are stubborn and brainwashed by Yi Futian. We can only kill him. I hope the cultivators of the human realm can wield the sword of justice and enter the heaven realm and divine prefecture to help convert the world. The human ancestors' words impelled the cultivators of the Orthodox Unity City below, making them feel hatred toward the enemies. They wanted to kill their way into the divine prefecture and bring peace to the world. All the gods watched this quietly. The human ancestor probably did not care about the lives of the people. He wanted the entire world to be under his control and everyone to be his believer. As for what method he took or how many lives were lost, he probably did not care at all. The Orthodox Unity had been the #1 clan of the human realm. News of Ufutian wiping it out quickly spread through all the continents of the human realm. Then the cultivators of all the forces spread it to the battlefields of the Heaven Realm and Divine Prefecture, intimidating the invasive forces in the Heaven Realm and Divine Prefecture greatly. After that, Yifutian led his army to appear in various battlefields of the Divine Prefecture. The 8 great legions swept through everything, killing the invaders of the various continents. The invasive forces of the human realm had run rampant for 3 months, and now they encountered strong resistance. They did not dare to be reckless anymore. Instead, they even felt panicked, worrying that the great army would descend before them one day and kill them all. The human ancestor also led the gods to encircle and suppress Yifutian, but Yifutian never went up against them directly. He always had the army attack in a subtle and covert way before leaving quickly. However, there had almost been a dangerous incident once. Yifutian had almost been stopped and could not bring his army away. If it had happened, then the human realm would have all of their forces attack Yifutian's great army, and that would have been very dangerous. Thus, Yifutian turned to the Heaven Realm and Buddhist clan, sending the human realm's 3 forces into a state of panic. They did not even dare to act rashly anymore. Finally, the war that had lasted for half a year had calmed quite a bit. It was not like before, where great battles occurred everywhere. Only small scuffles continued without stopping, appearing everywhere. The 3 invasive forces felt the threat and did not dare to act in a high-profile manner anymore. Yifutian had also sacrificed 3 months for this. In these 3 months, he could have cultivated in isolation for 20 years, but he had to make the sacrifice for the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture and Heaven Realm. Now that the war had been reduced greatly, Yifutian could finally stop cultivating. Yifutian went to the peak of a black mountain of an empty continent in the original realm. He cultivated alone, not wanting to be disturbed, so he chose this remote area. Donghuang the Great and the others saw Yifutian in his micro-heavenly path world, but they did not say anything. Yifutian had only gone through 3 months outside, but they had gone through 20 years in here. This meant that Yifutian had missed 20 years of cultivation. However, Yifutian had saved many cultivators. Whether he had made the right or wrong choice could only be answered with time. Donghuang the Great only wished that they would not lose to time. However, when Yifutian had led the army into battle everywhere, he had not let those on the path of the emperors participate. Their first priority was cultivation. People like Gu Donglu and Donghuang Diyuan did not participate. They stayed in his micro-heavenly path world to cultivate. For them, improving their abilities was the most important task. Nowadays, more and more strong figures in the Great Emperor Plane were on Yifutian's side. After all, even if they did not count the cultivation time from before, it had been half a year since this war started in the outside world, but 40 years had passed in the micro-heavenly path world. Before this, they had also cultivated for many years with Yifutian's help. That day, the micro-heavenly path world was already like an entire world. Like the outside world, it had its own world law and spiritual qi. If a random person were thrown into here, they would not even distinguish the worlds clearly. Yifutian checked everyone's cultivation statuses. The core figures had gradually all entered the path of the emperors. Gu Donglio's cultivation of breaking his path was also becoming progressively complete. If he exited, he would definitely give the world a surprise. There was a divine palace in Yifutian's micro-world. It had a mountain, a creek, and a lot of foliage. There were some pavilions scattered aesthetically. They were elegant yet stylish and felt like a paradise outside of the world. It was peaceful and beautiful. This was the String Pavilion. At the moment, elegant music was streaming out of the divine palace. It made one feel relaxed and happy. This was only one corner of the micro-world. Many years had passed since Yifutian had created this micro-world. Over these long years, the micro-world was no longer the barren land from before. The cultivators in here had established their own permanent cultivation lands. The String Pavilion was where Yifutian and his teacher Hua Fenglu had lived when he was young. Clearly, this was where Hua Fengliu's family lived. His master, mistress, Jieyu, Nianyu, and the others all lived here. The graceful music came from Hua Fenglu. Even if he had wanted to help with the war, he was powerless. Plus, this was Yifutian's micro-world. There were no conflicts, and Yi Futian would not discuss the conflicts outside with him either. It was long past the time for his master to retire. Yi Futian naturally would not let him worry. Two maidens were cultivating at the mountaintop of the string pavilion. The two of them had extraordinary temperaments, as if they had already left the mundane world and were heavenly fairies. One of the women's beauty was out of the world. She looked ethereal and clear, completely untainted. The other woman was like the incarnation of a perfect goddess. There was no flaw on her entire body. She was serene and elegant. Naturally, these two women were Hua Qingqing and Hua Jieyu. They had been cultivating together the entire time. Right now, it seemed that the Buddhist voice echoed throughout the mountain. It was Hua Qingqing reciting ancient scriptures for Hua Jieyu. She was like a Buddhist light. The glow of the Buddhist clan shimmered faintly on her body. She was extraordinarily pure and sacred and could not be desecrated. Meanwhile, Hua Jieyu bathed under the Buddhist light and seemed to have entered a miraculous state. She was utterly immersed in cultivation and forgot even herself. Without them realizing it, a white-haired figure landed on the ancient mountaintop. He did not disturb their cultivation and just stood to the side quietly. Hua Qingqing was still reading the Buddhist scripture. Hua Jieyu was still immersed in her meditation and cultivation, completely focused. Yi Futian was like air. No one paid attention to him. He had never been treated like this before. However, he was not angry at all either. Instead, he looked at Hua Qingqing with appreciation. But when he looked at Hua Jieyu, there was more gentle affection. Brother-in-law. A voice traveled into Yi Futian's eardrums. He looked back and saw Nianyu blinking at him in the distance. Even though she was not a little girl anymore, Hua Nianyu still acted like it. After all, judging from her cultivation, her age was still very young. How long have they cultivated for? Yi Futian asked, transmitting his voice to Hua Nianyu. A few decades have passed like a day, Hua Nianyu said. I don't understand what they're cultivating, but it seems that sister's cultivation has reached a critical moment. Then why are you here? Yi Futian asked. I don't know either. It seems to be easier to be enlightened when cultivating here, Hua Nianyu said strangely. My comprehension of cultivation is much clearer too, and I can understand more easily. Is it the effect of the Buddhist voice? Yes. Yi Futian nodded without hesitation. This is the light of enlightenment. Yi Futian's gaze fell upon Hua Qingqing's body as he spoke. Hua Qingqing had been the Buddhist lamp accompanying the Buddha in cultivation. She had listened to the Buddha teaching the scriptures, attending the Buddha for 1,000 years as the ancient Buddha Qing Deng. Then consciousness was born from the Buddhist lamp. In a way, Hua Qingqing's intelligence had been born because of the Buddha. She had been made from intelligence. Nianyu did not understand. She would have to ask Grandpa Xian when she got a chance. Usually, her sister and brother-in-law were very busy and did not have time to pay attention to her, so Hua Nianyu would bother Lord Taixian and the others. At that moment, the Buddhist light faded from Hua Qingqing's body. Her pretty eyes opened, and she gazed in Yi Futian's direction. Then Hua Jieyu also opened her eyes. Her gaze fell upon Yi Futian's body and she smiled brilliantly. You're back, Hua Jieyu said gently. When did you break your path? Yi Futian asked. The years that you left, Hua Jieyu replied with a smile as if she was talking about something unimportant. Yi Futian had dealt with matters in the outside world for 3 months without returning. But in here, 20 years had passed already. That was why Hua Jieyu said the years that he had been gone for. Jieyu, why did you break the path? Yi Futian's voice was low but gentle. This was his heavenly path world. He was in charge of the world law while Hua Jieyu was his wife. She did not need to take the risk and break the path. Qingqing is here, so there aren't any dangers, Hua Jieyu said, still smiling gently. Plus, I have my own comprehension from these years and want to cultivate my own path. Is that not allowed? Yi Futian looked towards Hua Qingqing. With Hua Qingqing by his side, he also had a miraculous feeling. It felt just like what Nianyu had said, as if it could bring him to enlightenment. Hua Qingqing was the reincarnation of the Buddhist lamp. Her cultivation was very unique. Yi Futian could feel the light of enlightenment from her Buddhist light. All these years, Hua Qingqing had also been helping Hua Jieyu cultivate. I don't know what you two want. Yi Futian shook his head with a wry smile. How could he really blame Hua Jieyu? He was just a bit worried. Don't worry. Everything is successful. Hua Qingqing replied with a smile. Her voice was gentle and made people believe her fully. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Qingqing, you have to keep an eye on Jieyu. Don't let her fool around. Hua Qingqing smiled and nodded. Brother-in-law, are you leaving as soon as you're back? Nianyu muttered. Earlier, they had been transmitting their voices. Was her brother-in-law planning on slipping away without even actually talking to her this time? Nianyu, your brother-in-law has many things to do, Hua Jiyu said to Nianyu. Nianyu hung her head, feeling a bit down. Hurry and go cultivate. No need to mind me, Hua Jiyu said to Yi Futian. Naturally, she knew that the most important thing to Yi Futian now was time. Okay. I'll leave after visiting Master and Masteress. Yi Futian nodded. He left after strolling around. He indeed had a lot of matters to handle and had no time to waste at all. After Yi Futian left, Hua Jiyu asked Hua Qingqing, Qingqing, would it be effective if you helped him cultivate? It's limited. Hua Qingqing shook her head. He has already created his own world and has already reached enlightenment. Even with the blessing of wisdom, it's hard for him to comprehend more. Everything depends on himself. I see. Hua Jiyu nodded. Let us continue cultivating then. Okay, Hua Qingqing said. Then they closed their eyes. The Buddhist voice wrapped around them. It was as if someone was reading the Buddhist scriptures on this divine mountain, making this divine palace seem like an extremely sacred pure land. After Yi Futian visited Hua Jiyu, he went to many other places. He checked over the state of their cultivation and gave some help. Then he left to focus on his own cultivation. Yi Futian focused on cultivation. He had demon beasts under his control in the outside world, so he would know if anything major happened. After he led the army to fight everywhere for 3 months, the War of the Six Realms was not as aggressive as before. Even though war still existed in the Six Realms, it was much more peaceful than before. The invaders from the 3 realms did not dare to kill mindlessly anymore. Time passed quickly. A few decades passed in the snap of a finger. Of course, this was the time in Yi Futian's world. That day, Yi Futian sat cross-legged on a divine mountain in his micro-world. His entire body dazzled and light flowed across him. In the span of a breath, he seemed to produce limitless vitality. If he spat out a hot breath, it would make the sun hotter. When he spat out a cool breath, it made coldness shroud the world. All of his actions, even his inhale and exhale, could affect the operation of this universe. The sound of his heartbeat seemed to have transformed into the universe's pulse. When he was calm, the universe would run smoothly. When he was angered, the entire universe would be upended. Yi Futian continued to meditate in this quiet state, immersing in it. He seemed to breathe together with the universe. That day, Yi Futian finally opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He did not need to perceive the entire world. Everything had been imprinted in his mind. Nowadays, he was the entire world, the entire universe was him. 70 years. Yi Futian murmured. This time, he had actually spent 70 years cultivating in seclusion. If he added the time from before, it had already been more than 100 years. Of course, 70 years was not even 1 year in the outside world. But in Yi Futian's world, dramatic changes had already occurred. With the 40 years after the war had erupted and the 70 years now, more than 100 years had passed already. There had been decades of cultivation before the war had erupted too. One could imagine how many great changes had happened. Even the cultivators that Yi Futian had collected into his micro-world in the 3 months of battles and joined the legions, their cultivation states had improved too. They had become a young force in the 8 legions. As for the core figures who had already entered the path of the emperors, their cultivation states had become even stronger. A batch of great emperors had appeared in the micro-world. Right now, Yi Futian's body in the outside world was also completely brilliant. He radiated with dazzling divine light as if he was no longer a human. Instead, he was the incarnation of the path. Even though he was in the vast void, he still did not seem minuscule. Merely sitting there, he was like the absolute center of that world. Boom! At that moment, Yi Futian's eyes opened and divine light shot out of his orbs. Even the space here shook because of it with unsteady but intense ripples. There had not been any commotion in all these years. Has the human ancestor returned? Yi Futian thought. Even though it had not been long in the outside world, the human ancestor's true form had always been cultivating and preparing to return at any time. He did not know how he was now. With a thought, Yifutian's figure vanished. The heavenly imperial city of the heaven realm was now under the rule of the strong figures of the human realm. The force from the human divine palace personally took over. The human realm had connected a space passageway to travel through the 6 realms and conquer the realms more easily. The human realm even constructed many majestic palaces in the heavenly imperial city. Just then, an extremely horrifying divine light suddenly descended from the dome of the sky. The cultivators of the heavenly imperial city all saw it. Many layers of the sky fell from the dome of the heavens, carrying many cultivators and various ancient pavilions and palaces. They stood atop the heavenly imperial palace. The 99 heavens. The cultivators of the heavenly imperial palace felt their hearts pulse. After the heaven realm was conquered, the original cultivators of the heaven realm became the lowest class. Usually, they kept a low profile, but after seeing the 99 heavens reappear in the sky above the heavenly imperial city now, it was like their hearts had been struck. Was the heavenly emperor back? The 99 heavens were not sealed off yet. They saw many cultivator legions appear in the sky above the heavenly imperial city. Their auras were all frightening. Like a heavenly army, every single person had extraordinary temperaments. There were also the generals of each legion in the sky above the grand armies. The cultivators of the heaven realm saw many familiar figures. Great skylords black and white almighty were now great emperors. The 4 heavenly kings had entered the great emperor plane now too. Donghuang Diyuan, princess of the divine prefecture, great emperor plane. There were many other people whose bodies were covered with the divine great emperor glow. It was like a group of gods descending. The blinding divine light fell into the eyes of the heavenly imperial city cultivators, shaking their hearts and souls. 1 year after the war had erupted, the heavenly emperor came, bringing a group of gods. It was no longer one or a few great emperors. It was an army of great emperors. The age of gods had finally come. The human ancestor ruled the old gods, the heavenly emperor led the new gods. They gazed to the top of the sky, the peak of the 99 heavens. A white-haired figure stood there, like the master of all gods. His gaze overlooked the lower sky and swept toward the heavenly imperial city. "Retake the heavenly imperial city," he said. "Yes, heavenly emperor." The voices rang throughout the void as the many legions accepted the command simultaneously. After cultivating in the micro-world, they were all incredibly reverent of Yifutian. He was the god of creation who had created a complete world. He could even rule over time and change the law of time. The heavenly emperor had returned and would rule over the entire world. The strong figures of the human realm all took out their communication items and asked for reinforcement. The 6 grand legions advanced toward the heavenly imperial palace. This was fated to be a battle with no surprises. The gods that Yifutian led did not attack. They watched the great battle in the heavenly imperial city quietly as everything was destroyed utterly. The strong figures of the human realm were absolutely crushed. What put them in even more despair was that there were no reinforcements. The heavenly army that had returned had not destroyed the transmission matrix, as if letting reinforcement come freely. However, no one came to reinforce them. Clearly, they also knew how frightening these 6 legions were. Coming would probably be suicide. The cultivators of the original heaven realm all witnessed this scene. This time, Yifutian did not leave. Instead, he just watched how the heavenly army retook the heavenly imperial city. Is the heavenly emperor already able to fight against the gods led by the human ancestor? The people of the heavenly imperial city all thought. Clearly, heavenly emperor Yifutian did not plan on avoiding battle anymore. He had the 99 heavens reappear in the heaven realm and retook the heavenly imperial palace. He led the group of great emperors in a comeback. He was clearly prepared to declare war. At the peak of the human divine palace of the human realm, the human ancestor was sitting cross-legged while cultivating. That moment, he seemed to sense something and his eyes opened. He looked into the distance. Has he proved his path? The human ancestor murmured softly. He did not think that his biggest opponent would be a junior. But actually, he had always been fighting with this lineage. From the heavenly emperor to the sovereign princess, and now to Yifutian, it had never changed. Just like how he had had the final victory the last 2 times, the result would be the same this time too. The Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Imperial Palace reconstructed the 99 heavens. The Heavenly Emperor's army swept through the heaven realm. Cultivators all over the heaven realm reacted, following the great army of the Heavenly Emperor in resistance. They destructed and drove out the human realm cultivators, taking back the territory of the heaven realm like wildfire. Back then, the soldiers of the human realm had conquered almost all of the heaven realm in 3 months without getting blood on their swords. But this time, the heaven realm fought back fiercely. Each of the 6 legions were able to sweep through a corner of the world, let alone doing it together. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Even without looking at the others, just the Revelation Legion contained the backbone of the original Donghuang Imperial Palace. Then, after a century of practice and training many new members, they were now an extremely frightening force. Thus, this time was even faster. In many places, the strong figures of the human realm heard the news and began to retreat before they even attacked. They did not dare to loiter. If they continued guarding the place, it would probably only mean death. The Heaven Realm's army were completely merciless towards the invaders. Thus, this battle swept through the Heaven Realm as fast as lightning. In a mere half-month's time, they had retaken most of the Heaven Realm. After the Heaven Realm was retaken, the strong figures that had invaded the Divine Prefecture and Buddhist world also started retreating. They were extremely scattered because they had taken too much territory. If the Heaven Realm's army came by now, they would not be able to hold up at all. They had to gather their strength together first before they could fight against the Heaven Realm's army. The majestic Heavenly Palace loomed in the 99 heavens. Heavenly Emperor Yi Futian stood at the peak pavilion of the Heavenly Palace. And as the Heavenly Emperor's father, Donghuang the Great, stood to his side, Empress Hua Jieyu and Donghuang Diuan sat on the left and right of Yi Futian and Donghuang the Great. Godfather Yu Tu stood in the first spot below the Heavenly Emperor. Below that was the String Emperor and Book Deity. They had been followers of Yi Futian's mother. Many strong figures sat below the steps. Some also stood there. Those with seats were the great emperors from the Buddhist clan. The Buddha of the Buddhist clan was the senior of both Donghuang the Great and Yi Futian, so he naturally had the respect he deserved. The strong figures from the Divine Prefecture, Heaven Realm, and those who followed Yi Futian all stood. After all, Yi Futian and Donghuang the Great were up there. However, when dozens of people stood there, the scene was still extremely spectacular. These people were all strong figures who had entered the Great Emperor plane. The Heaven Court of the Heavenly Palace were practically all great emperors. They were a true Great Emperor Legion. Further down was the vast land of the 99 heavens. The 6 great legions were there. Each legion had their own camps and were further divided into smaller legions. They were scattered but organized and had their own leaders. This kind of scene was honestly very breathtaking. The highest powers of the 3 realms were gathered here. It was also the Heavenly Emperor's first time officially gathering everyone here to discuss matters. Everyone had come. No one was missing. I pay my respects to your majesties, Heavenly Emperor and Donghuang. Just then, Yu Tu turned toward Yi Futian and took the lead in bowing. With Yu Tu leading them, everyone below instantly responded and bowed. I pay my respects to your majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, your majesty Donghuang. Instantly, the earth-shaking voices resounded through the 99 heavens, making all the strong figures feel their blood bubbling hotly. After cultivating in the micro-world, their group had already reached this strong state without realizing it. Yu Tu had a solemn expression, but he was full of ineffable emotions inside. His young master had finally reached this step. Being bowed to by various gods was such a shocking scene. If she could see today's scene, she must feel gratified. Next, they only had one goal: kill the human ancestor, take down the human realm, dark world, and empty divine realm, and unify the 7 realms. Godfather, Yi Futian called. Then he looked at everyone and said, "No need to bow." Yi Futian was still very kind, but when they looked at the strong figure in the throne, everyone realized that this junior was already standing at the pinnacle of the world. Even Donghuang the Great and the Buddha of the 6 emperors were willing to give him this seat. Among the crowd, many cultivators had had rivalries with Yi Futian before, such as Great Emperor Di Hao and the others. Yi Futian did not kill them, but they still had restrictions. Imprints had been planted in them with special tactics. They were kept alive because they still had some value and could be used. Among the many strong figures from the 18 domain manors of the Divine Prefecture, There were also many old friends of Yi Futian who felt very emotional. As for those from the Ziwei Imperial Palace, they felt genuinely happy and proud for Yi Futian when seeing today's grandiosity. Their palace lord had now reached the peak of the cultivation world. Probably even the evil emperor and dark sovereign would not fight against Yi Futian anymore. His actual opponent was probably only the human ancestor. Yi Futian did not think what everyone was thinking. For him, he did not feel excited or honored at how glorious this event was. Instead, he only felt the pressure. It was not the pressure of sitting in this divine throne. Instead, it was because he now decided everyone's fates. The human ancestor was someone who wanted to replace the heavenly path. He fought against Yi Futian's great-grandfather and killed his mother. He was not confident when facing such an opponent, but he had no other path to take. When he was by himself, he was able to lose. But now, he could no longer lose. Too many people's lives were connected with his. Even now, there were many faces before him. Many people are clear about the reasons behind the War of the Seven Realms, but some don't actually know. Yi Futian began saying now from his divine throne. When the war erupted, I once fought against the human ancestor. I discovered that it was only a physical clone and not his true form. The true human ancestor had once killed the heavenly emperor and my mother. Even though the six realms formed a fragile equilibrium, it was always under the human ancestor's control. He has always been plotting secretly, letting the ancient gods return. When his true form returns, I'm afraid he will replace the heavens. When the gods returned and declared the invasive war, the people who followed him thrived. Those who went against him died. The human ancestor says that he oversees justice, but he started bloodshed. If he really controls the heavens, it will be a disaster. No one can predict what will happen at that time. Everyone here are mostly core figures from the Buddhist clan, divine prefecture, and heaven realm. Many things can go unsaid. However, I don't have absolute confidence in this battle. No one knows what level the human ancestor's true form has reached. If you all go to battle with me, you will be taking a huge risk. Thus, even if you wish to step back today, I will give you one last chance. You can choose to leave. Yi Futian spoke while gazing at the crowd. After this, he would declare the ultimate battle against the human realm. Many people would die in this ultimate battle. He was giving everyone one last chance. Before this, these people had all cultivated in his micro-world and had received many benefits. Thus, this was everyone's final chance to choose. No one was born with the duty to save the world, let alone the fact that this battle was still decided by the top figures. All of these cultivators were just cannon fodder at most. If possible, Yi Futian was not even willing to have them participate in battle. Letting the great emperors fight in the ultimate battle was enough. However, the human ancestor wanted to control the seven realms. He ordered all the realms to go to war, sweeping everyone into the battleground. Thus, there had to be a force like this in order to resist the invasion. Otherwise, the three realms would be like a handful of sand. It would be conquered and invaded by the other side. The group of strong figures was silent for a moment. Then someone stated loudly, I'm willing to go to war with the heavenly emperor. I'm willing to go to war with the heavenly emperor. All the voices resounded in the air. Many of the cultivators here were from emperor-level forces. The majority were all willing to do this. Yi Futian's gaze looked around below. The deafening voices sounded in the heavens. However, he realized that many people still did not speak out. The spirited voices seemed to have covered those who were swayed, but they were still under Yi Futian's stare. He extended a hand, signaling for the people to be quiet. Then he continued saying, I am not choosing those who are willing this time. Instead, I am giving people a chance to step back. You all can be rest assured. You've all contributed in the earlier battles. Those who are willing to step back today will not be questioned. There were still no voices. It seemed that no one dared to take the lead. After a moment, someone finally stepped out, but he still did not speak. Instead, he took a few steps toward the back, separating from the great army. Gradually, others retreated after him. Their cultivation had improved greatly in the past few years. Many thought that this was already enough, and after calming down, they indeed felt that there was no need to continue fighting. For them, whether it was the human ancestor ruling the seven realms or Yi Futian, it had a great influence on the seven realms, but it probably would not be too different for them personally. There was no need to gamble. If they lost the battle, they would lose their lives. More and more people stepped back. There were quite a few from the 6 legions. Many of them were the ones who had joined later. They had joined the army passionately when they had been invaded and felt hatred and anger. Other than that, many people from the Heaven Realm and Divine Prefecture also withdrew. Some of the Divine Prefecture's top forces were among them, including strong figures of domain chiefs' manners, such as the chief manor of the Xianxia domain. The most loyal were the believers of the Ziwei Imperial Palace who had always followed Yifutian and the Buddhists. There were also direct forces under the Donghuang Imperial Palace. They all had their own beliefs. Yifutian watched all of this quietly. As more and more people withdrew, this gradually reached a certain scale. It did not stop until sometime later. As expected, those who benefit but lack faith are more likely to betray. Yifutian thought when he saw this scene. For example, some of the domain chiefs' manners and top forces of the Divine Prefecture had been the upper level of the Divine Prefecture, but still many of them withdrew. Anyone else? Yifutian continued. Some more scattered people stepped back. Finally, a moment later, no one moved again. Yifutian was a bit disappointed but also glad. He was disappointed that many people had withdrawn. He was glad because, compared to the overall group, they were still the minority. He was not perfect. Even though he did not wish to see people die in battle and gave them a chance to withdraw, deep down, he was still disappointed in the people who withdrew. This was unavoidable as a human. With a thought, countless beams of divine light shone down from the sky, transforming into many imprints. They fell onto the cultivators who had chosen to leave. "Your Majesty," someone yelped. "Heavenly Emperor, you promised not to question us." They were a little panicked at this scene. Earlier, they had believed in Yifutian's words, which was why they dared to step back. But now Yifutian left an imprint. This was, "Do not worry," Yifutian said, his voice resounding in the void. This caused everyone to quiet down and let out a breath. In that previous moment, they had thought that Yifutian would punish them. Even though they believed that Yifutian was not that kind of person, they were still a bit afraid. "Your Majesty, why did you?" Someone opened their mouth to ask. "There will only be 2 results after this battle, victory or defeat," Yifutian said. "If this battle ends in defeat, then those who choose to fight may very well die. They will die for their own faith while you all can live and continue cultivating. If it is the other result and we win this battle, then I will reform the world law and the divine positions will belong to the cultivators with faith." When he finished speaking, countless beams of light fell again, landing on the cultivators who had chosen to stay. Those who chose to stay clearly had their own beliefs. They were willing to gamble their lives and continue to fight. If Yifutian managed the world law in the future, then the people who sat in the divine seats would be chosen from them. This meant that those who chose to leave would forever lose the chance at a divine position. Their hearts seemed to be struck by lightning at that moment. The age of gods was coming, while the great emperor plane was a mutual goal that everyone pursued. Did they lose the right to that? "Go now." Yifutian waved his hand and a spatial door opened in the 99 heavens. Many cultivators felt a little muddled as they stepped into the spatial door and left the micro-world. They knew that Yifutian was not just trying to intimidate them. If Yifutian won this battle, he would be the ruler of the world law. Of course, he would determine who possessed the divine positions. Those who had already reached the top of Yifutian's micro-world felt even more complicated emotions inside. Not too long after, that group left the micro-world. Other than those who did not dare to leave, all that remained had their own beliefs. Next, what you all must do is focus on cultivating. It's best if we don't need you to participate in battle, Yifutian announced. Everyone felt emotional in their hearts. The Heavenly Emperor really did have a fresh personality. "I was not trying to scare people with my words. If we lose, you all might die. Thus, if we die, then you all should abandon the fighting and live on," Yifutian said. "Go now." The strong figures all bowed and then retreated gradually. Of course, some people were still on the steps because of their close relationship with Yifutian, even though they were not great emperors. Yifutian's eyes fell upon someone and asked, "Qing Yuan, why did you not step onto the path of the emperors?" Xiaoqing Yuan could definitely step onto the path of the emperors with his help, but she still had not stepped onto that path. Heavenly Emperor, I won't be able to change the battlefield of the Great Emperor Plane even if I do step onto the path of the emperors. On the other hand, if I stay below the Great Emperor Plane, I can save many people if war erupts, Xiaoqing Yuan replied. She cultivated the path of life and death. Yi Futian nodded slightly and looked at her. It felt a little strange to hear her call him Heavenly Emperor. Most of the people agreed with Xiaoqing Yuan's thoughts. The total number of great emperors was small. Hence, the situation would be very messy if the cultivators apart from the great emperors started an all-out war. Xiaoqing Yuan could save many lives if she were to join the war as a combat medic and rescue the injured. Many of the great emperors saw her in a new light as she had stopped herself walking on the path of the emperors because of this, especially the Buddhists, who put their hands before her and recited the Buddhist sutra with the sound of Buddha. At the end of the day, this war will be decided by the elites. Thus, I will do all I can to prevent a battle between lower cultivation level combatants from breaking out. I am planning to infiltrate the human realm to see if I can sneak a look at the human ancestors' real body's cultivation level, Yi Futian uttered. Now that his cultivation had improved to the next level, invading the human divine palace was considered a trial. He would not mind going on a killing spree if the opportunity presented itself. This operation is a little too risky. Please reconsider the idea, Your Majesty, Yu Tu suggested. Although he was Yu Futian's godfather, he had been greeting the latter as his young master. But he had since changed the form of address of the second mention to Heavenly Emperor or Your Majesty during an oral address at that moment. I don't agree with this idea as well, the String Emperor chimed in. Did Yi Futian want to infiltrate the human divine palace as an experiment? If the actual body of the human ancestor at the human divine palace were to awake, it would undoubtedly be hazardous. The people who had disagreed first were followers of Yi Futian's late mother. They were the true loyal retainers of the sovereign princess back then. Hence, they immediately freaked out upon hearing his idea since he was the only progeny of his mother. If the human ancestor's real body had recovered, he would have shown up here by now. Even the likes of Ji Wudao could retreat unscathed after invading the human divine palace back then, Yi Futian explained. Furthermore, even if the human ancestor almost had a full recovery, he might not necessarily be capable of keeping me there. The voice of Yi Futian was filled with absolute confidence. With his current strength, it would be an arduous task to trap him as long as he did not let down his guard. I second that, Dong Huang the Great, who sat beside Yi Futian, stated. If the human ancestor did not recover, this might very well be a chance for us. Should any unforeseen dangers befall him, he could flee from the scene right away. So I don't see a problem here. I think it is worth a shot. Since Dong Huang the Great was the father of Yi Futian, he would never allow his son to get into any difficult situation. However, the latter was bearing the responsibility of preserving 7 realms. Being the one who sat on the divine throne, he should perform his duties as Heavenly Emperor. Since the father and son duo, Dong Huang the Great and Yi Futian, had spoken, everyone remained taciturn. All of them could tell that Yi Futian wished to avoid an all-out war as much as possible. It would be better to solve the issue by himself, while the second-best outcome would be the great emperors settling the conflicts among themselves. The last thing he wanted to see was the common people living in the 7 realms being involved in their war. You're right, father. It is definitely worth trying. Don't worry. I'll be careful, Yi Futian replied. The people at the scene nodded after hearing that. Even Yu Tu did not insist on discouraging him anymore. Yi Futian knitted his brows together all of a sudden. Then he stretched his hand and waved it. After which a projection appeared before his eyes. A group of cultivators with extraordinary temperament showed up around the Heaven's Gate outside the 99 heavens. They were all great Emperor Plane beings who were surrounded by divine light as they looked at the 99 heavens. We would like to have an audience with Heavenly Emperor. The voice of the one leading the great emperors could be heard announcing that. His deafening voice shook the 99 heavens and traveled to the heavenly palace. Everyone inside could listen to him. Let's go and check it out, Yi Futian said. With a thought, a door materialized in front of the heavenly palace. Then he stood up and took a step forward to exit the door. The other cultivators followed him behind and walked out of it as well. At once, A similar spatial door appeared around the area of the Heaven's Gate. Yi Futian and the others could be seen getting out of it. After taking a step forward, Yi Futian and his subordinates turned to stare at the great emperors outside the 99 heavens, who they had never seen before. Furthermore, Yi Futian could sense something unusual about the aura emanated from the great emperors. Now that he had reached the realm of the heavenly path, he could know why he had this kind of feeling. It was because this group of great emperors was not from around here. They were beings from another universe, also known as extraterrestrial beings. State your business. Yi Futian piped while staring at the great emperors. The leading figure, who looked in their 40s, was clothed in splendor with a dignified appearance. Their body was surrounded by a golden divine light, giving off a highborn vibe as if they had an extraordinary background. I presume that your majesty already knew we are from the outer realms. The leader of the outer realms' great emperors answered. It seems like your majesty has a conflict with the gods of the human realm. We had come from afar and witnessed this war. But we do not wish to see it continue like this. So, we would like to if your majesty wants some help. Yi Futian was confused after hearing that. Then he looked at them and asked, help? Do you want to participate in this war? If it is your will, then yes, the other party replied. Yi Futian was curious why they were so confident that they could be of help to him. How do you plan to do that? What is your condition? Yi Futian questioned. If these people were genuinely trying to help out of goodwill, he would not mind having a few extra hands. But he knew for a fact that nothing would come free in life. These individuals were extraterrestrial beings who came from another universe. He still had no way of telling if they were friends or foes. But according to his speculation, they would most likely be his enemies. An outsider would never be of like mind with them. How could these people, who had come from afar, claim to have no agendas at all? Back then, his mother had reconstructed the heavenly path because she came to know the existence of other universes. Her ultimate wish was to prove her path as the apex cultivator to protect this universe. We will not ask for any unusual term. We want your majesty to open a cross-universe space passage so that the cultivators from our world can come over as reinforcements. The person noted. Yet, Yi Futian furrowed his brows at that person's words. The other party requested him to open a space passage that would connect two different universes so that their forces could come over here. Listening to this term alone was enough to let him imagine multiple possible outcomes. What if the other party used this space passage that connected two universes for invasion? Most importantly, he had no clue about the strength of the strongest cultivators from other universes yet. Therefore, he had been looking for the answer to several questions. What was the summit of cultivation? Did the finishing line even exist? Nevertheless, he could tell it was rather difficult for the other party to open a space passage that could cross between universes. At the very least, they still could not pull it off yet. Hence, they offered to work with him. I want to know more about your universe. Dong Huang the Great queried as he took a step forward. Also, were the 7 great emperors who passed away previously one of yours? Dong Huang the Great became vigilant right after hearing the words of the other party. If the space passage that could connect both universes were to be opened, the cultivators from their world could cross over to this world. So this request should never be accepted. And that was the reason he wanted to know their overall strength and the extent of the ability of their strongest cultivators. After hearing his father's question, Yi Futian recalled the 7 great emperors he killed in one hit. This group of great emperors had traveled together. So, their powers must be from the same source. Was there a ruler-class individual in their universe? Were these cultivators the subordinates of a ruling class like the 7 great emperors Yi Futian had killed previously? What was their true purpose of wanting to open a space passage that could connect between universes? Were they trying to help him out with no hidden agenda? While Yi Futian was looking at them, their leader replied, Yes, we had some conflicts previously, but we should let the past be the past. Please pay it no heed, your majesty. As expected, all these people were from the same force. The 7 individuals were wielders of the power of judgment. They could be considered the judges of an elite organization. The 7 of them were a single entity. These people could be from an extremely powerful force. Futian, our universe had gone through the collapse of the heavenly path, causing the decline of our cultivation world. However, it isn't the case for other universes. If they were to continue their growth, their overall strength could be higher than expected. If we were to open a space passage that could connect both of our universes, they might be a greater threat than the human ancestor. Donghuang the Great notified Yifutian through telepathy in concern. I got it. Yifutian nodded. He understood this very well, even without Donghuang the Great's reminder. To open a cross-cosmos portal for cultivators from an unknown universe would be equivalent to bringing disaster upon themselves. We will settle this problem among ourselves. Thanks for your offer. Yifutian declined. All of you have traveled from a distant universe. I will welcome you with open arms if you are here as our guests. But if you try anything funny like what the 7 great emperors did previously, I will never hesitate to annihilate you immediately. After hearing Yifutian's words, the other party furrowed their brows in displeasure. They had been observing the situation in this universe ever since they arrived here, only to find a declined world where the total number of great emperors was very little. Initially, they had the intention of saving this world. After opening the space passage that connected the 2 universes, the cultivators of this world could finally see the true divine relic. With that, this world would have a united law at last. Yet, little did they expect that Yifutian would reject them and even dared to threaten them. You know very well about the current situation in the 7 realms, Your Majesty. Why are you so quick to reject us? Are you not afraid that we might look for other people to work together? That person remarked. They had approached Yifutian because the latter was at a disadvantage. So, they had assumed that he might probably agree to receive their help. On the other hand, it was nearly impossible that the human ancestor would cooperate with them since their goal was the same as his. Right after he finished speaking, an overwhelming divine light glowed from the eyes of Yifutian, who emanated a palpable rage all around himself. Immediately, the color of the sky changed while frightening divine thunder rumbled violently. Just then, the divine light of sun and moon shone and covered the group of great emperors. Are you trying to threaten me? Yifutian's voice was as loud as divine thunder traveling across the void, shaking the atmosphere and sky. As the great path roared, every motion in this realm seemed to be brimming with the heavenly rule power as if he was the great path himself. A hint of watchfulness flashed across the eyes of the group of great emperors after sensing an intimidating threat from Yifutian. The expression of the leader's face turned solemn after realizing that they were a little too impatient. They should avoid angering him since they were in his territory at the moment. No, we wouldn't dare to think of it. We came here with good intentions, thinking that perhaps we could ally. Since things are not working out for the both of us, we shall take our leave first, the leader uttered as they felt the pressure of the gods' might on them. Instantly, an epiphany moment hit them that they could not afford to provoke Yifutian in this universe. So, they should retreat at once. Hold on, Yifutian shrieked. Their blood ran cold, and they stared at him. You are coming and going as you like. What are you taking me for? Yifutian demanded. You did not answer our question yet. I want to know your purpose in requesting a space passage between our universes to be opened. Right after he spoke, the boundless sky and earth were covered by his divine power. At that moment, the entire dimension seemed to be frozen. None of them could leave this place without breaking a sweat. What is the meaning of this, Your Majesty? The leader commented. Yifutian set his eyes on them. Donghuang the Great moved forward from behind and unleashed the divine power of revelation. In that instant, the group of great emperors had gotten their divine powers restricted before they could react. It was even harder to release their divine powers on top of the pressure from Yifutian's god's might. Jiyu, it's your turn, Yifutian shouted. Hua Jiyu nodded. She understood his order tacitly because they were husband and wife. An invisible divine power permeated the atmosphere. It was formless and intangible, somewhat similar to the divine power of revelation. And it could invade the enemy's spiritual will in a flash. After having their divine powers retrained, their spiritual wills were blocked by a powerful barrier. They could feel an invisible and colorless wall covering their spirit domains and sealing them. Divine power of colorless realm. A divine light surrounded Hua Jiu. Her garments were fluttering while her black hair flowed in the wind when she charged her divine power with all her might. This was the divine power that Hua Jiu and Hua Qingqing gained enlightenment on together. The latter had helped the former with Buddhist doctrines, and she eventually developed the divine power of colorless realm that could suppress the spirit domain of other cultivators. Under the suppression of the divine power of revelation and the divine power of colorless realm, all the great emperors lost their combat powers completely. On top of that, Yi Futian pressurized them with his emperor's might, causing them to be deprived of any chance to retaliate. The entire dimension seemed to be frozen. The crowds in Heavenly Imperial City who saw the happening there were dumbfounded. Under the restraint of the great emperors from Heavenly Imperial Palace, the group of arrogant foreign great emperors could not even budge an inch. Although the enemies were a group of great emperors, they were completely at the mercy of Yi Futian, Donghuang the Great, and Hua Jieyu. To think that the three of them would be so powerful after joining forces. At that time, Hua Jieyu unleashed her spiritual energy with all her might and invaded the opponent's spiritual will. Yi Futian activated his ice spell to destroy their defenses. Some time had passed, but the suppression of their divine powers had not diminished. However, Hua Jieyu had already gotten the information she was looking for. Her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes when she looked at Yi Futian and informed telepathically. They wanted to build a space passage to establish a connection between their universe and ours. Then they planned to let the divine power of the law of their heavenly path invade and occupy our universe. With that, they will become the sovereign of this universe. The look of Yi Futian's eyes turned icy. So these people had evil schemes after all. To think that they wanted to open a space passage between both universes. If that were to happen, they would become a greater threat than the human ancestor, since the former was a universe of cultivators. Finish them off. A murderous gleam flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. Yu Tu made his move right after Yi Futian gave the command. A pitch-black demonic blade was unsheathed and slashed the figures of those great emperors in half. Those extraterrestrial cultivators could not even defend themselves after being suppressed by the three of them. The divine power of revelation and colorless realm restrained them, causing them to be incapable of doing anything. The ominous black demonic blade could cut even the void, creating cracks in the process. Right then, the bodies of the great emperors were reduced to nothing before they could even let out a shriek after being slain. To think that the group of foreign great emperors would be exterminated on the spot. This was not the first time Yi Futian saw his godfather in action. Domineering and ruthlessness were the attributes of a demonic cultivator. The people in Heavenly Imperial City were trembling in fear after witnessing that. Even though they were great Emperor Plane cultivators, they were easily slaughtered without delay. The Heavenly Emperor was confident in his decision-making and would never show mercy to his enemies. Yi Futian remained composed the entire time. Since they would eventually show their true colors and bring harm to this world, it would be disastrous to leave them be. Naturally, ending their lives would be the best course of action. Plus, it could serve as an intimidation to the cultivators from another universe so that they would behave themselves a little. He did not care if doing this would offend the people from the other universe, since they had already planned to build a space passage between two universes for their conquest. It was already beyond the matter of offending the other party. If they had the capability, they would have invaded this universe by that time. Jieyu, what is the cultivation system of their world? What is their overall strength? Yi Futian asked Hua Jieyu. Their cultivation system is a little different from ours, but it will reach the same destination. In the end, they will have to gain enlightenment on the great path and the power of heavenly law. Their highest cultivation level is that of heavenly immortal, which is equivalent to the great emperor plane, Hua Jieyu explained. However, their world is more advanced and complete than ours, like the age of the gods where Tianshan army would rule the world. There are different planes to their heavenly immortals. Heavenly Immortal, Immortal King, and Supreme Immortal. It looks like their Immortal King is a parallel to our super great Emperor. Meanwhile, their Supreme Immortal counterpart is our Supreme Being. Donghuang the Great murmured. That should be the case. Hua Jieyu nodded. The reason they want to open a space passage to our universe is so that their Supreme Immortal can cross over and terraform our world. According to their memories, the supreme rulers of different worlds and universes would cultivate the heavenly laws unique to their home. Therefore, they could not rule over the heavenly laws of other worlds. That's why they want to reprogram the laws of other worlds into theirs first. Yi Futian nodded. Supreme Being should be similar to the nature of his current cultivation level. He was the master of the law inside his world. For instance, he could even change the law of time in there, but he could not do the same in the outer realms or other worlds except if he devoured that world. This might be the actual purpose of those people. The expressions of the crowd turned gloomy slightly as they had never expected that there would be threats other than the human ancestor. And to their surprise, those people were from another universe. Jiyu, what do you want to say? Yi Futian questioned after noticing that Hua Jiyu looked a little hesitant to speak. By right, the worlds between the universes should be isolated from one another, so they would not know the existence of other worlds. Yet it seems like our location has been leaked. Hua Jiyu commented in perturbation. In other words, there might be more than one universe that would find us? Yi Futian immediately understood what Hua Jiyu tried to imply. So this would be one of the results following the collapse of the Great Path. Yeah. Hua Jiyu nodded. Yi Futian went silent for a while. It seemed like the only way out would be his attainment of the Supreme Being plane. In retrospect, the worry of his mother back then actually had a legitimate reason. If he could create a world with his micro-heavenly path, it would not be unthinkable to believe in the existence of the multiverse. From analyzing his inner world, he could conclude that every world and universe had its respective rules and laws. In fact, the way time would work in various universes could all be different. Since the locations of each dimension were not the same, it was nearly impossible for any of them to converge. But things had changed since the coordinate of their world had been exposed. Let's go back, Yi Futian commanded. Futian, are you going to the human realm now? Donghuang the Great queried. That's right. Yi Futian nodded. Okay. I will meet you up at the border outside the human realm, Donghuang the Great informed. Although he was not against Yi Futian's invasion into the enemy's territory, he would still be there as reinforcement. If anything were to befall the latter, the former could rescue him. I'm following you, Hua Jiyu added. Her strength was greatly increased since she had gained enlightenment on the divine power of the colorless realm. The divine power of the colorless realm was extremely formidable, a class of its own. In the world of Buddhism, the colorless realm was above the desire realm and form realm. Colorless realm was devoid of any material form, which aligned to the Buddhist saying, all is vanity. Hua Jiyu's divine power of colorless realm was derived from her understanding of colorless realm. At the activation of the divine power, there would not be any physical matter in her world. It was absolute nothingness. This was an immensely powerful divine power that, when cultivated to its pinnacle, could wield an ability that was fundamentally equal to the peerless power of the void in essence. Nevertheless, Hua Jiyu had not reached that tier as of yet. Besides, her current cultivation level was still lower than Donghuang the Great's. Okay. Yi Futian bowed his head. He could tell how powerful the divine power of revelation and colorless realm was after witnessing them earlier. So long as they did not enter the border of the human realm, the both of them would not encounter any danger. Hence, he was not worried about their safety. All right, let's make our move now, Donghuang the Great stated. Yi Futian turned to look at the others and ordered, the rest of you should return to the heavenly imperial palace first. We won't be gone for long. Yes, your majesty. Everyone at the scene nodded. Yi Futian was slowly holding an absolute authority over time unknowingly. And it should be accredited to all the cultivators who had cultivated inside the world created with his micro-heavenly path for years. The feat of creating a world was not something just anyone could pull off. If one were to look at this aspect alone, he had long since surpassed his father, Donghuang the Great. That was why everyone agreed with what Donghuang the Great had said. If there were anyone who could reach the Supreme Being plane, it would be Yi Futian. Right then, the three of them transformed into 3 dots of lights and disappeared into thin air. The people in Heavenly Imperial City who caught sight of it were taken aback and thought, are His Majesty and Donghuang the Great heading toward Human Divine Palace now? Had the power balance of the world that was divided into the 6 realms among the 6 great emperors been changed? Did the times slowly transition into the era of the rivalry between the human ancestor and Heavenly Emperor? The people in the world could hardly catch up with the speed of the ever-changing times. The duration was too short for the people of the outer realms. A frightening pressure permeated the entire area of the human divine palace in the human realm. An authority of heaven emanated from the top floor of the human divine palace. The human ancestor was cultivating while sitting in a lotus position. Suddenly he opened his eyes and looked into the distance. "He is coming," a voice could be heard from the sky announcing loudly. Following that, 3 silhouettes could be seen descending from the sky. The 3 of them had temperaments incomparable to any other. Each of them were emitting overpowering auras, as if they were holding the authority of the heavens. Simultaneously, the human ancestor stood up and covered the whole human divine palace with his divine consciousness to convey a message. The entire human divine palace was heavily guarded, including the perimeter of the courtyards and the interior. All the cultivators below the great emperor plane had sought shelter inside the principal throne room of the palace complex, as they had predicted something huge was about to happen. However, the human ancestor and the gods were protecting the palace at that moment. Who could possibly make them brace themselves for the approaching enemy? Back then, Ji Wudao had invaded the human divine palace when the human ancestor was not around. At that time, the gods did not even show up yet. Suddenly, the sky above the human divine palace trembled violently, which was followed by the appearance of a spine-chilling spatial storm. The dimensional vortex blustered against the atmosphere that brimmed with an unparalleled divine power of space. A while later, the intimidating spatial storm suddenly turned into a space passage. At the other end of the space passage, a white-haired god with divine light surrounding him showed up there. The covering of the 9 dragons' true chi further enhanced his stateliness. And that silhouette was none other than Yi Futian. As he stood there silently, the atmosphere around him beamed with divine light. Just then, a phantasm manifested like the guardian of the sun and moon. He had an extraordinary temperament, making him look even better than before. With a thought, Yi Futian controlled many light dots to cross over from the other side of the space passage to the firmament above the human divine realm. The brilliant light dots appeared in multiple positions that spanned across the boundless sky like the sun, the moon, and the stars. Right after, all the lights turned into humanoid silhouettes. All these figures took the form of Yi Futian as if they were his exterior incarnations. All these dazzling silhouettes were formed with the law of the Great Path. One of them radiated a scorching divine light of the sun, while the other emitted a freezing divine light of the moon. They stood next to each other as if they were the representative of the sun and the moon. Every single one of them was the avatar of the heavenly path. Shush! The 2 avatars of the sun and the moon fired terrifying divine light and permeated the entire human divine palace with their powers. Immediately, they turned themselves into the sun and the moon, effusing the divine power of yin and yang, while slowly covering the whole human divine palace. Whoosh! At that point, a light screen appeared in the human divine palace out of the blue. It was a sword realm. Eternal Sword Lord sat in a lotus position on top of one of the palaces. Raising his head to look at the sky, he unleashed his sword realm. The moment the divine light of sun and moon touched the sword realm, the latter was eroded. Following that, another avatar of the heavenly path hurled a glaring golden spear, while the other one threw a glowing punch at the sword realm. Immediately, the atmosphere quivered, and the sword realm was torn into pieces. Eternal Sword Lord furrowed his brows at the sight of it. Yi Futian and Donghuang the Great had fled from the scene during the previous conflict, so he thought that his sword could eliminate that man this time. But who would have thought that Yi Futian could crush his sword realm with just a mere avatar of the heavenly path when the former's real body did not even show up yet? Lifting his head to stare at the sky, he shot divine light out of his eyes. Sword will pervaded the air when he stretched his hand to the firmament and swung it. In the blink of an eye, a sword river dispersed across the sky and charged toward Yi Futian's avatars of the Great Path. Then, the divine power of Yin contacted the sword river, causing a freezing will to dominate the dimension as if the entire space-time was frozen. Nevertheless, it could not restrain the domineering sword. Eventually, the sword traversed in between dimensions as though it surpassed the power of time and space. Bangs similar to earth-shattering sounds could be heard when the sword collided with the avatars of the Great Path. While this was taking place, Yi Futian raised a sword with his hand from the other end of the space passage and thrust forward. A slash that traveled across the fabric of spacetime came flying toward Eternal Swordlord. After sensing an incoming threat, Eternal Swordlord set up an absolute defense with the Eternal Sword domain by using his thoughts. Unfortunately, the imminent attack destroyed everything in its path, creating clanging sounds in the process before it nearly smashed the defense into smithereens. The overpowering force broke the palace hall underneath Eternal Swordlord into pieces and eventually turned into dust. Although his body was sent flying backward, he exuded the sword will from his body. After forming sword mudras on both sides of his hands, he hurled them against the fast-approaching sword will. In that instant, a destructive sword chi tempest was stirred up in their surrounding. Boom! After a deafening bang, Eternal Swordlord was hurled backward and crashed into many buildings and mountain peaks of the human divine palace before he was finally stuck in a corner. Nonetheless, that was not the end. Immediately, he saw countless sword will that crossed the space passage from the other side, aiming at his location as if they intended to demolish the entire human divine palace. Crash! Without warning, an ear-piercing bang was heard. The next moment, that space passage slowly disintegrated. Two silhouettes of the great emperors could be seen hovering in front of its exit point. The two of them attacked the space passage to shatter it. Even though the space passage was destroyed, eerie rumbles could be heard from time to time. All the avatars of the Great Path finally vanished from sight altogether. Although the commotion seemed to have subsided, the hearts of the cultivators of the human divine palace were still trembling in fear. All of them realized that Yi Futian had become even stronger than before. After completing his great path, even Eternal Swordlord could not hold a candle to him anymore. Fear was written all over the faces of the citizens residing in the central city of the human divine palace when they turned in the direction of the palace. All of them could feel the intense battle that had just taken place a while ago in the palace. It was mind-blowing to know that someone dared invade the human divine palace. Who would do something as arrogant as that? At that moment, they felt an immense pressure pervaded the atmosphere, causing them to feel suffocated and depressed. It must be a god's might. The hearts of the cultivators in the city palpitated like mad. Under the suppression of God's might, they felt like prostrating themselves with their faces and knees on the ground. After lifting their heads, they noticed a gigantic countenance that looked incorporeal in the sky. Everyone could see an exceptionally handsome face with long silver hair. It is Heavenly Emperor Yi Futian. Their hearts were beating like a drum as they stared at Yi Futian's stunning profile in the firmament. Back then, the human ancestor had started the War of the Six Realms to execute Yi Futian but failed to do so. Moreover, many of their combatants had lost their lives during Yi Futian's counterattack. No one had expected that Yi Futian would become so powerful when the war had only gone on for a little over 1 year, let alone seeing him invading the human realm. The countenance in the ether was the embodiment of the heavenly path, a supreme being. He was the current heavenly emperor, a man whose predecessor could not even compare. Every person in the city could sense that intense authority of heaven that pressurized the atmosphere from the sky, including the cultivators of the human divine palace. Out of the blue, they caught themselves having a false impression that Yi Futian was the bona fide ruler of this world, the one who truly reigned over the heavenly law. Even the likes of the great Emperor Plain cultivators felt interior in the face of his authority of heaven. The extraordinarily gifted young prodigy from Original Realm had become an existence that even the great emperors had to hold in high regard. The eye of a humongous countenance fired a magnificent divine light from the sky and turned into the sun. Then, the scorching divine light of the sun that set the sky ablaze shone on the human divine palace. Swash! A powerful divine power of space transformed into a light screen and sealed the void. However, the divine light of the sun penetrated through it upon contact and continued to descend. At that time, everyone inside and outside the human divine palace was trapped in Yi Futian's divine domain of the Great Path. He seemed to have become the supreme ruler of this realm after seizing control. Watch out! A silhouette immediately fled from the spot before the divine light of the sun beamed from above, eventually reaching the human divine palace, turning an area of the palace complex into a burning area. The light formed a pit of fire around the parameter of the impact. Buzz! A gleam flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. An intense divine light of the sun instantly swept across a huge part of the human divine palace, cutting everything in its path like a massive sword. The scale of the effect could easily demolish the entire palace grounds. Yet an intimidating destructive aura permeated the sky before the figure of the human ancestor could be seen unleashing his chaotic divine domain. After forming the Chaos True Thunder Sword, he hurled it at Yifutian. The entire city was shaking violently as the heavenly thunder rumbled. Raising his head, Yifutian set his eyes on a distant location. The moonlight shone on the Chaos True Thunder Sword, trying to freeze it. Nevertheless, the latter could not be stopped in its track, and it slipped past the constraint of the freezing power. A beam of sunlight radiated, combining its yang energy with its yin energy counterpart. As the divine light of sun and moon dazzled in the sky, it destroyed the Chaos True Thunder Sword and headed in the human ancestor's direction with the intention of killing him. He is way too powerful. Everyone was stunned by the sight of Yifutian, whose divine power had a radical change since they last saw him. Was that the completed divine power of the Great Path? Previously, Yifutian did not reach the Great Emperor plane yet, but he had made it to the said tier at that time. How was it possible that he could fight the human ancestor equally right after he reached the Great Emperor plane? In fact, he nearly wiped the floor with the human ancestor. What a scary and incredible Great Emperor he was. If one were to compare Yifutian with the previous 6 Great Emperors, he could very well be the strongest one of them all. Back in those days, were the former Heavenly Emperor and Sovereign Princess as mighty too? Rumble. All the cultivators in the city, including the whole continent, were shivering in fright when another heavenly might suffused in the sky. They couldn't help but feel like falling to their knees. The supreme heavenly might that permeated the sky could be compared to the divine might of the Creator. Everyone who felt it bowed down in submission unconsciously. There was turbulence on the firmament above the human divine palace when the supreme heavenly might encompassed the palace grounds. Every great emperor in that place could feel a superior power looming in the area. While the ancient emperors could recognize the nature of the power, there were still a significant amount of cultivators who had just experienced it for the first time. Many combatants of the human realm were rooted to the spot and shook like a leaf. Was there a powerful being of this caliber in the human divine palace? Who was it? A magnificent divine light suddenly beamed on the human ancestor from the heavens. At that moment, the body of the human ancestor resonated with the entire realm. Meanwhile, an enormous version of his face appeared in the sky. The chaotic divine realm grew stronger steadily. It was like the power of chaos that had existed at the beginning of the universe. A roaring thunderclap comparable to the apocalyptic divine thunder emitted a blinding light that darkened the entire sky. Both the sunlight and the moonlight could not penetrate it. The chaotic true thunder sword accelerated further and collided with the divine light of sun and moon, emitting a sudden burst of dazzling flash. Shortly after the collision, the entire atmosphere turned dim, while the whole city shuddered from the impact. Even the great Emperor Plane cultivators quivered in panic at the sight of it. Yifutian faced the human ancestor directly in the darkened sky. Did the latter display the true power of his real body? Yifutian infiltrated this realm to smoke his nemesis out so that he could gauge the extent of the latter's strength. If the opposition could not stop him, he would not mind wiping the whole human divine palace off the face of the world. In fact, that was his main purpose of being here all along. However, he could sense that the real human ancestor was exceedingly powerful. Now that he had perfected his micro-heavenly path, he could even occupy a world by force and change its heavenly law into his version forcibly. In a nutshell, he could establish his heavenly path outside of his inner world. But he also believed the human ancestor could pull off a feat that would not be paled in comparison. After all, the latter had been cultivating for ages. At that time, he felt a threatening change in the atmosphere. He noticed that he was no longer holding the authority over the heavenly law of this realm. Human ancestor. Yifutian stared at the face before him and remarked, "It seems like your real body has been here all the time." An overwhelming divine power enclosed the entire boundless realm. At the same time, the insubstantial countenance glared at Yifutian and retorted, "After all these years, yet another of his descendant has shown up again. The world has been plunging into chaos for too long after the collapse of the heavenly path. It should be united again now. Naturally, I will lead this world into welcoming the age of the gods once more. If the heavenly emperor did not exist, I would have made it a reality by now." Your families have been standing in my way. So, tell me, who is the one making all lives suffer here? From the former heavenly emperor to the sovereign princess, then to Yi Futian, the three had been the human ancestor's adversaries. The first two had injured him fatally, so he had been recuperating slowly for years. If Yi Futian did not exist, he would have waited for a few years and conquered the whole world in one go. Nonetheless, the reality was often disappointing. Things didn't go as he planned ever since Yi Futian had shown up. After creating a world with the micro-heavenly path, the latter changed the law of time there and used the difference between the time flow of the two worlds for cultivation. Hence, that man gradually became a threat to him. Needless to say, all the efforts and struggles of his enemies would be futile. In the end, everything would be annihilated and arrive at the end of the line. Yi Futian, if you could set aside our differences and submit to me, I could allow you to ruler over the heavenly law as my representative. You will be second to me. What do you say? He offered in an enticing tone, saying he would raise Yi Futian above all the others and make the latter the first man after him in this world. All the great emperors in the human divine palace were taken aback after hearing his words. It never crossed their minds that the human ancestor would try to subdue Yi Futian. Truthfully, the human ancestor was unsure whether he could dominate and kill Yi Futian in a fight or not. Yi Futian remained his composure after hearing the offer. The human ancestor had been calling himself the righteousness of humanity while he was ruling the human realm all those times. But was he truly the avatar of righteousness? Yi Futian had seen the hypocrisy of the human ancestor. If the latter could bring peace to the world, why would he hide in the dark? Why did he resurrect the gods instead of raising potential cultivators to emerge as the great emperors? Why would he instigate the war of the six realms by commanding the cultivators of the human realm for a conquest which would cause all lives in the world to suffer? Whiz! A heaven-slaying spear forged with a formidable divine power appeared in the sky in response to the human ancestor's offer. He did that to test if the human ancestor was merely a paper tiger. It would not harm for him to try before his return. Kaboom! The spear pierced into the firmament, changing its appearance instantly and traversing the void. The chaotic true thunder sword crashed into the spear. It was pulverized into specks of dust and devoured by the latter. To think that even a sword of that caliber could not stop the spear. The firmament was smashed into smithereens and engulfed by the strike of the spear that was aiming at the humongous face. A violent storm stirred up right after the spear flew past the area. Suddenly, a colossal silhouette of a god with its head above clouds and its feet rooted to the ground appeared out of nowhere. The figure took the form of the human ancestor, who became the embodiment of the heavenly path. The spear hit hard on the divine body of the heavenly path, tearing it to tatters and intending to devour it. Yet, the spear was halted by a compelling defense. Surprisingly, the overpowering spear that could engulf an entire world could not break the divine body. It was as if the attack hit on an object with the strongest defense in the world. The body of the human ancestor seemed to nullify all forms of physical attacks on the earth. Bang! A deafening sound rumble blared. The body of the heavenly immortal might have a supreme defense power, but it could not prevent the spear from quivering its figure, causing cracks to appear and piercing through it. Simultaneously, divine power gathered around the body of the heavenly immortal. At that moment, Yi Futian felt that his spear did not hit on mortal flesh but a complete world that could not be shaken. He could sense the energy in the entire human realm accumulated in the body of the human ancestor upon impact. At that, he could not help but draw in a cold breath. His father, Dongwang the Great, had activated the Revelation Divine Matrix during the War of the Six Great Emperors, and it covered the entire continent of the Divine Prefecture. Instantly, Yi Futian knew that his father had become one with the Divine Prefecture at that time. Still, the human ancestor had somehow gone to the next level by becoming the personification of the world itself. In other words, he was indestructible. A supreme power flowed toward the human ancestor from every part of the boundless sky. At the same time, he opened both of the eyes of his towering face and glanced at the ground condescendingly, exuding an intimidating aura toward Yi Futian. Whiz! He saw a formless and incorporeal divine sword that looked like the sword of the heavenly path when an invisible power rushed toward him. Without warning, it infiltrated his spirit domain destructively. Yifutian immediately let out a groan as his spirit was being attacked. The sword of the heavenly path tried to wreak havoc inside the immaterial domain and obliterate his spiritual soul. Boom! A tremendous pressure caused Yifutian's body to fall back a little. Manifesting his face in the sky, he glared at the enormous countenance opposite him. As he had speculated, the human ancestor could come into the world already. It would not be long before the latter's comeback. This realm had become his opponent's territory. Yifutian, even though you can alter the flow of time, your cultivation level still isn't sufficient to put up a good fight. You would escape the death penalty if you chose submission. The human ancestor's voice resounded through the atmosphere. Every cultivator in the human realm could hear his words. The people who were dispersed across the vast continent felt a violent tremor, so much so that they somehow saw the happening in the human divine palace. Although none of them could comprehend why they were seeing this, it didn't change the fact that it was happening. At that point, they had an epiphany moment that their monarch, the human ancestor, was the bona fide supreme being in this world. Even though the heavenly emperor invaded their realm, he was still a junior. The human ancestor was the cultivator who had been around since ancient times. Yifutian shot the opposition a quick glance and turned his eyes on the gods of the human divine palace. He sighed. Greeting, gods of ancient times. All of you had stood against the heavenly path during those days. Yet, you are willing to stoop so low as to be someone else's lackeys now. I believed none of them had heard about the name of the human ancestor back then, right? The pupils of the gods shrunk upon hearing that. Chills ran down their spines as they stared at Yifutian. Indeed, none of them had heard of the human ancestor during the battle of heavenly laws. But times had changed, and things were nothing like what they used to be. The human ancestor had become the most powerful being in the world. He was also the one responsible for their resurrections and ruled over them. Truth be told, the gods actually had mixed feelings, as they were all individuals who had once distinguished themselves as the pinnacles in this world, all the more so for the super-great emperors. When they had become elites, the human ancestor was probably still a small fry at that time. I wish you all the best, Yifutian uttered. Right then, his face gradually dissipated until it vanished from sight completely. Despite that, the human ancestor did not make a move at all. Obviously, he could not confine the former there. After lowering his head, the human ancestor looked at the people and affirmed, "Listen, don't be fooled by his slanderous words. I have joined forces with all of you to establish a new heavenly law, and you will be the ones who create the new world that is to come." After the human ancestor finished speaking, he enveloped the whole world with his thoughts. Instantly, everyone in the human realm could feel a supreme god's might. No matter where they were looking from, all of them could see the countenance of the human ancestor in the firmament. Peering at all the living beings on the continent, the human ancestor declared, "There are countless cultivators in the human realm, and all of them called me as the human ancestor. But there are only a handful of you people who truly know me well. During the age of the ancient heavenly path, I, too, was once a mortal human, like most of you. The gods and immortals would rule over the law of the world while looking at us humans condescendingly. In the eyes of the gods who controlled the heavenly law, mortals are inferior beings. Even if we reached a high tier in cultivation, we would still be lowly to them. Even so, there were a lot of ambitious people who had set the goal to gain enlightenment on the great path and become a god. But since the age of the gods, I have always believed that humans could decide their own fate. Every cultivator in this world is the main character of the heavens. We could be comparable to the likes of the gods even with mortal bodies of flesh and blood. After the battle of the heavenly laws, the collapse of the heavenly path happened. Many gods had died in the process, but I somehow managed to survive through the ordeal. Since then, I've made it my ultimate goal to revive the glorious age of the distant past. However, it is no longer the age of the gods but yours. Each and every one of you can cultivate to become a god. This is also one of the things that I've put all my efforts to achieve all these years. The human realm thrived. Nevertheless, some of the conservatives grew resentful. Since the emergence of a new heavenly emperor, he has been reigning the heavenly realm and desires for the revival of the old heavenly law. An age where only the gods rule the world is not good. Although I've wished to see the restoration of the glorious days of the age of the gods, I've hoped to start anew with new heavenly law as well. Yet, the former heavenly emperor and his descendants were relentless with their hindrance to our grand plan. And it went on until the latest generation, which is Yifutian. He too is the same with his conduct. 1 year ago, I had led our legions into the heavenly realm, the land of the divine prefecture, all in the name to unite the order of the 7 realms with the sword of justice. From then, there will be no war in the world where everyone can gain enlightenment to become a great emperor. It will be a world where a mortal being can ascend to godhood and become the master of the world. Everyone will be the same, a world with perfect order, equality, and absolute justice. Nonetheless, our troops who invaded the heavenly realm and the divine prefecture lost their lives there. The top clan of the human realm, Orthodox Unity, was abolished and its people were annihilated. As you saw earlier, Yifutian infiltrated the human divine palace and demolished it while attempting to finish off every cultivator there. Yifutian, Donghuang the Great, and the Buddha had created the Tiantian army to follow them everywhere. They are the representatives of the conservatives who care only about their personal benefits and will destroy anything and anyone that goes against their interest. Therefore, I shall bring you with me to stand up and fight. With the sword of justice in my hand, I shall conquer the 7 realms. Now, who is with me to create a new world and establish a new heavenly law? The voice of the human ancestor was orotund. At that time, everyone in the entire human realm was greatly moved by his speech, and it created a resonance within the heavens. Suddenly, all the cultivators in that realm had a powerful urge to immediately charge toward the heavenly realm to kill the heavenly emperor, Yifutian. Divine light beamed from the sky of a city in the human realm while an intangible power rested on the crowd there. The voice of the human ancestor brimmed with a mysterious power that created a resonance with everyone in the realm. Instantly, a hint of hostility flashed across their eyes. They were overwhelmed with the itch to charge toward the heavenly realm and the divine prefecture to exterminate the heavenly emperor Yifutian. A voice reverberated in their minds as they raised their heads to stare at the face of the human ancestor with anger. We shall storm the heavenly imperial palace to slaughter Yifutian and unite the 7 realms. We will join you in your conquest, human ancestor. We will join you in your conquest, human ancestor. Similar voices echoed throughout the vast continent. All of them were willing to fight alongside the human ancestor to establish a new heavenly law. According to the narration of the human ancestor, Yifutian was a villain who had committed crimes against humanity. Meanwhile, the former represented absolute justice. In no time at all, Yifutian returned to the 99 heavens of the heavenly realm. Yifutian arrived above the heavenly palace together with Donghuang the Great and Huajiyu. The great emperors like Yu Tu, Gu Donglu, and the others came to the top of the heavenly palace to welcome the 3 of them back. "How is everything?" the string emperor asked. He finally felt a little relieved after seeing his young master's safe return. After all, the former heavenly emperor and the sovereign princess had lost their lives to the human ancestor. Thus, all of them had intense animosity toward their nemesis, the human ancestor. The expressions on Yifutian and Donghuang the Great's faces turned solemn. Then the former turned to look at the latter and questioned, "Father, what do you think of this?" "There is a high likelihood that the human ancestor refined the human realm," Donghuang the Great replied. All the cultivators peered at Donghuang the Great in confusion. Shortly after, the latter said, "The human ancestor had created his law of the great path. While I'm only coding the law of my own around the divine prefecture, the human ancestor had gone beyond that level. He had refined the entire human realm and changed the law of the great path in that realm completely. In short, the whole realm will be under the dominion of his will." Does that mean the human ancestor can exert his manipulation directly onto the cultivators of the human realm? Yifutian queried. He had felt a threatening aura there previously. When the human ancestor spoke to everyone in the human realm, a resonance was created. His words had turned into the power of emotions and affected all the cultivators there. "Yeah." Donghuang the Great nodded. The human ancestor must have cultivated some unique divine power of the law. So, he had been refining and assimilating with that realm all these years. In the end, he became the world itself, and all the cultivators inside will be controlled by him. As you mentioned earlier, The said resonance could allow him to exert his influence directly onto all sentient beings, including the cultivators there. In other words, a whole continent of the cultivators in the human realm will fight for the human ancestor once the war starts. The String Emperor frowned and continued, why did he insist on starting this war? I guess that has to do with his cultivation. Donghuang the Great's expression turned grim. I'm afraid a war on a bigger scale will be unavoidable. There were 6 legions in the 99 heavens at that moment. Still, Yi Futian hoped to prevent the war from breaking out but not starting one. It would be better if the great emperors could settle the conflict among themselves. However, things had already gotten out of hand. What he had wished for before would never happen. When I launched an attack at the human ancestor earlier, the impact of the strike did not feel like flesh and blood but a complete world. It looks like the human ancestor's defense in the human realm is made up of the entire realm's force. So, it will be hard to inflict any real damage to him. Yi Futian recalled the details of the clash with the human ancestor earlier. To his surprise, he could not break through the latter's defense even with his strongest offense. Following that, he was repelled and left the human divine palace. Donghuang the Great nodded. Since the human ancestor refined the human realm, that whole domain will become his world where he is the strongest. But once he leaves there, he will be weakened to a certain extent. That must be why he had never left the human realm but had been dispatching his exterior incarnation outside. Yi Futian bowed his head. His expedition to the human realm this time had helped him gauge the situation of the human divine palace. The exterior incarnation of the human ancestor had the strength of the 6 great emperors. Nevertheless, he was even more powerful in the human realm. He was already invincible when he did not fully recover yet. Just how mighty would he become after his complete recovery? The other ancient emperors were at the level of the 6 great emperors, which could be compared to the super great emperor. He had confidence that he could take down the super great emperor cultivators without breaking a sweat already. Rumble. Yi Futian and the others felt a violent shaking while they were having a conversation. In fact, all the cultivators in the 99 heavens could feel that intense tremor. Then they lifted their heads to look at the sky. What just happened? Yi Futian looked into a distant location of the 99 heavens. In no time, he noticed a hole torn open in the sky. It was perforated by a matchless divine power. What is going on? Everyone immediately looked at Yi Futian. The human ancestor is opening a space passage to the heavenly realm, Yi Futian stated as he stared into the distance with an expressionless look. After the space passage was built to its completion, a massive door of space could be seen appearing in the sky, which connected 2 different points in spacetime. At the same time, a similar towering space passage showed up in the land of the divine prefecture from the human realm. The same space passage appeared even in the Western heaven world of Buddhism. The same thing happened even in the skies of the empty divine realm, the devil world, and the dark world. There was a great commotion all around the 7 realms. All the cultivators raised their heads and gazed at the space passages from different locations. In that instant, they knew a great change had already taken place. The fact that the human ancestor opened the space passages that connected the 7 realms would mean that he wanted to start the war of the 7 realms. No matter who they were, no one could escape from it. In the devil world, the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace gaped at a distant location while the Devil Abyss was roaring violently. They saw a spatial portal pierced through the Devil Abyss with an overwhelming divine power. Meanwhile, the silhouette of the Devil Emperor could be seen at the peak of the Devil Imperial Palace as he looked at that source of the ruckus. He did not let the people of the Devil world join the war because he was secretly helping his people to improve their cultivation level. Still, everything happened so quickly to the point that he could not even react to it. In just 1 year, there was a radical change in the world. A short while ago, Yi Futian had invaded the human divine palace. The strength that he had displayed was clearly above the likes of the 6 great emperors. In his battle with the human ancestor, the latter had exhibited his almighty abilities as well. Nonetheless, the improvement of the Devil Emperor's cultivation after 1 year was unremarkable. Yushang was the only person with an impressive breakthrough at his cultivation level. It should be accredited to Yi Futian, who had given Yushang a spatial magical item so that the latter could use it for his cultivation for the past years. When Yi Futian first came to the Devil Imperial Palace back then, The Devil Emperor had only seen the former as a junior slowly making history. But he had never once expected to see his juniors not only make histories but also be playing leading roles. The changes in the world were too fast for him to catch up. Devil Emperor! The human ancestor called from the humongous door of space. "What business do you have?" said the Devil Emperor as he looked towards the door of space. "I wish to reset the order of the 7 realms and revive the age of the gods. Would the Devil World be willing to join me?" asked the human ancestor as his voice reverberated in the space. The cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace stared at the face that appeared beyond the door of space. Their gazes were filled with demonic will that was as cold as ice. The human ancestor did not hide his ambition at all. He wanted to reset the order of the 7 realms and revive the age of the gods. However, this age would be controlled by him. Now, there were already various gods under his command. "I am not interested," replied the Devil Emperor as he swept a glance at the face of the human ancestor. A cold snort could be heard. A menacing aura descended from the door of space as beams of terrifying destructive light shot out. They became chaotic divine thunder that directly filled the Devil Abyss. For a moment it trembled violently. Countless light of catastrophe descended, causing the cultivators of the Devil World to reveal astonished expressions as they looked up at the rampaging Devil Abyss. For the cultivators of the Devil World, the Devil Abyss was both a holy land and a source of destruction. The history of the Devil World was a history of blood and tears as they struggled under the Devil Abyss. Menacing jet-black demonic light shot out from the Devil Emperor's pupils as he stared at the human ancestor's face. The latter continued, "I know that you can borrow the power of the Devil Abyss. However, do not forget that I can also cause it to rampage." The Devil Emperor fell silent when he heard him say this. Destructive light of catastrophe shot out from his pupils. The human ancestor had struck his weakness. If the Devil Abyss were to rampage, it would be catastrophic for the Devil World. For many years, the Devil Emperor had dealt with the Devil Abyss and withstood its power. Hence, it had not rampaged. "This is your justice?" asked the Devil Emperor in a tone as cold as ice. So, the human ancestor's justice was to destroy the Devil World? Do not forget the identity of the Devil World. The lands of the Devil Abyss were originally a prison, said the human ancestor indifferently. Now is the time for the Devil World to correct its name. Only by resetting the world order can the identity of the Devil World be changed. The human ancestor was clearly mocking them. The Devil World was but a prison in ancient times. As for the cultivators of the Devil World, they were merely prisoners. The only way for them to shed their status as prisoners was to reset the world order. Hence, the human ancestor invited them to join the war. The cultivators of the Devil World had always considered this to be their humiliation. Now, the human ancestor brought it up. The cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace revealed looks of rage. Demonic will roared and churned from their figures. They seemed ready to fight. However, the Devil Emperor was unusually calm. The human ancestor had found his weakness and wanted to make him compromise. He saw the insufferable arrogance of the human ancestor. This existence, which had survived since ancient times, had revealed his true colors. Nevertheless, the Devil Emperor remained silent. The human ancestor continued, "Devil Emperor, the human realm, the empty divine realm, and the dark world are already amassing their armies to invade. Rally the armies of the Devil World immediately and join the war. We shall enter the lands of the Heaven Realm as well as the Divine Prefecture and unify the 7 realms." The face gradually disappeared after he said this. However, his voice could still be heard, saying, "If you refuse to comply, the Devil World will receive the blessing of the Devil Abyss." This voice reverberated across the sky. The expressions of the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace were very ugly. The human ancestor was directly threatening them. "Your Highness!" The cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace cried out as they looked up at the Devil Emperor who was high in the sky. He remained standing there silently. His figure was tall and imposing. However, there was an air of melancholy about him. He was the domineering ruler of the Devil World, the Devil Emperor. No one in his life had ever threatened him. Yet now, the human ancestor was threatening him with the lives of all in the Devil World, forcing him to submit and follow the former into battle. The Devil Emperor looked at the spatial passageway that had yet to close. He then ordered, "Summon the cultivators of the Devil World. Prepare for war." At that moment, the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace all fell silent. They knew that His Highness, the Devil Emperor, had yielded. When the human ancestor came last time, the Devil Emperor was already prepared to fight a war. Even if they were to go to war, it would be because the Devil World wanted to do so of their own accord and not that they were threatened. That was their stance. However, this time, the Devil Emperor had compromised. It was not for himself but for the Devil World. After giving the order, the Devil Emperor's silhouette disappeared. He came to the Devil Abyss and looked at Xianxia. Now, the entire Devil World was being held hostage. They could only break the status quo if Xianxia controlled the power of the Devil Abyss. From the looks of it, Yi Futian had truly foreseen that Xianxia would face a huge catastrophe when he sent over the treasure. A frightening and vast army of cultivators, consisting of members from the human realm, the Devil World, the empty divine realm, and the dark world, was gathering. The forces who had been forced back by the 6 major legions led by Yi Futian before this were especially eager about the upcoming war. They were all dissatisfied. Now they had a chance to make a comeback with the power of 4 realms. They were no longer scattered forces. They had gathered together and were preparing to attack the Heaven Realm as well as the Divine Prefecture. This time, their armies would invade the Heaven Realm, the Divine Prefecture, and then the Western Heaven in one fell swoop. The lands of the 7 realms would finally be unified. In the human realm, from countless cities across the continents, various cultivators were traversing across the sky towards the continent where the human divine palace was located. Above the continents of the human realm, the large groups of cultivators were having discussions as they traveled. Right then, above a certain continent, a cultivator asked, "Elder Brother Wang, are you also heading over to the human divine palace?" Another cultivator replied, "How could I possibly miss such a grand occasion? This is probably a once-in-a-lifetime event." That's right. Such an opportunity only comes once over hundreds of centuries. What an honor it is to be able to personally take part. Everyone, be careful. Someone down below called up and waved goodbye. "Friend, don't worry. When we return, the 7 realms will have been unified and we will all be the pioneers of the new world order," a cultivator in the sky said loudly. "Farewell." As he said this, the sword beneath his feet shot across the sky and he disappeared without a trace in an instant. Such scenes were occurring all over the human realm. They would all be fighting for justice on behalf of the human ancestor. They were going to war to unify the 7 realms and seize control of the world order. The door of space of the human realm was located outside the human divine palace. Countless cultivators had gathered in this region. They looked towards the palace with stern expressions. Many bowed respectfully as they offered up their worship. This was the cultivation court of the human ancestor. He was the god of the human realm and their faith. In the 99 heavens of the heaven realm, Yi Futian's small world was also getting busy as the cultivators of the human realm were mobilizing across various continents. The human ancestor was adamant about initiating the war of the 7 realms. He also wanted to involve cultivators from all levels. No one could keep out of this war. Even though Yi Futian wanted to avoid the war, he couldn't do so. Now he could only prepare for war. As soon as he could, Yi Futian rallied the forces of the heaven realm. Donghuang the Great did the same in the Divine Prefecture. They wanted to gather the Renhuang Plain cultivators to join the war. Last time, they wanted to avoid dragging others into the war. However, it was unavoidable for others to stay out of the war this time. They could only face the battle head-on. To do so, they had to first build up their strength. Renhuang Plain cultivators would be critical to this war. Yi Futian and Donghuang the Great gathered these cultivators in the 99 heavens to train them rapidly. With the time difference, the cultivators could be trained to become top-level Renhuangs and even near deities. That way, these cultivators could serve their most crucial function in the upcoming war. After the summon had been sent out, Wuqian Buddha Lord, Tianyin Buddha Lord, their disciples, and Chen Yi and the others were in charge of receiving those who answered the call. They would bring these people into the 99 heavens and train them in cultivation. The heaven realm, the divine prefecture, and the Buddhist sects were all busy. Similar to the cultivators of the human realm being admitted to the human divine palace, The Heaven Realm and the Divine Prefecture cultivators also rushed to the Heavenly Imperial City and were allowed to enter the 99 Heavens. When they came to the 99 Heavens, they discovered that the place was like a completely new world that had been remade. It was actually a universe on its own. One of the planets in this universe was like a solar furnace. It was filled with scorching currents of heat. Many great emperors and cultivators were on the planet. Their leader was the alchemy great emperor, Taoist monk Mu. This planet was an alchemy planet. It was filled with the aura of elixirs. Taoist monk Mu led the cultivators of the alchemy palace and concocted elixirs here. In another similar continent, Blind Tai was in charge of leading the members of the armoring palace in forging weapons. They manufactured large quantities of divine arms for the troops below the imperial realm. Aside from that, Blind Tai would personally forge divine arms for a group of core members. Even Yi Futian would personally forge divine arms for the top figures below the imperial realm. As for the other cultivators, they were also busy training the legions. Dong Huang the Great was personally in charge of this. Each level handled things in an orderly manner, and things were not chaotic. The closer they were to the war, the less chaotic they could be. Dong Huang the Great had experienced war firsthand. He grew up and rose to the throne during a war. He naturally knew what to do. Dong Huang de Yuan, Gu Donglu, and the other commanders supported Dong Huang the Great in training the legions. Every cultivator performed their duties and did what needed to be done. In this small world, massive changes were occurring every day. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 81 days here. They were all aware that they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers and the initiative this time. In order to stand against the human realm, they could only strengthen their core power. The 6 legions would serve as their main force, while the Run Huang Plain cultivators gathered would support them. This arrangement was their only hope of achieving victory. One of the planets was overflowing with a piercing aura. The cold gleam of weapons filled the entire planet. The aura of the Great Path emanating from the planet was also sharp. In front of a majestic gate, a silhouette sat cross-legged. Divine arms circled his body. Before him, a group of 1,000 cultivators was cultivating under his instruction. Powerful, sharp auras surged from their figures. Some people even seemed to transform into divine arms. To walk the path of the weapon is to be indestructible. Everything will be destroyed. Every technique will be negated, said Wang Yanbing. His gaze was as piercing as divine arms. He looked at the cultivators before him and roared. To walk the path of the weapon is to not have a body of flesh. There is only the weapon. Our bodies are our divine arms. After Wang Yanbing lost to Gu Donglu in the lower worlds, he worked even harder in his cultivation. He had cultivated the path of the weapon in the celestial gate of vast heaven and had been improving at a rapid pace. Although he wasn't as powerful as Gu Donglu, he still clearly knew what he wanted and ceaselessly pursued after his own path. Now, he was teaching the other cultivators how to cultivate like a grandmaster. There was a continent of monstrous beasts nearby. This continent was full of monstrous auras. Although various monsters were cultivating, it was very organized. All the monstrous beasts were working hard to improve themselves. There were many powerful divine beast bloodlines such as the Dragon Clan, the Divine Elephants, and the Peng Bird Clan. The elders of the Dragon Clan, the Sky Demon Court, and the Divine Elephants were in charge of training the troops of the monstrous beasts. There were a few super powerful monsters on the Demon God Mountain of this continent. Their leader was actually Little Condor. His gaze was sharp as he glanced in all directions. Beside him was a phoenix. They were in charge of the troops of the Demon Clan. Aside from these 2 continents, there was another planet in their vicinity. They were all under the Heavenly Mandate Legion, one of the 6 legions under the command of Gu Donglu. Be it Wang Yanbing or Little Condor, they were all part of this legion. This segmentum was called the Heavenly Mandate Segmentum. On the main planet of the Heavenly Mandate Segmentum, Gu Donglu was in the current Heavenly Mandate Academy. Right now, many people were with him. Dozhao, Xiao Muyu, Longchun, Jun, and the others were all here. They now served as Gu Donglio's aides, supporting him in managing the Heavenly Mandate Legion. "How are the troops?" asked Gu Donglu as he glanced at the others present. He was now a super cultivator. He should not need to inquire on the cultivation of those under him. However, these were desperate times. They needed to amass an army for war. Even great emperors took part in the training of the legions. Xiao Muyu reported, "These past few days have been extremely hectic. However, we have now established an order. Everything is beginning to fall into place and can run on its own. That way, even if more and more people come from the outside world, we can still rapidly absorb them into the training regime and make them part of our combat power. I am looking forward to the start of the battle," said Dou Zhao somewhat excitedly. The Dou tribe had always enjoyed battles. This was in their blood. "Demon God Planet is on track too," added Longchen. Responded Gu Donglu as he nodded his head. "Do not get careless. This time, the enemies we are facing are like none the heavenly mandate realm have encountered before. They are all of the top forces of the human realm, the empty divine realm, and the other realms. Any one of these forces could have easily crushed all the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm in the past. We are not what we once were." "How can you compare us to our past selves now?" said Dou Zhao confidently. He was also one of the core members and had always received the best cultivation resources. His abilities were very powerful now. "In terms of numbers, we are at an absolute disadvantage. The legions we are training need to be able to overwhelm the opponent and strike fear in their hearts," replied Gu Donglu. "Fear not, we will certainly make it happen," answered Dou Zhao confidently. Time trickled past. The cultivators who were training in Yifutian's micro-world utilized every second to improve their cultivation and to break through to the next plane. However, some of them chose not to break through to the Imperial realm even though they were qualified to do so. It was because they wished to contribute to the battlefield as those under the Imperial realm. By the time the forces of the human realm and their allies had completed their preparations for war in the outside world, a few decades had passed. On this day, Yifutian and a few cultivators gathered at the heavenly palace. Wutian Buddha Lord said to Yifutian, "The western heaven has been invaded by the armies of the dark world and the empty divine realm. I need to rush back there with my troops." The Buddhist sects had been able to seize more time for cultivation in the micro-world. As a result, the Arhat Legion had grown stronger. It was time for them to return and join the war now. Buddha Lord, please lead the Arhat Legion to join the war in the Western Heaven. On top of that, I will assign the Four Corners Legion to go with you. You may order them as you see fit," Yifutian replied. It was still rather challenging for the members of the Western Heaven to fight against the invasion of two major worlds, the Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm, alone. The commanders of the Four Corners Legion were the four disciples of Yifutian. Among them were Fang Xiyuan and Tai Tu. "Fang Xiyuan," Yifutian called. "Yes, master." Fang Xiyuan appeared even more charming now with his long hair. Nevertheless, his temperament was calm. He was no longer the inexperienced lad like he used to be. Even though not much time had passed in the outside world, he and his friends had been cultivating for more than 100 years in the micro-world. Therefore, he had had 100 years of training to hone himself. Yifutian ordered, "The four of you lead the Four Corners Legion and the troops under your command to aid the Buddhist sects in war. Obey the commands of the Buddhist sections." "Yes, Master," Fang Xiyuan replied while nodding. Then he bowed towards Wutian Buddha Lord and said, "I will surely obey the commands of Buddha Lord." Amitba. Wutian Buddha Lord put his palms together as a gesture of gratitude. "The four of you, leave with Buddha Lord," Yifutian commanded. Immediately, the four of them went to summon their troops for departure. The cultivators from the world of Buddhism also left the micro-world one by one. 2 legions had been sent off to assist the Western Heaven in war. "Father, let the Revelation Legion led by Diwen and the Ziwei Legion led by Emperor Chen aid the members of the Divine Prefecture in war," Yifutian said while looking at Donghuang the Great. Not long ago, the troops of the Devil World had entered into the space passage that connected their world and the Divine Prefecture. They were now stationed at the North Cliff region. The Devil World and the Divine Prefecture were next to each other. Hence, the troops of the Devil World were in charge of occupying the Divine Prefecture. Yifutian did not wish to fight against the troops of the Devil World. However, things had not gone as he wanted. The troops of the Devil World chose to participate in the War of the Seven Realms and were about to attack the Divine Prefecture. Donghuang the Great nodded in agreement as he said, "The troops of the Devil World are powerful. It will be a brutal fight." From the looks of it, Our fight with them is inevitable. Donghuang the Great did not wish to engage in war with the Devil World either. He had a lot of respect for the Devil Emperor, and the two of them admired each other. Nevertheless, they were destined to be enemies due to their different stances. If Donghuang the Great had a choice, he would choose to be friends with the Devil Emperor. How he wished the two of them could chit-chat and play Weiqi together peacefully, just like what they did last time when the Devil Emperor visited Donghuang Imperial Palace. The Devil Emperor was the overlord who withstood the tribulations of the Devil Abyss on his own. The entire Devil world rested on his shoulders. This time, the human ancestor used the welfare of the members of the Devil world to threaten the Devil Emperor. The latter was forced to declare war on the Divine Prefecture to preserve his people's lives. Yi Futian could still strive to get the Devil world to side with him if the human ancestor had not done so. The situation might have been different if they could postpone the war until Yu Shang had seized control of the Devil world. This was also Yu Tu's intention. He had set up things so that one day the forces of the Devil world and the Divine Prefecture could both be utilized by Yi Futian. Diyuan, Donghuang the Great called. Lead the Revelation Legion and head back to the Divine Prefecture. Yes, Father, Donghuang Diyuan responded while nodding. Even though she was the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, she had been raised by Donghuang the Great since birth. The latter had treated her like his own child. Even up until now, her surname was still Donghuang. Hence, she still called Donghuang the Great her father. In her eyes, both Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing were her fathers, with the former being her foster father while the latter being her biological father. Donghuang Diyuan left the palace. Yi Futian then assigned Emperor Qin, formerly known as Lord Qin, to lead the Ziwei Legion and join Donghuang Diyuan. After 4 legions had departed to the Western Heaven and the Divine Prefecture, there were only 2 legions left behind. They were the Heaven Court Legion and the Heavenly Mandate Legion. The former consisted of forces from the original Heaven Realm, while the latter was made up of cultivators following Yi Futian since the beginning. Yi Futian had ordered the 6 major legions to go to separate battlefields because their opponents were no longer fighting alone this time. They had dispersed their armies. All the space passageways were now open. This time, the allied forces of the human realm and the other 4 realms would most likely strike in tandem. This meant that the Heaven Realm, the Divine Prefecture, and the Western Heaven would be thrown into war simultaneously. Hence, Yi Futian had no choice but to distribute the 6 major legions across the 3 different worlds. The cultivators of the Heaven Realm could see the troops of the human realm gathering at the other end of the space passageway. The latter were all garbed in green clothes. They used this method to distinguish their own members. Once the war erupted, the world would be thrown into chaos. If they did not standardize their outfits, they would not be able to differentiate between their own members. In the Heavenly Imperial City, the Heaven Court Legion and the Heavenly Mandate Legion had lined up in formation. Their gazes were fixed on the space passage, and they were all ready for war. All the cultivators in the Heavenly Imperial City were looking up at the sky. Now, there were very few people left in the city. Most of them had evacuated. Just then, a cultivator took off his green robe and threw it up into the air. A mass of flames incinerated the green robe. When they saw this scene, others in different parts of the city took off their green robes and also threw them up in the air, burning them. In an instant, the sky above the city was ablaze with burning robes. If they wore green robes, they might have the opportunity to infiltrate the enemy camp and make it out alive. They could even betray the Heaven Realm and join the human realm. This was bound to happen, and many people would certainly do so. However, many people still burnt their robes in public. This was a wordless oath. They burnt their robes and were prepared to fight. "They are coming," someone said. Just then, intense tremors came from the space passage in the sky. A vast army appeared on the other side of the passageway. They were prepared to enter the door of space and invade the Heaven Realm. Below the space passage, 2 legions were waiting with serious expressions. The 6 legions, including their main forces and the troops they had trained, were 1,000,000 strong. Each legion had more than 100,000 cultivators. This was a terrifying number, but it was minuscule on the current battlefield. Their numbers were still too few. 100,000 cultivators were too pitiful to guard a world. For the Heavenly Imperial City alone, such a number was insignificant. In the world today, some larger forces already had such numbers. Even so, they had no choice but to fight. Beneath the space passage, the troops were in formation. Each troop was separated. Right now, among the crowd, an intense piercing aura emanated from a troop. They were actually carrying bows and arrows. The leader was imposing and handsome. On his back was a divine bow that Yi Futian had personally forged for him. The atmosphere in the heavenly imperial city was exceptionally serious and depressing. The human ancestor set up the space passage above the heavenly imperial city. He would invade the place and directly declare war. Rumble. A dull and terrifying sound could be heard. The space passage expanded and the entire sky became a door of space. Menacing divine power emanated from within it as it blocked out the sun. Dark clouds loomed over the city. "They are coming," someone said. Everyone in the heavenly imperial city looked up into the sky. At that moment, it was as though the end of the world had come. Everyone's hearts were beating intensely. Some cultivators had powerful battle intent circling their figures. This invasion was different from the last. This time, the human ancestor rallied all the cultivators of the human realm to invade the heaven realm. He wanted to unify the 7 realms. In the heavens above, beams of divine halos descended from the door of space like sky stairwells. Then a vast army surged out from within and appeared in the sky above the crowd. The army of the human realm had descended. In an instant, the vast army immediately appeared above the heavenly imperial city, blocking out the sky. Tens of millions of troops had invaded the heaven realm. "They are here," someone said. The Heaven Court Legion and the Heavenly Mandate Legion had long been in formation. They had divided themselves into many smaller divisions and had been awaiting this moment. In the archer phalanx, endless dazzling light lit up right then. The light illuminated the sky. An unparalleled divine bow appeared behind Huangjioga. At full draw, the bow seemed to shoot out a divine ray of the sun up into the heavens. The divine power of the arrow scorched the space as it became a beam of sunlight that shot up into the sky. As one of the first few people who followed Yi Futian wouldn't mistreat Huangjioga. Yi Futian directly baptized the latter with his divine power of the law, complementing Huangjioga's natural talent. This allowed Huangjioga to comprehend the divine power of the sun. Now, Huangjioga was already at the near-deity plane and was a top-tier existence below the great emperors. Yi Futian also personally forged a divine bow called Sun Chaser for him. It was an imperial arm compatible with the divine power of the sun. At that moment, an extremely threatening aura reached the sky. Around Huangjioga, other divine archers had also drawn their bows. Buzz. The divine power of the sun formed arrows that pierced and lit up the sky. They seemed to penetrate the darkness and brought the light of dawn. "Be careful!" An astonished voice cried out in the sky. The divine arrows of the sun shot over in a flash. The cultivators of the vast army had just arrived. Before they could even react, countless cultivators perished before the divine arrows of the sun and were instantly turned to ashes. A sharp aura similarly erupted in the phalanx where Wang Yambing was. The various cultivators that he led transformed into tens of thousands of divine arms and took to the skies simultaneously. There was nothing they could not destroy nor negate. They charged into the sky and also slaughtered many cultivators. The other cultivators also unleashed wave after wave of long-ranged attacks in tandem, killing many enemy forces. They caused the formation of the cultivators who had just arrived to fall into disarray. This caused the mighty army to fall into chaos. Huangjioga kept launching volleys of arrows. The divine arrows of the sun shot out again and again, killing tens of thousands of cultivators. However, the enemy forces seemed endless as they swarmed out of the door of space. As more and more of them poured out, cultivators covered the skies above the heavenly imperial city. Rumble. With a loud rumble, the divine arrows of the sun encountered a considerable resistance. Then, a shower of meteor swords rained down, along with a menacing meteorite shower as well as bolts of destructive thunder and lightning. The top figures who were swarming out were beginning their counterattack. The cultivators in the sky above came charging down, suppressing them. They were all wearing green robes and unleashed the first wave of destructive attacks. In the sky above the heavenly imperial city, terrifying destructive power clashed. It was like the actual scene of the end of the world where the heavens and earth were collapsing. "Attack!" One side cried out. "Attack!" The other side responded. The sounds of slaughter reverberated throughout the space. This war was a war to end all wars. The last war paled in comparison, be it in terms of scale or cruelty. Outside the micro-world, Yi Futian stood there looking towards the battlefield. Beside him were the various emperors. All of them did not participate in the battle. The great emperors of the human realm had not arrived yet. The cultivators below the imperial realm started the fighting first. "I wonder how many people will survive this war," said Zhuge Mingyue in a low voice next to Yi Futian. Her voice contained a melancholic tone. She had always been an optimistic person. However, this time she still felt pessimistic. This was a war that would destroy the world. An army of more than 1,000,000 troops descended upon the heavenly imperial city and charged towards them. This would be the greatest calamity in the history of the 7 realms up to date. Countless cultivators would become martyrs for the heaven realm. Those who made it out alive would be very lucky. Yi Futian had a heavy heart as he looked over the battlefield. The army of the human realm was already clashing with the legions of the heaven realm. Inside the destructive storm, many people were killed every second. It was tragic. "Will Big Brother be all right?" Zhuge Mingyue asked Yi Futian. Their big brother had also participated in this battle. Big Brother initially had the opportunity to become a great emperor, yet he did not push to achieve it. He had been preparing for this war instead. "He will be fine," replied Yi Futian as he looked towards a corner of the battlefield. Over there, Sword Saint was wielding a destructive demonic blade. He slashed out again and again. Each slash shook the heavens and the earth, ripping apart the sky. He slaughtered his way through the green-robed army of the human realm alone. The demonic blade that slashed out was a saber technique of the devil world. You two personally taught him this. Bang! Right then, a terrifying sword of the divine human slashed out and clashed with Sword Saint's demonic blade. This caused the light of his saber to be extinguished. Sword Saint was knocked back a short distance. He looked up at the green-robed cultivator in the sky. The person had extraordinary temperament and appeared extremely young. "The sword of the divine human," exclaimed Sword Saint as he looked at the other party. This person should be a direct descendant of the human ancestor. The cultivator was from the human divine palace. He was one of the human ancestor's disciples. His ability was very powerful. He also came over here when he saw Sword Saint massacring his way through their troops. Rumble. Terrifying demonic will churned and roared. Powerful demonic will surged from Sword Saint's figure and was extremely domineering. He stepped up into the sky. The demonic blade in his hand cleaved out. The jet-black light of the saber split the sky apart, cleaving a crack in the space. In another location, Do Xiao wielded a gigantic golden staff. He unleashed the strongest form of the will of the fighting god. It was as though he had become a war god. The staff in his hand danced and shattered the figures of the cultivators it struck, disintegrating their souls. Near Do Xiao, there was a woman wielding the divine sword of annihilation. Blood splattered like rain everywhere she passed. Everywhere the divine sword went, no one made it out alive. The woman wielding the sword actually had a face that could launch 1,000 ships. This woman was the daughter of Emperor Nan Luotian. She was of the same generation as Do Zhao and Xiao Muyu. Back in the heavenly mandate realm, she was also a very outstanding figure. Now, this group of people had grown to become the core power of the legions. The army of the devil world began invading the divine prefecture from the North Cliff region. On the continent, black clouds covered the sky above a city. The members of the devil world filled the skies. Tens of millions of troops of the devil world began their invasion of the divine prefecture. In an extremely short amount of time, the fires of war set the vast continent ablaze. Due to the entire army of the devil world beginning their invasion from the North Cliff region, the divine prefecture utilized guerrilla tactics and did not face them head-on to block them off. The army of the devil world had powerful explosive force. If the members of the divine prefecture were to take them head-on, the outcome would be tragic. Hence, the cultivators of the divine prefecture kept sending cultivators with powerful cultivation and those proficient in the power of space or speed to harass the enemy's operations. However, in the face of absolute power, all this was futile. Of course, even with millions of troops, the devil world still had to disperse its forces. The cultivators of the divine prefecture watched how their opponents prepared to move and then decided on how to counter them. At the same time, the Western heaven world of Buddhism had a different approach. After the Buddhist sects knew that the forces of the dark world and the empty divine realm were invading, they immediately gathered up their forces, including the Arhat Legion and the Four Corners Legion, and joined the battlefield. In the lands where the two major worlds invaded, the most devastating clash erupted. The Buddhist sects had many members. They were devoted to their faith. They would not allow the cultivators of the dark world to desecrate the world of Buddhism. They had paid a terrible price the last time the Dark Army invaded. This time, a resistance of a much larger scale erupted. The clashes were even fiercer. The world of Buddhism was ablaze with the fires of war. In the sky above the battlefield, there were the Buddha lords. They had their palms together as they recited Buddhist scripture. They were releasing the souls of the fallen from suffering, allowing them to be reincarnated. This time, the 7 realms were all dragged into this war. No one could stay out of it. On the battlefield in the heaven realm, Nan Luotian was fighting against a disciple of the human ancestor. Her divine sword of annihilation was suppressed by the other party. Even though this disciple of the human ancestor was not as powerful as Dihao, he was a top figure. Nan Luotian received personal guidance from Yifutian, and she merged his divine power of the law into her techniques to attain her current combat ability. However, she still felt great pressure when facing such a strong opponent. An empty space surrounded the two of them. The others stayed away from them for fear of being affected by the aftershock of their attacks. Right now, a menacing and gigantic sword descended from the sky. It contained the power of the human realm. Dazzling green divine halos burst forth from the sword of Nan Luotian as it collided head-on with the falling sword. A destructive storm swept out and covered the heavens and the earth. She was forced to take a step back. Buzz! A beam of lightning charged towards the disciple of the human ancestor. Emperor Nan, father of Nan Luotian, had joined the fight. His swordsmanship had further transformed, and it was purer now. His sword charged forward boldly as though it was the first sword created since mankind existed. Dong! A loud sound could be heard. A massive divine seal blocked the path of the sword. The divine seal covered the sun and the sky as it radiated golden divine halos. It contained the divine force of space, and it attempted to shatter the sword of Emperor Nan. However, the latter dazzled with brilliant green divine halos, and the divine seal was immediately shattered. The sword continued to bulldoze its way through with great momentum. Their opponent transformed into a divine human. He was imposing and was akin to a real god. He pointed a finger forward and touched the sword of Emperor Nan. The power from his finger caused the sword to him and shake vigorously. Swoosh! A shrill sound reverberated in space as cracks propagated on the finger of the divine human. Emperor Nan's body was pushed backward too. The father and daughter duo stood side by side as they looked at the cultivator before them. "Are you all right?" Emperor Nan asked. Nan Luotian nodded her head slightly. The two of them joined forces on the battlefield. In another location, Dou Zhao charged forward fearlessly and slaughtered his way into the opposing armies. Everywhere he passed, no one was spared. He swung his golden staff as he moved, and many cultivators were killed by it. Suddenly, terrifying thunder befell him. It was the chaotic divine thunder. When Dou Zhao's staff came in contact with the thunder, the former was corroded right away. The thunder was not shattered. Instead, it flowed along with the staff and entered Dou Zhao's body, causing him to go numb. Even his spiritual soul shook violently due to the shock. Dou Zhao stopped advancing. He raised his head to look at the figure pouncing towards him. The incoming opponent was a middle-aged man. His pupils were purple, and they glistened with the divine power of thunder. His eyes could directly affect the will of others. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang. A thunder invaded the eyes of Dou Zhao. The middle-aged man could affect the minds of others since his power of thunder could target spiritual souls. His mental attack was perfect to counter Dou Zhao's domineering physical attack. The middle-aged man extended his arms, and streaks of lightning descended from the sky. He summoned Zhoutian divine thunder and turned the vast space into his thunder domain. A brilliant divine light shone on Dou Zhao's glabella. His spiritual imprint radiated and his will of the fighting god was activated to its maximum limit. His body grew larger and his mind grew tougher so that he would not be perturbed by the thunder. Rumble. He swung his staff and the entire sky shook. Rumbling sounds could be heard reverberating in space. As he moved the staff back and forth, an overbearing power was generated. It then blasted towards the other party. The space was shattered, and the heavens and the earth hummed. Right at the same time, thundering sounds reverberated. Jiutian divine thunder rained down and overwhelmed the space. The thunder crashed into Do Zhao's staff and body. It further attacked his spiritual soul. This time, Do Zhao was protected by the will of the fighting god. The will surrounded his spiritual soul as divine light flowed all around his body. Jiutian divine thunder hit his body, but he activated his power to its maximum capacity and overcame the limitation of his flesh. Do Zhao continued to pounce towards his enemy. Despite the numbness, he felt all over his body. When he struck out, his arm vibrated violently. Power surged from every inch of his body, and all of it was channeled into his attack. Even when both he and his staff were bathed in terrifying thunder, Do Zhao still managed to land a critical hit on his opponent. Rumble. The staff whacked the middle-aged man, causing him to be smashed into gory pulp. He was annihilated. However, right after Do Zhao killed the man, a group of cultivators moved towards him simultaneously. Even before they approached him, their Jiutian divine thunder flooded the sky. Divine might pressed down from the sky as endless divine thunder gathered around him. The thunder charged towards his figure like chains. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless chains of lightning swept out into the space and circled Do Zhao's figure. They ignored everything in their path and struck his body. Do Zhao's power was activated to his limits. However, when the terrifying lightning burst forth, it kept eating away at his flesh. In the heavens above, powerful figures descended. They seemed to be from the same force. They all cultivated the divine power of thunder. It was as though they were various gods in charge of Jiutian divine thunder. They stood above everyone in the sky above. They were all cultivators from the human divine palace. Do Zhao sensed their power. He realized that this war was different from what he had imagined. The human divine palace, under the rule of the human ancestor, had numerous cultivators from different temples, and their cultivation abilities differed as well. This group of cultivators specialized in the divine power of thunder. When their divine power exploded, chains of thunder and lightning encircled Do Zhao's body like dancing snakes. Do Zhao's body trembled slightly as his spiritual soul was under attack. Boom, boom, boom. Shocking sounds of thunder came out one after another, and a phantom figure manifested behind each cultivator in that group. These phantoms were transformed by thunder and lightning, and they were akin to gods of thunder. At this moment, men and gods stood shoulder to shoulder. What was more terrifying was that these phantoms resonated with one another, so that a truly majestic god appeared in the void, standing between heaven and the earth. Countless chains surrounded his body, and dazzling thunder light burst from the torso of this god. Then, this light blasted on Do Zhao, causing Do Zhao's spirit soul to tremble. His spiritual soul seemed to come out of the body, facing a true god, as he was bound by chains. Loosen. As Do Zhao let out a roar, the will of the fighting god was pushed to the limit, striving to surpass the limit. A towering phantom of the fighting god appeared behind him as the divine power roared fiercely, trying to block the corrosion of that divine power. If he didn't do so, he would be in a dire situation where he would lose his combat effectiveness and be killed in a most miserable fashion. Before the battle, Do Zhao was pretty confident that he would be invincible no matter who he fought. However, at this moment, not long after the battle started, he encountered trouble already. He realized that the power he met in the human realm was like nothing he had faced before. This was an invasion of this side of the world, and the invading side also had many top figures. Boom! The golden long stick in Do Zhao's hand exploded with astonishing divine power, with a blinding imperial glory blooming. The will of the fighting god resonated with it, madly urging its power. The divine stick slammed out and swept across an entire corner of the sky. But even as the long stick blasted out, those destructive chains of thunder were still locked onto him and his long stick, weakening its power. Beams of thunder slammed down, hitting that golden long stick, blocking its power, and pinning Dojo where he was, completely restricting his ability to fight back. At this time, a dull sound came out, faintly accompanied by the sound of dragon chiming, resounding throughout the void. Long Chen was now on the move. He brought the power of the dragon god with him as he unleashed the golden dragon fist. The fist turned into purple golden dragons that emerged with angry howls. They attacked the cultivators bathed in the thunder, trying to give Dozhao a chance to free himself. Those cultivators glanced at Long Chen, and immediately, countless lightning bolts slammed down on those purple golden dragons, entangling them, thus weakening the dragon's power considerably. Their divine power was directly affected, and this even cut the divine power of the others. Buzz! The moment they attacked Long Chen, golden lightning flashed across so fast that they couldn't be sure what it was. Those chains of thunder that lashed out violently could not catch up with their target. Soon after, a golden divine light struck out, splitting the thunder into two. But that golden lightning was wings of feather from the divine wings of the golden-winged rock. It was June who attacked, killing one person with one blow. He had cut off the head of some cultivator. His speed was already faster than thunder and lightning, and he had beheaded his opponent under the opponent's thunderous attack. June's body was suspended in the void, and the wings behind him bloomed with imperial glory as if they were cast by divine arms. Every feather was like an extremely sharp divine weapon, and their emergence sobered up the other cultivators immediately. Bang! Another dull sound came out, and the figure of the divine elephant appeared above them. As soon as it stepped into the void, an incomparably terrifying divine power suddenly came down to suppress this corner of the sky. Kill! Dozhao roared as he broke free. The long stick in his hand slammed upward against the momentum. At the same time, Long Chen blasted out the dragon god fist, which was domineering and powerful. As June's body sailed across the void and turned into lightning, the divine elephant stepped into the void to suppress that corner of the sky and launched its attack as well. All of them bloomed with their own incomparably terrifying divine powers, and each one of them was a near-deity existence. Yi Futian knew that no matter how powerful these 6 major legions were, they were too few in number, especially lacking in advanced combat power at the top. Therefore, in the days before the human realm was about to launch their official invasion, he had deliberately given special training to these 6 major legions. Core members, such as the cultivators who had followed him from the heavenly mandate realm, were directly baptized by the divine power of the micro-heavenly path. Even before that, Yi Futian had helped them reshape their talents using the divine power to wash their bodies and spiritual souls. The paths they were cultivating now were not the path of the outside world, but the path that belonged to Yi Futian alone. They were like the 8 legions under the throne of the heavenly path. Yi Futian represented the heavenly path of the small world, and they were its direct descendants. Therefore, the combat power of this group of people was awesome, and this was their only advantage. The direct baptism of the divine power of law endowed these top cultivators with massive combat effectiveness. To a certain extent, although the number of the army from the heaven realm was far less than their opponent, this batch of top figures was not any less excellent compared to the other side. On this battlefield, they quickly gained the upper hand, suppressing their opponents. Even though some more cultivators from the other side came as reinforcement, June and the others worked in tandem and soon immolated all the cultivators here. But even so, looking at the entire battlefield at a glance, they were still being outnumbered by the invading army of the human realm. There were simply too many people, and there was a huge gap between the numbers of cultivators involved. The human ancestor launched the power of the human realm to invade, and cultivators continued to emerge wave after wave. Then they pressed onward to Heavenly Imperial City, attacking different locations inside the city. Blood spilled wherever they passed and slaughtered. The sight was extremely horrific to behold. There was a sacred figure clad in a white dress on the battlefield. She was like a tree of life as countless branches and leaves spread out from her body. She possessed an extremely powerful life force. Whenever someone was injured, the divine power of life would pour into the wounded and restore their vitality. Thus, lives were revived and flesh grew over the bones. As long as they were not injured by the same or an even more powerful divine power, they could be rescued and restored to health if they did not die. This was the magnificence of the divine power of life. This woman in white was Xianxia. She moved through the battlefield, constantly saving and resuscitating injured cultivators. But it was useless. With just her alone, it seemed that whatever she was doing was only a drop in the bucket. Moreover, in most cases, those cultivators were being killed outright, so there was no chance of rescuing them. Blood gradually stained her clothes. Xianxia, who was traveling through the battlefield, felt the fragility of life, and there was a deep sadness in her heart. She was also the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, and she had experienced her share of battles. However, this was the first time she experienced a war of such brutality. It was a battle between millions of cultivators who slaughtered one another in frenzied fights. The scene was simply too terrifying. Buzz! The golden spear pierced through the void and attacked Xianxia. Someone noticed Xianxia, who kept resuscitating the injured and restoring their combat effectiveness instantly. Of course, such a person must be killed. Bang! The golden spear came crashing down. But before it hit Xianxia, it shattered and pulverized. It was smashed by a long rod surrounded by divine flames. Not far above Xianxia, a ferocious and domineering demon was standing there. It was Zhu Yan the Beast, who had once fought against Yifutian. Behind him stood the principality of the demon ape clan from the heavenly mandate realm. They spread out and formed a line of defense as a ferocious aura erupted from them. They held long rods in their hands. They were standing in battle formation as if they were guarding and ensuring Xianxia's safety. Above the firmament, a group of cultivators dressed in blue was surrounded by golden radiance as they descended from the sky, looking extremely keen. These were the cultivators from the human divine palace. Like golden gods of war, they carried absolute dominance. The golden rays of light sprinkled down as those sharp divine arms came down for the kill, cutting through the void. Zhu Yan the Beast and other demonic cultivators resonated with the energy. He held the long rod and launched it high into the sky, which contained a supreme power. It shattered the void and blocked that group of incoming cultivators. Xianxia glanced at the battlefield, her robe fluttered. She continued with her task, rushing in another direction as the divine power of life enveloped the boundless space, continuing to heal the wounded. Buzz! Another spatial divine light pierced through the void. It was aimed at Xianxia. Although Zhu Yan and other great demons had blocked one group of attackers, many had taken notice of Xianxia by now and wanted to kill her. Quite a few top figures were trying to get to her themselves. The spatial divine light directly penetrated the void and pierced through the bodies of several cultivators. However, it continued moving forward, and its aim never veered from Xianxia. However, almost at the same moment, a terrifying gigantic palm print blasted down and collided with the divine light in the void. Suddenly, a violent sound came from the space, which could be heard clearly in the surrounding areas. An extremely tyrannical aura permeated, and another group of cultivators appeared behind Xianxia. These cultivators turned into a battle matrix and moved forward. Until now, they had not made a move. It seemed that their job was to solely protect Xianxia. Xianxia was a little surprised by this as well. She turned around to look and recognized the people protecting her from behind. They were the cultivators from the Lost Clan. The cultivators of the Lost Clan had been included in the great army of Heavenly Mandate. This force was capable of competing with the forces from all sides in the past, and after Yifutian's training, their strength had been further improved. Furthermore, they had gone through the test of battles and had been on the edge of death many times over before they were able to return to the land of the original realm. Their resilience was tried and true, and such a force was protecting her. Xianxia suddenly found that a complex emotion filled her heart. Of course, she knew who had arranged all this. Who else could have commanded such a mighty force? In a major battle like this, everyone was standing in the middle of life and death, and no one had absolute certainty of their survival. On the raging battlefield, there was such a powerful force like this protecting her. Could this be a way of gauging her importance in his heart? Or maybe because he felt that he owed her? Everyone, don't worry about me. This is a waste of your combat power. Xianxia turned around and said to the cultivators of the Lost Clan. Being a top cultivator herself with strong combat effectiveness, a mighty team such as the Lost Clan should not be wasted guarding her. Princess Xia has powerful healing ability and plays a great role on the battlefield. Of course, we must ensure the princess' safety. An elder from the Lost clan replied. Princess, just focus on doing what you do best. Don't pay any attention to us. This kind of explanation somehow seemed to make sense. However, the situation on Xia Qingyuan's side seemed to have attracted the attention of many people. In the sky above the battlefield, a group of cultivators from the Divine Palace were watching Xia Qingyuan closely. They realized that Xia Qingyuan seemed to be the only one on the battlefield who enjoyed some security while no one else enjoyed the same kind of privilege. More importantly, she was an expert at the divine power of life and possessed a very powerful ability to heal. Kill her! Above the firmament, a dull sound rang out, resounding throughout the battlefield. Suddenly, many cultivators looked in Xia Qingyuan's direction. For a time, mighty cultivators swarmed in Xia Qingyuan's direction, turning into a fearsome army. The Great Army of Heaven Court and the Great Army of Heavenly Mandate also noticed this movement, as they focused their attention on Xia Qingyuan's direction as well. Many cultivators were turning to Xia Qingyuan as the new target, especially those cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Army. They all knew that Yifutian had a special relationship with Xia Qingyuan. Once upon a time, Yifutian had first emerged out of Emperor Xia's realm and was cared for by Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan. The two of them spent a lot of time together, and many people thought they were a couple. Blinding and dazzling divine lights pierced through the battlefield, and they turned out to be a series of arrows. Huang Zhouge had led a group of cultivators to cover the sky with arrows. These divine arrows traversed heaven and earth continuously and took out many cultivators instantaneously. Those cultivators above the firmament turned into balls of fire and fell from the sky. The sight was astoundingly tragic. However, this turn of events further accentuated the importance of Xia Qingyuan. Cultivators from the human divine palace converged in this direction. They were all determined to take Xia Qingyuan down and kill her. In a moment, a vast battlefield quickly formed around Xia Qingyuan, and this battlefield was full of destructive storms. Above the sky, some divine swords penetrated heaven and earth, turning into a beam of infinite proportion, piercing the sky from top to bottom. The sound of destruction was heard without ceasing, and the cultivators from the heaven realm were directly penetrated by the swords and died instantly. These terrifying divine swords dominated the fate of all beings in this world, passing through many obstacles and aiming directly at Xia Qingyuan. At this time, a full moon appeared, and the moonlight sprinkled down on those divine swords. These divine swords seemed to be sealed in ice as their speed suddenly slowed down. But more than that, many cultivators above the firmament felt an extreme chill. It was the divine power of Yin that had frozen the world. Time and space seemed to stand still under the power of Yin, and those who did not comprehend this divine power were trapped in its power. Buzz! The divine arrows bloomed in the sky, piercing the void. Incomparably radiant divine flames bloomed above the void. The radiant arrows shot by Huang Zhouge directly pierced through many cultivators. It seemed as if they had combined the power of the solar and the Yin. Although this divine power was not the divine power of solar, it was not too far behind. In a brief instant, more than 1,000 cultivators fell from the void. It was a most horrific and petrifying sight. Bang! A terrifying divine power erupted as the cultivators from the human divine palace looked down at the area below. They saw a very beautiful woman who was the embodiment of feminine beauty. Like a goddess in the darkest night, the divine power of Yin bloomed from her. In an instant, she had frozen the space, forcing the space to come to a standstill. This was the goddess of Yue Divine Palace from the Shadow Realm, who had realized the divine power of Yin with the help of Yifutian. She now unleashed the brilliance of the moon, which transformed into the power of Yin to assist the fight by freezing the space. Fierce battles broke out all around Xia Qingyuan, as many top figures from the human divine palace had gone over there to attack. Even the army from the heavenly court had headed that way to render their support. For a time, people continued to perish in the area around Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan was in the middle of the battlefield, and many people were guarding her. Her most direct guardians were the army of the Lost Clan. They guarded the outer circle and did not allow any attackers to get close to her. However, When she saw that the people protecting her kept on dying without her even having a chance of saving them, Xianxia just felt a sense of sadness in her heart. She chose not to pursue the imperial realm because she wanted to save more people, but it did not go as she had imagined. Instead, it was because of her that more deaths had occurred. A look of sadness flashed across her eyes, and suddenly the polarities of life and death began revolving around her body, alternating with one another. An iciness now bloomed from her beautiful eyes as endless marks surged around her, all of which were the marks transformed by the power of life and death. As soon as she moved, Xianxia rushed out of the battlefield, no longer amid the crowd that was meant to protect her. She was also a top cultivator who had the opportunity to step onto the path of the great emperors. If not for this battle, she would have continued her pursuit of the imperial realm. Kill! When they saw Xianxia rush out on her own, many cultivators around came from all directions to encircle her. But they saw Xianxia merely cast a glance at the as countless lights of catastrophe seemed to erupt at the same time, turning into marks of death. Pa pa pa! Sounds of bloodshed were heard continuously. As soon as the marks of death hit their bodies, they would worm into the bodies, turning all traces of life into death in an instant. Death was all but inevitable as it turned their bodies into pitch-black masses that fell from the sky. In a very brief moment, many cultivators fell from the sky as if the god of death had descended upon them. Those cultivators who were behind fighting forward had to stop involuntarily after witnessing the shocking sight in front of them. There was a deep fear in their eyes as they fixed their gazes on Xianxia. Previously, Xianxia was a savior, but now she had become a murderer with completely different prowess. But Xianxia did not care about the thoughts that ran through their little heads. Her body turned into a bolt of lightning as she smashed into the midst of the cultivators from the human realm. She was surrounded by endless lights of catastrophe, and those lights were like sword marks that carried a terrifying breath of death, which seemed to inflict immediate death as soon as they touched anyone. Watch for those marks around her. Someone in the human realm cautioned the others gravely. Xianxia's marks were the marks of the god of death. Anyone unlucky enough to be touched by them would be killed right away, as their life force was being swallowed up in an instant. As soon as they were buried by that will of death, they were already dead men. Those cultivators who had not comprehended divine powers had no way of stopping it. As soon as they were touched, they would die without a doubt. In the distance, Wuxia was calmly observing everything that happened on the battlefield. All the battles were imprinted in his mind, including the battle in which Xianxia was engaged. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. From that spatial passageway, the cultivators from the human realm poured into this world continuously and without ceasing. They were everywhere in the heavenly imperial city and carved a path all the way to the outside of the city. The cultivators from the human realm seemed to be deeply affected by the human ancestor. All of them displayed a strong murderous intent, wanting to destroy the heaven realm and unify the 9 states. Why don't you go back to cultivate? I'll keep an eye over here. A soft and gentle voice spoke up next to Wuxia. It was Hua Jiu who was standing next to him. Very well. Wuxia nodded in agreement, and with a thought, an avatar suddenly appeared. His person left and departed to the small world. This avatar of his could spy on the outside world, and if anything happened, he would know right away. The war broke out and swept through the lands of the 7 realms. Countless cultivators were sucked into this significant battle involving the 7 realms, and no one could escape. The great army of the devil world began to engage the great army of the divine prefecture in an all-out war. The dark world and the empty divine realm armies were also involved in a full-scale war with the world of Buddhism. On the mainland of the dark world, a barefoot monk was walking on the river Styx, walking forward step by step. At the moment, this dark world seemed relatively peaceful by comparison. On the contrary, the 7 realms were now transformed into hell. This monk's appearance was dignified and solemn, incomparably sacred. The light of Buddha lingered around his body. He walked along the river Styx and, moving forward steadily, came to an island. The island was tranquil, as if it was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. The monk stepped onto the island with bare feet. This was the island of light in the dark world. There was no strife and no hatred here. Wuxia had come here once. The monk saw the virgin who resided on the island. She was teaching the children quietly as always, as if the disputes on the outside world had nothing to do with her. The children were a little curious when they saw a strange monk here and could not help but look at the monk. The monk smiled at them and watched the woman quietly. "What business does the master have here?" the woman finally asked the monk, unable to hold back any longer. "You should know me." The monk saluted, his hands clasped together. "Surely the master jests. We have never met before." "How could I know you?" the woman responded calmly. "Amitba." The monk put his hands together and said to the woman, "You desired a pure land with absolute light, but where there are people, it is doomed to rife with disputes. Even Buddhist holy lands cannot be spared. So how can there be such a thing as an absolute pure land? This here is the pure land," said the woman. "No need to deceive yourself," said the monk as he waved his hands. Suddenly imageries appeared upon the lake. These imageries were of wars on the lands of the seven realms. There was destruction everywhere, countless people perishing. "Destruction will only bring darkness, not light," the monk continued. "Is the current situation really the result that you wanted? Master has mistaken me for someone else." There was a sign of disturbance in the woman's eyes when she saw those images. "I can see your fate," the monk said suddenly. The woman was stunned by his claim. Then, she looked at the monk curiously. "Tell me." "Death is salvation," the monk replied. "Salvation?" The woman looked at the monk and continued, "I don't need salvation. The master best go elsewhere." "Amitba." The monk folded his hands together and said to the woman, "Even as the master of darkness, there is still light in your heart. There is no absolute darkness nor absolute light in this world. No matter the destructions or how it is reborn, the world is still the same, and only the law can change the world, not destruction and death." The woman's eyes sharpened as she stared at the monk and said, "Can Omniscient really see the future?" At this moment, her temperament suddenly became majestic. It contained an incomparably mighty solemnity. The monk in front of her was none other than the Buddha of destiny. "The great paths are connected, and there is not much difference as they exist in the world," said the Buddha of destiny. "If you want to find the person who led you into darkness, the answer lies in the human realm." In the dark world was a passageway that connected to the human realm. The human realm was known as the most perfect realm after the collapse of the heavenly path. Under the governance of the human ancestor, the human realm had been peaceful and stable, and its cultivators, likewise, were strong in strength. But now, cultivators from the human realm had flooded into the heaven realm and launched a war of invasion. At this time, in a city in the human realm, a beautiful woman appeared. This woman was dressed in white and looked pristine from head to toe. It was the woman from the dark world. The words of the Buddha of destiny had touched upon the answer she had always wanted to know. Therefore, she came to the human realm. As soon as her thoughts moved, countless imageries from the city below came rushing into her mind. The human realm instigated the invasion of the heaven realm and ignited the fire of war in the heaven realm. However, this city inside the human realm was peaceful and quiet, forming a stark contrast with the chaos outside. Inside a particular clan, a few people were talking. A young woman asked, "Master, how is the war outside progressing? Have we taken the heaven realm and the divine prefecture?" The human ancestor led the powers of the entire human realm to launch the battle of the seven realms. How could he fail? Victory is the only outcome for this war. Her master responded with strong conviction in his voice. It sounded like whatever the human ancestor intended to do would indeed become a reality. The young woman nodded slightly, but then she seemed to have remembered something as she continued, "It's just that in this unprecedented warfare which the human realm started, won't there be a lot of cultivators who perish because of it? And will there be a lot of innocent lives lost in the heaven realm and the divine prefecture because of it?" "Silly girl," her master laughed in a low voice. "The human ancestor fought for the justice of the world, and naturally, there will be collateral damage. As long as the heaven realm and the divine prefecture are taken, the seven realms will be united and the world will thrive under the established order by the human ancestor. Then they will all thank the human ancestor who will lead the world to the glory of your. This is the great path." The woman nodded lightly as if she was suddenly enlightened. She said with a smile, "The human ancestor fought to save all living beings in the seven realms. When the seven realms are unified, everyone in the world will believe in the human ancestor." Unfortunately, my cultivation is still not advanced enough, or else I will also join the battle and go to the heaven realm to fight. Just as they were talking amongst themselves, suddenly another person appeared next to them. The two of them were startled as they fixed their attention on the woman who appeared out of nowhere. They saw the woman frown slightly, a puzzled look on her face, as she focused her attention on this teacher and student duo who were talking to each other. Heaven and the Divine Prefecture each have its own established order already, especially the Divine Prefecture. Under the governance of Dong Wang the Great, the Divine Prefecture is peaceful and prosperous, a place where many in the world had gone to seek the way and cultivate. Why do they need to be saved? The woman from the light path looked at the two. She continued, they already have their own orders. The invasion of the human realm has devastated the lives of many. How can this constitute justice? Who are you? The elder did not answer her question right away but stared at the woman with heightened alert as he posed the question. Answer my question, the woman said coldly as invisible coercion enveloped the other two, making them both feel a suffocating feeling. The young woman responded, Yi Futian of the Heaven Realm and Dong Wang the Great of the Divine Prefecture were weaving a conspiracy, and it will probably put the world in jeopardy. The human ancestor took charge to deal out justice and restore the order of the world. Naturally, this is the justice of the world. When she heard this answer, the woman in white felt a little bewildered. The other was not at a tender age of ignorance, and she was no beginner in cultivation. Yet, how could she say such unreasonable things? So the human ancestor must be in the right? She asked. The human ancestor is in the right, the woman responded. Are you disrespecting the human ancestor? The old man's eyes sharpened. Seeing the reaction of these two, the woman disappeared immediately and left as if she knew that it was useless to talk anymore with them. They were deeply entrenched in their belief, and it was impossible to persuade them otherwise. Somewhere else, in a major clan in the city, many cultivators were participating in a ritual. Their clan leader had died in the battle of the Heaven Realm. The whole clan was grieving. Our clan leader answered the call of the human ancestor to fight for the order of the world, the unification of the 7 realms, and for justice. Although he is no more, his spirit will live on forever. This solemn pronouncement resounded throughout the crowd. Everyone looked on gravely and knelt to pay their final respect to the dead. They were the descendants of the ones who died in battle, but they felt honored. It was as if they were proud of those who died fighting for such causes. I want to go to the Heaven Realm to fight in the war as well, someone said, and everyone else looked at the speaker. A man asked, your cultivation is not yet up to par. Don't you want to cultivate for a while longer before you go? I don't want to miss it, and I'm afraid such an opportunity will not be there in the future, the man replied, with a slight fanaticism in his voice. All these imageries were deeply imprinted in the woman's mind. Her divine consciousness covered the entire city, and she found that similar sights were happening everywhere. Some were even more outlandish than this. Cultivators of the human realm had this deep-rooted belief that this was a fight for the justice of the world and to restore the order of the world. The human ancestor was their absolute belief, which could not be shaken. Even if their loved ones died in the battle, their hatred was targeted squarely at the Heaven Realm, and they did not feel much sadness. The woman's face changed, and the calmness and tranquility she had moments ago were gone. At this moment, countless images appeared in her mind, and the past came alive vividly before her eyes. She remembered that in her cultivation journey, she, too, had gone astray and sunken into darkness when she was young. She had forsaken everything and was trapped in demonic barriers. In the name of cultivation, she lost her humanity. She would never forget the expressions on the faces of her parents when they perished at her hands. However, she seemed to be possessed at that time, continuing her walk deeper on the road of darkness and turning into the devil herself. She had seen all the darkness in the world and experienced hell on earth. Until one day, she became the master of darkness. All those things in the human realm now had a familiar feel, but even she knew that these cultivators were not under direct control. She disappeared, and she embarked to other places in the human realm. She found that it was the same everywhere. She had even seen something more exaggerated, like those cultivators from the human realm who believed in justice. They regarded invasion and killing as the right thing to do and as their life's mission. Human ancestor, At this time, the woman stood in the void, and she could only feel a biting iciness all over her body. In those quiet eyes, there was only darkness at this moment and an extremely palpable murderous intent. She had never liked the human ancestor. She thought that the human ancestor was hypocritical and pretended to be virtuous. From the human ancestor, she could see the shadow of her own master. At this moment, she had a feeling that she might be right and that it was not the shadow of her master. It was possible that human ancestor could be her master. The cultivator who brought him into the darkness was very likely the incarnation of the human ancestor. And only the human ancestor had such abilities. Crack! With her fists clenched, a frantic will of destruction was about to burst from her, but it was suppressed by her. It was an unforgettable hatred that she was feeling right now. The human ancestor was able to influence the thoughts and emotions of all the cultivators in the entire human realm. He had already advanced to such a terrifying place that the entire human realm completely belonged to him. Inside the human divine palace, there was peace at the moment. There were no conflicts or disputes. Everything appeared like a place out of this world that was exceptionally tranquility. In front of a palace, the human ancestor was chatting with a child. The scene was peaceful, in stark contrast to the war currently taking place in the Seven Realms. At this time, a strong fluctuation came from the sky. The human ancestor raised his head to look up before seeing a divine light descended upon the human divine palace and someone landed directly in front of him. Immediately, the human ancestor stepped aside and bowed in reverence. A handsome and extraordinary young man appeared where the divine light fell. His body gradually solidified, and he emerged from that elusive shadow. It seemed as if he was not made of flesh and blood at all. The child looked at the young man curiously and seemed a little puzzled by him. He looked at the human ancestor and wondered why he was so respectful to this young man. Wasn't the human ancestor the master of the human realm? Master, the human ancestor bowed and called out, behaving extremely respectfully. It appeared as if the young man was the true master behind the scenes in the human realm. Sir, who are you? The child looked at the young man and asked. The young man's body gradually materialized, and he looked at the child with a gentle smile. He said, I am the human ancestor. Human ancestor. The child looked at him, then at the other human ancestor next to him, asking doubtfully, then who is he? He is also the human ancestor, the young man responded. The human ancestor is not just one person, there are many human ancestors. It is because of this that we are considered the ancestors of mankind. The child scratched his head, still puzzled. He had no idea what the young man was talking about. The young man walked up to the child and rubbed his head. He stooped down and said with a smile, When I was younger, I was just like you, an ordinary person who suffered my share of bullying. That was the era when divine power ruled, when the gods controlled the order of the world. Mortals were like insects, and they could only look up to the gods. In the age of the gods held supreme power. When the gods fought, even the heavens were shattered and many died. My parents, wife, and children were among the unfortunate who died, but even as they died, they did not get so much as a look of sympathy because the gods cared not for the deaths of mortals. In front of the gods, mortals are nothing but ants on the ground. No one would apologize to ants, nor would they have to pay for what they did to the ants. But fortunately, the gods died when the apocalyptic catastrophe destroyed all the gods. It was possible even for the gods who were high above to die. It was an era full of fear and hatred. It was the worst of eras, but it was also the best. When all the gods fell, everything in the world would be remade. Without the gods, mortals become the focus of the world. The young man spoke calmly as if he was telling a story from the ancient past. Gods are nothing. They are just mortals who control powerful forces. They can die and they have emotions just like everyone else. They think like mortals, so mortals are gods and everyone can become a god. Will I be able to do that too? The child asked innocently, looking at the young man with some longing in his eyes. Of course, the young man nodded. God and man, the divine and the mortals are one and the same. Having said that, he stretched out his hand with a drop of water in his palm and asked, What is this? A drop of water, the child replied. The water droplet floated into the air, and in that tiny water droplet, a terrifying force was being born, and the water droplet began to spin. It then flew through the air, and a building in the distance instantly collapsed and shattered, turning into a pile of dust. Behold, even a drop of water can have incredible power, but its essence is still of water. The young man looked at the child and continued, it's the same with people. There is no essential difference between mortals and gods, as they are the same. Do you understand? The child shook his head. The young man smiled as he rubbed the child's head again. He stood up and continued, it's all right if you don't understand. Everyone in the world is stupid and ignorant because they are controlled by their emotions and desires and can never escape from their grip. This is the reason why this world needs to be remade. But how? The child asked curiously while his eyes were still fastened on the young man. His eyes were innocent. The young man looked down at him with a smile. Create a world of the gods. The world of the gods, the child murmured. What kind of a world is the world of the gods? But in the next moment, he stopped thinking. The young man's body turned into an intense light and shot directly into his body. The child's eyes revealed a pained look and his face twisted. He looked at the elusive figure in front of him and opened his mouth as if shouting something out. There was despair and fear in his eyes as tears flooded out from them. He reached out his trembling hands, trying to grab something, but ultimately, he was unable to. Soon, the divine light submerged his body, and the look in the child's eyes changed. It was freezing, with a sense of contempt that disregarded everything as if there was no emotion. Afterward, he flexed his arm a bit, looked at it, and appeared satisfied. It's all right, he said in a low voice. Congratulations, master, said the human ancestor next to him. I'm the same as you, said the child. Immediately the human ancestor understood what he meant and nodded. The human divine palace was peaceful and harmonious at the moment, but the war that raged in the 7 realms was becoming more fierce. This war had swept through the 7 realms at an incredible speed. At this time, there was still a steady stream of cultivators who traveled across domains to participate in the war. In the Western world of Buddhism, the battles were incredibly fierce. The combined forces of the Dark World and the empty divine realm swept through the Buddhist world. These battles were extremely costly and stained the Buddhist Pure Land with blood. The sound of chanting Buddhist scriptures could be heard everywhere on the land as if they were trying to redeem the dead. However, just when the war had reached a crescendo, a shocking turn of events occurred. The army of the Dark World that invaded the Buddhist world suddenly stopped fighting against Buddhist cultivators. They now turned their attention to the cultivators of the empty divine realm, and the sudden slaughter caught these cultivators off guard. They had no chance to react to what was happening to them. Even the cultivators from the Buddhist world were completely stunned and did not understand what was happening. Why would the Dark World and the empty divine realm suddenly turn on one another and start infighting? The Buddhist cultivators couldn't react for a while. They were content to stand on the sidelines, letting the others fight amongst themselves. It didn't take long for the battlefield in the Western world of Buddhism to undergo earth-shattering changes. Due to the internal war between the Dark World and the empty divine realm, Buddhist cultivators began the sweep to cut down the power of these two worlds. So the war now turned into a chaotic 3-way battle. However, in the main battlefield of Buddhism, the Western world of Buddhism still held the absolute advantage, causing the cultivators of the other two worlds to suffer steady defeats and be forced into retreat. There was no doubt that if things continued this way, the Dark World and the empty divine realm would eventually be beaten off of the battlefield entirely. Because of this, the evil emperor himself went to the Dark Divine Mountain. The evil emperor came to the Dark Court to see the Dark Sovereign. "Why betray me?" the evil emperor asked the Dark Sovereign unceremoniously. "Evil emperor, do you know the truth about the human ancestor?" asked the Dark Sovereign. "That's not important." The evil emperor brushed the question aside nonchalantly. "No, it is essential." The Dark Sovereign looked at the evil emperor as she took off her mask, revealing an indifferent face. The evil emperor did not seem surprised, as his expression remained as it was before. "Do you know how I became the Lord of Darkness?" The Dark Sovereign looked at the evil emperor and continued. "Once, I was just like so many others, simple-minded and ordinary, until one person appeared and everything changed. He taught me cultivation and led me on the path of darkness. He let me experience the cruelest and darkest side of this world, So step by step, I came to be the master of the dark world today. Because of this, you think the whole world is dark, and you wanted nothing but destruction, said the evil emperor. Yes, the dark sovereign nodded. In this turbid dark world, the dawn will only appear after destruction. Understandable, the evil emperor nodded. The dragon slayer will eventually become the evil dragon. Perhaps the teacher who taught you was the same. He has also experienced darkness, tried to change the world, and led you to darkness. Very possibly, he is the human ancestor, the dark sovereign said to the evil emperor. The evil emperor was silent for a moment when he heard those words, but then said, "Everything in the world will eventually settle and cannot be changed. Now, he also seems to have realized your wish, which is to bring darkness to the world." "No, that is not what I want." "What is it that you want, then?" the evil emperor asked her. The dark sovereign was stunned by this question. What was it that she wanted? Before, her goal was always clear and firm, shroud the earth with darkness. But now, why was she unsure? "You want revenge?" The evil emperor looked at her. "Because you discovered the truth. The belief that you held for so long began to wobble. At this time, even you have no idea what you want to do. If you continue with your previous goal, then, in a way, you have complied with the wishes of your enemy, so you are uncertain now, you are struggling inside." The dark sovereign looked at the evil emperor in the eyes, and those evil eyes seemed to see through the truth. She nodded and said yes. Indeed, she was struggling. Too late, the evil emperor looked at the dark sovereign and said, "Everything has settled and everything in the world has been predetermined. Since it can't be changed, why not go along with it? Is this still the evil lord of the empty divine realm?" The dark sovereign looked at the evil emperor and asked, "And you? Are you still the lord of darkness who wants to destroy the world?" The evil emperor responded. The two stared at each other as invisible coercion enveloped the world. All the cultivators of the entire dark court could feel that suffocating pressure. In the era when the heavenly path collapsed, the gods fell, as well as so many people in the world. Now, the era seems to be repeating itself, and no one can predict what will happen in the future. However, whether it is the cultivator of the dark world or the empty divine realm, whether it is you or me, we all have the right to live. The evil emperor continued while fixing his attention on the dark sovereign. His idea was simple enough. He wanted to live and continue to carry on in this dangerous era. He also hoped to see more of empty divine realms cultivators survive. The balance had been broken, and war was unavoidable, so he must follow the trend of things as they were. Only by surviving could he have the chance to get to a higher level until he was strong enough to pose a threat to the human ancestor. But for now, he had no way of fighting back. As one of the 6 emperors in the world, he was a cultivator standing at the top, but even he had to face reality. When the gods returned and descended, he knew that the era of the 6 emperors was history. "So?" the dark sovereign asked as she looked at the evil emperor. "Your order caused the empty divine realm to lose more cultivators, and I won't risk anyone else in today's battle," the evil emperor said. He disappeared from where he was. The dark sovereign glanced upward, then stepped out and headed towards the void. After a while, heaven and earth roared in the sky above the dark court, and the void seemed to be broken. A terrifying divine power made the hell in the dark world tremble and the sea of the underworld scream. In the human realm, on all the continents, countless cultivators raised their heads. Above the firmament they saw a gigantic face, and it was the face of the human ancestor. "Your Majesty, the human ancestor." Countless cultivators bowed and saluted him, displaying a fervent fanaticism. The face of the human ancestor looked at the people of the world and said, "I've been waiting for this day for a very long time, but others stopped me. Now I'm finally back. Before this, the people of the human realm have already gone to the 7 realms, leading the fight for justice, fighting for the unification of the 7 realms. Now it is your turn." When his words fell, divine light descended from the firmament, and countless divine lights fell on the people. At this moment, all the cultivators in the human realm were bathed in that divine light, and their eyes became even more frenzied with an indescribable and utmost reverence. More importantly, they also felt the power which seemed to augment the capabilities they had already possessed. The divine light that descended strengthened them. This will be a new era, the era of the gods. After the unification of the 7 realms, I will bless the world and let my people have the opportunity to become gods. At this moment, even as mortals, you shall stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. The human ancestor continued. No one doubted his words at this moment, as they had a deep conviction of their belief. All of them were shouting and cheering. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth trembled, and an even more terrifying divine power descended and fell on the people. Suddenly, they felt that they were the incarnation of gods. Just as the human ancestor told them, as mortals, they were standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Many spatial passageways appeared, leading to different places. Go forth. The 7 realms and the original realm will be ours. This is the best of times. The human ancestor's voice resounded throughout the world, full of fervent fanaticism. Countless cultivators in the human realm set off on their missions, traveling through the spatial passageways and embarked to other worlds. In the Devil world, the Devil Emperor stood on the top of the Devil Imperial Palace, and his eyes seemed to have penetrated the void, seeing everything that was happening in the human realm. What he saw was so powerful and shocking that even the heart of the Devil Emperor trembled. This is madness, the Devil Emperor spat. The human ancestor had gained direct control of the people in the world. He was using these people to reshape the world order, let them rule the world so that the whole world would operate only by his will. In the land of the Divine Prefecture, in Dongwang Imperial Palace, Dongwang the Great also saw what was happening in the human realm, and he was equally shocked. He, too, exclaimed, "The human ancestor has gone mad." In the world of Buddhism, in the endless nothingness, a sound of Buddha was heard. It was the voice of the Buddha. The human ancestor was no longer just trying to replace the heavenly path. Yi Futian hovered in the void of the heavenly realm while watching the projections of the live happenings from all realms that appeared around him. The cultivators of the human realm unleashed their worldwide conquest and began to slaughter the people from other realms indiscriminately. Mountains of corpses could be seen everywhere. It was a living hell. The scariest part of it all would be the cultivators of the human realm who looked like they were possessed. None of them were in their right minds. It was as if they were born to kill. Moreover, their strength was greatly enhanced, making them an unstoppable bunch of mindless killing machines. Amitabha, the Buddha of Destiny who stood beside Yi Futian, started reciting Buddhist sutra. He put his hands together after witnessing the violent and gory scenes. Are you able to peer into the fate of our future? Yi Futian asked the Buddha of Destiny. Even I could not peep into your future destiny, Your Highness. There is no way to prevent this predestined fate from taking place. Furthermore, the elite cultivators in this world will have to go through great tribulation. Unfortunately, I cannot perceive what fate has in store for us beyond this point due to the limitation of my cultivation. The Buddha of Destiny put his palms together and answered. Although he could not look into Yi Futian's destiny, he could tell that the latter would have to face an arduous ordeal. Is there no one that can stop the human ancestor? Yi Futian murmured. The human ancestor had been controlling the cultivators of the human realm to conquer the whole world. But the former still could not figure out what was the ultimate goal of the latter. The Buddha of Destiny remained taciturn. The human ancestor was the most mysterious and powerful existence since the ancient days. Even though they could alter the flow of time, they still could not catch up to the tier of his cultivation and make up for the difference between their cultivation duration. Yi Futian enveloped the entire domain of the heavenly realm with his divine consciousness. Following that, he noticed many combatants in danger, and the 2 legions he had personally trained had lost many of their forces. Even Xia Qingyuan, Do Zhao, and the rest were in dire situations. Although they were powerful cultivators, they began to show signs of fatigue after continuously fighting for days. There were constant reinforcements from the human realm, and none of them acted like themselves. This was never a fair battle from the start. The human ancestor had manipulated the war by controlling the minds of the cultivators of the human realm. After watching the devastative scenes from the projections, Yi Futian knew that he could not allow things to go on like this. If he were to be led by the human ancestor's pace, it would spell doom for the living beings in the world. It was something that they could never afford to see. Bang! Yi Futian manifested a terrifying god's might that covered the entire atmosphere of the heavenly realm with a thought. At once, everyone lifted their heads to look at the sky. The cultivators of the human realm furrowed their brows while the combatants of the heavenly realm, who looked exhausted and demoralized, felt a huge relief because their ruler, the heavenly emperor, began to interfere with the war. If the war continued any longer, all of them would be annihilated. Attention, you who have invaded the heaven realm. The human ancestor refined the human realm and controlled you to occupy the heavenly realm and massacre its people. But I hereby announce that there shall be no killing and battling in the heavenly realm from this moment onward. Everyone must obey the order for a ceasefire. Offenders will be subject to immediate execution. Euphutian's voice resounded through the whole heavenly realm. Naturally, the cultivators of the human realm would never listen to his words, as they would only obey the will of the human ancestor to fight for the cause of their justice and unite the seven realms. From their point of view, Euphutian had said that because he was afraid of losing. Now that he was on the losing end of the battle, the only way to turn the tide would be his intervention. Kill them. Some cultivators of the human realm in the heavenly imperial city paid no heed to Euphutian's warning and continued their killing spree. They could not think straight since they were controlled by their emotions. They were trapped in their obstinacy, while some even lost themselves to the human ancestor's mind control. Boom! A tribulation of destruction rained from the sky while an overpowering God's might permeated the air. All those who came into contact with it were completely erased. In that instant, countless lights of catastrophe shot down from the sky and killed numerous cultivators of the human realm. Everyone, retreat from the battlefield at once. Euphutian ordered. He was afraid that the cultivators of the human realm might take revenge on him since he had broken the unspoken rule of the cultivation world. Hence, he commanded the combatants of the heavenly realm to pull back. Rumble. An ominous sound could be heard reverberating in the air. The space passage that connected from the human realm enlarged even more. The border between the two realms seemed to have vanished. There would no longer be a distinction between the heaven realm and the human realm. A destructive divine thunder, also called the chaos true thunder, was fired from the human realm to the heavenly realm at a scale that could exterminate every cultivator in that realm. At the same time, multiple silhouettes of the gods showed up at the connecting point between the two realms, exuding a spine-chilling aura. Nevertheless, many figures of the great emperors appeared beside Euphutian. It was the rivalry between the newly emerged great emperors of the heavenly realm and the old gods from ancient times. Charge! The people of the human realm gasped in astonishment. Instantaneously, the silhouettes of the gods vanished from sight when they crossed over the heaven realm, appearing again at different locations in the next instant. Since Euphutian had broken the unspoken rules, there would be no law and restriction anymore. What happened next would be a genocide. Figures of ancient gods headed toward multiple points at high speed, turning into flashes of lightning as they moved. The group of the great emperors beside Euphutian made a move the moment the bodies of the ancient gods glowed up. Aiming at their targets, the former disappeared into thin air right after they accelerated at the same speed. The ancient god of wind had the fastest speed among all. A storm would be stirred up whenever he moved, destroying everything in his path. As a result, every building that he passed by was utterly demolished, killing all the cultivators who were taking shelter inside in the process. After accelerating his speed to the limits, he traversed the city in a flash, forming a crevasse in the middle of it. Following that, a bolt of lightning was closing in on him from behind at a breakneck speed. It looked like a beam of light that traveled across the space and aimed directly at him. The god of wind knitted his brows together when he noticed someone was hot on his heels. With a thought, he created devastating wind blades with his divine power and turned them into a tornado that tore open the void. Immediately, the calamitous cyclone rushed toward that light, turning everything in its path into clouds of dust. That light figure headed into the twister since they could not evade it while moving at such speed. Everything happened within a short moment that was faster than the speed of lightning. Whiz! That light figure passed through the cyclone and came out from the other side, flying toward the god of wind. At the sight of it, the expression of the latter turned glum and transformed himself into an intangible wind current, further increasing his moving speed. Just then, a glaring light that covered a large extent of the boundless space radiated the atmosphere before it. The light pierced through everything it touched. A groan could be heard after a while, and the light immediately launched itself in the direction of the sound. In the direction where the divine light beamed, someone let out a shriek of agony. Immediately after, the god of wind showed himself. However, the silhouette of his gallant form was pierced through by countless rays of light, filling his body with innumerable holes of light. The glaring light gleamed across a vast distance, brimming the void with its brightness. Next, his body was crumbled into uncountable pieces and gradually receded from view. While a disembodied phantom attempted to flee from the scene, the light figure shot a light beam at the former to finish it off, giving no chance to any of its remnants to survive. After a while, the silhouette of Chen-Yi appeared in that place. Turning his eyes in another direction, he dashed forward to another destination. Long ago, he had received the inheritance of the Bright Temple, and his perseverance in cultivation finally made him a genuine god of light.